Chapter 4983. This place was indeed a bit different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Along the way, there were all sorts of tricks, big and small. However, they required special methods to resolve them all. It had to be said that this place was quite powerful. At the very least, if it weren't for these geniuses coming down, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to get in so easily. The 7 geniuses all charged forward. They were very afraid that Lin Fei would destroy them all at once. Right now, they didn't even have any thoughts of resisting. They couldn't even block a single palm. Just like that, they were suppressed. The opponent's power was very likely at the god level. Although the possibility was very low, the opponent's power was definitely something that the 7 of them wouldn't be a match for even if they joined forces. At other times, it would be fine. But at times like this, they had to accept their current situation. They couldn't just throw their lives away because of a moment of hesitation. They didn't even see one of them die. They couldn't even take a single blow, and they died. It really wasn't easy to train to this level. Half an hour later, they arrived at the end of this place. There was a huge pool of blood. The surging blood water was tumbling nonstop. At the same time, rays of divine light were shining brightly inside and swimming nonstop. Upon seeing the pool of blood, the 7 geniuses were very excited. But then, their faces became extremely ugly. Nobody understood one thing better than them. This place wasn't worthy of them at all. Lin Fei's gaze fell upon the pool of blood. With one look, he knew that this pool of blood wasn't simple at all. This was because there was a special divine light within it. This special substance could greatly increase a person's life force. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But right now, Lin Fei really admired the people of the second level. They even knew about this place. This place could indeed allow a first-rate person to become a super-rate person. In other words, there was an 80% chance that a demigod would be able to break through to the god level. However, there was a possibility of reaching the 10th level after coming out of this place. This was definitely a meteoric rise. It was no wonder that the chosen ones paid so much attention to this place. Even the blue fairy, who was at the back, could see it clearly. If he could experience the benefits of this place, he would be able to improve his life potential by a lot, and he would be able to experience a drastic increase. In the future, he would be able to break through to a higher realm. This is the deity's lake, one of the geniuses said with a trembling voice. At the same time, the others also obediently stood to the side, not daring to stand in front at all. They were afraid that if they stood there, Lin Fei's mind would change a lot. And when that happened, he would kill them all. It is indeed a pretty good place. It is filled with all sorts of divine lights, and is filled with all sorts of mysteries. It can indeed increase one's potential. Most importantly, one's fleshly body can rapidly improve. That is the key. With a strong fleshly body, a strong life force will naturally be strong. Lin Fei knew what was going on the moment he saw the deity's lake. He reached out and grabbed it. Beams of divine light converged, turning into a ball. Then it condensed and condensed. The originally roiling deity's lake suddenly became quiet. The expressions of the 7 chosen ones instantly changed. They had never imagined that the deity's lake, the divinity, and all the essence would be grabbed by Lin Fei in an instant. It turned into a resplendent pearl in his hand. The surrounding dazzling divine light made them gulp uncontrollably. They wanted to snatch it away immediately. However, they knew that if they made a move, they would immediately die. Such a small thing actually made the chosen ones of the second level come down. What should I say? Lin Fei played with the pearl in his hand. This deity's lake was indeed incredible. It contained all sorts of divinity essences. And now, Lin Fei had condensed all of them and turned them into one. It could be said that whoever absorbed and refined this thing would be able to greatly increase their potential. It's a pity that you are all my enemies. Those who came down from the second level are all my enemies. Therefore, I never give any benefits to my enemies. Little Bai, you've been with me for so long. I'll give this to you. It'll help you reach the heavens in a single step. Lin Fei smiled and flicked his finger. He flicked the pearl in front of the blue fairy. This time, the 7 heavens chosen were shocked. Even Fairy Greenstream was shocked. She had never expected that she would be the one to get this item. This was a top-notch item. If she absorbed and refined it, she would have a chance of becoming a medium deity in a few decades or even 100 years. This was definitely a huge opportunity. It was definitely the kind of opportunity that no one dared to think about. She had never imagined that it would be her turn. "Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency." The pearl was in the blue fairy's hands. She felt that staying on this level was the luckiest thing. Not only had her fleshly body reached the level of a lower deity, but her potential had also improved. In the future, if anyone said that being a maid had no future, the blue fairy would definitely have a good fight with them. The 7 chosen ones were all envious. Of course, they knew why the blue fairy was on this level. It was because she had been captured by Lin Fei and kept by his side. She had even become a maid for a long time. She had stayed there for hundreds of years. Now, it seemed that being a maid was treated better than being on the island. "Refine it now. I'll help you." Lin Fei laughed. He let the blue fairy choose to refine it. The blue fairy did not hesitate. She directly swallowed the pearl. In an instant, a violent force surged out. Lin Fei's palm landed on her back. The surging force suppressed her. In an instant, the divine light was integrated into every inch of the blue fairy's body. In this short period of time, the blue fairy had been reborn. Her realm was still the same, but the 7 chosen ones could feel that the blue fairy had undergone a huge change. Such a change was not as simple as it seemed. They were originally a bit stronger than the blue fairy, but now they felt that they would not be able to beat her in a one-on-one fight. The blue fairy opened her eyes again. She was completely different from before. She was full of divinity, full of divine light, and full of vigor. "Thank you, Your Excellency. I have completely refined it." The blue fairy had never thought that she would have such a day. She had never dared to dream about it. Just look at those heavenly geniuses. Their saliva is about to drip down. Chapter 4984. The blue fairy had advanced by leaps and bounds in an instant. This scene really made the 7 heavens chosen feel extremely envious. He had joined a large sect or faction for the sake of better cultivation. Now, all the resources have been taken away by Fairy Greenstream. This deity's lake would be completely ruined. Apart from this thing, do you know what other good things are in here? If any of you can tell me, I can let you go in advance if I'm in a good mood. After settling such a small matter, Lin Fei looked at the 7 proud sons of heaven again. His method just now was indeed very simple and ordinary, but only those who knew about it understood one thing. Just looking at the Bai Yao now, one would know how powerful that move was. As long as Fairy Bai Yu was given time and opportunity, her strength would increase by another level. She would need at least a few decades to break through to the level of a middle god. In any case, she would definitely become a middle god within 100 years. At that time, her strength would definitely be guaranteed. If they were to fight now, they would not have any advantage. The 7 proud sons of heaven looked at each other and could not think of anything for a while. It seemed that there was nothing else on this level except the deity's lake. However, Lin Fei's words deeply hurt them. They seemed to understand that if they did not explain this matter clearly, they might suffer a great loss. If it was any other time, it would naturally not matter. But now it was a bit troublesome. If they did not explain this matter clearly, who knew what kind of trouble they would encounter? If they were unlucky, they might even lose their lives here. Therefore, they kept thinking and pondering. Even if it was just some hearsay, they immediately recalled it. I heard that there seems to be other treasures in this deity's lake. I heard that it was left behind by an expert a long, long time ago. As for the specifics, I don't know. One of the proud sons of heaven said in a low voice. Even he himself was not sure, but he did not want to die here. Even if it was just hearsay, he wanted to say it out loud. In any case, it could be considered a declaration and an attitude. The other proud sons of heaven were stunned for a moment, but they also agreed one after another. I seem to have heard that there is indeed a treasure in the deity's pool, but we don't know about it. With my lord's strength, you should be able to find it. That was all they could say. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He also believed in their words. There was a possibility that there was something here. So he decided to wait and see if it was really as they said. What if he was lucky? Crash. Lin Fei's thoughts instantly fell on this place. He began to search inch by inch. He wanted to see if he could find it. This place wasn't very big, but for Lin Fei, he could still clearly see the changes in this place. It would be great if he could find it. With a loud rumbling sound, the place they were at exploded inch by inch. No one expected Lin Fei to be so direct. It began to blast open the ground and seep all the way down. None of them dared to utter a single word. Just like that, the deity's pool that had been passed down for a long time began to crack. When it was about to reach the bottom, it emitted a beam of divine light. As soon as this beam of divine light appeared, the geniuses directly fell to the ground. They couldn't bear it. Only the blue fairy was still relaxed. After all, her physical body had reached the level of a lower god. The one who easily withstood it was Lin Fei. His eyes were shining. It was just as they said. There was a slight change below. There was actually such a beam of divine light. Another hand reached down and covered the beam of divine light. The beam of divine light kept attacking, but it couldn't break through Lin Fei's palm. In an instant, it was swept away. So there's another world below. Lin Fei smiled and rushed down. The 7 geniuses above did not dare to move. The blue fairy looked at them coldly. I advise you to stand still. Don't have any ideas. Your ideas won't work here. The 7 geniuses did have an idea, which was to leave this place. This was the only chance they had to leave. With the blue fairy here, things seemed to be a bit different. The blue fairy took all the benefits. Attack. The geniuses were all arrogant, but they knew that if they didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to leave this place. Once Lin Fei returned, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if they were 100 times more courageous. Thus, their only chance was to break through the blue fairy's line of defense. I knew you would attack. Lin Fei had already rushed down. He didn't pay much attention to the commotion outside. Of course, he knew that although the 7 geniuses looked well-behaved, they actually had some ideas and came down on their own. They would definitely charge out. Now, it all depended on the blue fairy's performance. As for the result, Lin Fei shouldn't be too disappointed. There wasn't any danger along the way. In the blink of an eye, they reached the end. After reaching the end, a series of saber intents swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth like a meteor shower. Looking back, these meteor-like saber intents directly disintegrated. They couldn't even get close to Lin Fei's surroundings. At this moment, Lin Fei only knew that there was such a saber cave under the deity's pool. There were sabers everywhere in his field of vision. These sabers were all inserted into the rocks. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of sabers. Some were broken, some were old, but without exception, they all fell into these rocks. Lin Fei sensed a bit and sensed a very domineering aura. This domineering aura actually made Lin Fei feel a little familiar. My God, this aura actually makes me feel familiar. It seems to be similar to the super ancient eternal body on my body. In other words, this blade should be a blade left behind from the primordial era. At this moment, Lin Fei seemed to know what was the best here. He pushed forward the super ancient eternal body. The moment the super ancient eternal body was unleashed, Lin Fei could feel that something was faintly discernible somewhere, forming a certain connection. I found you, come here. With a loud laugh, he raised his hand and grabbed an inconspicuous saber. This saber belonged to the most ordinary Zamadeo. There was a dangerous aura inside. Once this dangerous aura burst out, it would definitely be very terrifying. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was what made this saber extraordinary, and only someone like Lin Fei could feel it. Fortunately, he had cultivated the super ancient eternal body, so he could sense the change in this aura. Chapter 4985. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He didn't expect to find a Zamadeo below. This Zamadeo actually contained the aura of the primordial era, which was a little thought-provoking. No matter what, such a treasured saber had appeared before Lin Fei. No matter what, he had to put it away first. Lin Fei's thoughts were still very simple. Voila! The Zamadeo directly slashed towards Lin Fei. Following that, The Zamadeo seemed to have turned into a shadow. An indomitable figure wielding a Zamadeo slashed down again and again. Every slash contained the might of the primordial era, and in one breath, 3 slashes came over. What a guy! The power of each slash was more overbearing than the last. If it was someone else, they would have been killed on the spot by these 3 slashes. Primordial eternal body, take it! Lin Fei bellowed, and his entire body underwent a huge change. Following that, the fist in his hand smashed over. In that instant, he had already punched out over 100 times. This was one of the benefits of Lin Fei's powerful body. 100 punches in a second. It could be said to be extremely terrifying. Every punch landed on these light blades, causing loud rumbling sounds. The entire time only lasted for a few breaths of time. Just like that, the 3 slashes of the primordial shadow were blocked by Lin Fei. Even though he was able to withstand it, Lin Fei's body had an additional bloodstain. One of the 3 slashes landed on Lin Fei's body, leaving a long wound. One of Lin Fei's hand had already grabbed the hilt of the Zamadeo. No matter how much the Zamadeo struggled, it couldn't break free. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood on it, and in the blink of an eye, the Zamadeo was refined. At this moment, Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. As expected of a weapon from the primordial era, it's actually so terrifying. This shadow slashed out 3 times, and one of them almost took my life. Even though Lin Fei looked relaxed just now, Lin Fei knew that it was not a big deal. However, only he knew in his heart how he had withstood those 3 strikes just now. It was really abnormally terrifying. If it was the infinite god body from before, he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter what. He might even suffer a huge loss. The Zamadeo in his hand was very ordinary. Even if he threw it on the street, no one would look at it. However, it was this Zamadeo that was filled with terrifying power. It almost took Lin Fei's life. My power has already reached that of a mid-level deity, yet it was still very strenuous for me to withstand 3 blades. It's all thanks to this body and its powerful explosive power. With this Zamadeo, my strength will skyrocket. Even if I encounter a high god expert, I will be able to fight for a while. Lin Fei was very clear about the effect of the Zamadeo in his hands. It was really terrifying. Lin Fei was really grateful to the big shots on the upper level for giving him such a big gift. Most likely, they themselves didn't know what kind of treasures were hidden below. Even if their shadows came down, they might not be able to withstand the 3 primordial sabers. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned slightly. A light flashed through his eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that not only did I obtain this Zamadeo, but I also obtained the 3 primordial sabers that this saber uses. This saber technique was called the primordial 3 sabers. 3 sabers. One saber after another had to be unleashed in one breath, and at the same time, a certain secret technique had to be used. Therefore, the power of these 3 sabers would be extremely powerful. The strangest thing was that the most terrifying of the 3 primordial sabers should be the second saber. It would definitely catch many people off guard. And the third saber was the finishing blow. No one would even dare to think about it. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested for a while. Suddenly, he struck out with his saber. His entire person became boundless and domineering. Swoosh, 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 3 sabers slashed out. These 3 sabers were like stairs, one saber after the other, but in reality, they were all connected. In an instant, they exploded with terrifying power. The void was instantly split into 3. It is indeed a powerful saber technique. Although the power of this technique isn't as strong as the opponent's, it is still extremely powerful. On this level, my battle prowess is even stronger. Coupled with my primordial eternal body and the 3 primordial sabers, I will definitely be able to make the 3 gods suffer. The more Lin Fei closed his eyes, the more powerful it was. In addition, Lin Fei already had 100,000 strands of divine power in his body. Once he used it, it would be extremely terrifying. With the strength of a god, he could instantly explode with the battle prowess of a high god. If I continuously use the 3 primordial sabers, or rather, ordinary saber techniques, then I can fight for a long time. But once I use the 3 primordial sabers, I can at most use it for an hour. If he were to use the 3 primordial sabers for an hour, it would be extremely terrifying. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that even a high god wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks for a short period of time. Ordinary high gods would definitely be able to kill him, unless he was a top-tier high god with a top-tier treasure. Previously, Lin Fei hadn't dared to be certain, but now he was 100% certain. Whoosh! Lin Fei walked out. Behind him, one saber light after another slashed out, instantly turning the place into a complete mess. Lin Fei had completely destroyed all traces of this place, leaving nothing behind. No one would know that he had obtained a primordial artifact from this place. If the big shots up there knew, they would probably cry themselves to sleep in the toilet. If they had known earlier, they would have risked their lives to come down as well. Unfortunately, even if they came down now, they wouldn't be able to obtain the primordial artifact because Lin Fei had already taken it away. The battle outside was already very intense. Several geniuses were attacking the Blue Fairy together. The Blue Fairy's combat power was extremely terrifying. Relying on her powerful physical body, she was actually able to fight against 7 of them without being at a disadvantage. On the contrary, the 7 geniuses were all suffering quite a bit. She was too strong, too strong. They couldn't beat her at all. The more the geniuses fought, the more flustered they became. They didn't expect that after just a few hundred years, they would actually be weaker than the Blue Fairy. She was able to defeat all 7 of them by herself. Even though they were all injured, it was still too embarrassing for them. All of you lie down. Suddenly, Fairy Greenstream split into a dozen or so copies of herself. Then, one attack after another rang out, as the 7 chosen of heaven were sent flying and slammed into the ground. They couldn't get up for a while. The Blue Fairy looked at the fallen geniuses. She shook her head in disappointment. Back then, your potential surpassed mine. Now, I'm even more powerful than you. The Blue Fairy's words were like a nail that landed in their hearts. They felt extremely bitter and helpless. She was speaking the truth. They really weren't a match for her. Chapter 4986. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei applauded. He wasn't surprised at all. After all, the Blue Fairy was completely different from before. His potential was undeniable. No matter how strong these 7 geniuses were, could they be stronger than the Blue Fairy? They were definitely thinking too much. You guys are too much. Why don't you just stand there obediently? It's a pity that you want to escape from here. Lin Fei shook his head. He waved his hand. With a loud rumbling sound, the 7 geniuses were sent flying. They were already injured. Now, their injuries were even more serious than before. They couldn't stand up at all. Lin Fei raised his hand again and grabbed with his 5 fingers. The 7 geniuses were all sent flying. We should be glad that we are still of some use. Otherwise, you would have been turned into ashes just now. Lin Fei brought the 7 geniuses and left the place. As they left, the place collapsed. A force swept across and turned it into nothingness. Once again, they were near the passageway. The 7 geniuses were thrown to the side. They were frozen. The Blue Fairy watched coldly at the side. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Of course, there was more excitement in his heart, and more of a kind of achievement. His master was domineering, mighty, and domineering. He was completely different from what he had imagined. The people above should be able to see that these 7 proud sons of heaven are causing trouble here, so I have taken them down. Come down, and let's have a good chat. Otherwise, these 7 proud sons of heaven will be completely dead. It's not easy for them to reach the first-class potential, and they're only 1 step away from the super first class. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but it spread to another world. Those big shots would definitely know. He waved his hand again. The 7 geniuses were taken away directly. They returned to the underground palace. The Blue Fairy also came back. How is it? Has your talent potential increased again? The 7 geniuses were all sent away and locked up in the same place. Their powers were also sealed by Lin Fei. All the treasures on him were taken away. It could be said that they had been beaten back to their original state with a single move. Thank you, my lord, for allowing me to have today's achievements. The blue fairy was very excited. She was able to take down 7 proud sons of heaven by herself. This kind of combat power was really too great. Even if he returned to where his sect was located, his strength would still be exceptionally strong. It's your destiny to be my maidservant. What do you think those big shots will think about this? Lin Fei sat down, ready to listen to the blue fairy's opinion. After all, the blue fairy had stayed there for a long time and knew more about it than he did. The blue fairy thought for a while and said, "Those big shots should be paying a lot of attention to these 7 geniuses because they all have great potential. In the future, they will surely have the opportunity to break through to the mid-god realm. The reason why they came down this time should be for them to strengthen themselves so that they can break through to the high god realm in the future, even though the possibility is very low." Lin Fei's idea was no different from the idea that there must be a limit. Although my lord is very invincible on this level, you still have to be careful of these guys. It wasn't easy for her to follow such a big potential backer. Of course, the blue fairy didn't want to miss the opportunity to continue to improve, so she had to remind him, "Don't worry, as long as they come to this level, they won't be so easy to take advantage of." Lin Fei smiled. Now is not the same as before. It was completely different from the past. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Several figures suddenly descended on this level. As soon as they descended, there was a fluctuation in the void, and then a layer of power crushed down, keeping their strength at the same level. The 3 figures wore calm expressions. This time we suffered a big loss. This guy called Lin Fei is quite capable. He took them all down in one go. This time, no matter what tricks this guy has up his sleeves, we must cripple him. Otherwise, this floor will be out of our control. These 3 were the figures of big shots. They were very powerful. Even if they were suppressed by this layer of power, they still had the combat power of a peak lower god. Even if they were a peak lower god, even if a real peak lower god came, they would not be a match for any of them. They would be crushed directly. Swoosh! The 3 figures instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were near the underground palace. Near the underground palace, the 3 of them revealed themselves. One of the thin figures raised his hand and slapped toward the underground palace. However, before he reached the underground palace, a figure came out. With a wave of his hand, a wave of power came up, and the power disappeared without a trace. "Young man, you are finally willing to come out." The thin figure looked at the young man coldly. It was this young man who caused such a big commotion. The scene that they had been looking forward to for a long time was also destroyed by this young man. He had actually predicted it in advance. "I have also been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, we can have a good chat." From the moment they came down, Lin Fei knew that the big shots could not sit still. After all, the 7 geniuses were quite important. If they died, it would be a huge loss. It was not easy to train them. "Since you are here, let's go in and have a cup of tea. After all, you're also big shots. I don't think the 3 of you will bully me. I'm a bit impatient. If I really want to fight, I can kill the 7 geniuses with a single thought." The expressions of the 3 people changed slightly. Even though they were used to seeing big storms, they were still angered by this young man. This guy was too outrageous. He actually dared to say such words to them. Could it be that they didn't know that the 3 of them were real big shots, even though they weren't on this floor? Dealing with this Lin Fei would be a piece of cake. However, the 7 prideful geniuses were in his hands. Moreover, this fellow's methods were somewhat outrageous. The 3 of them followed him in. He pressed it horizontally. The 3 of them sat down, and Lin Fei sat opposite them. "You've caused a huge ruckus this time, and you've even killed a proud son of heaven. Do you know how much trouble this will bring you?" The speaker was a middle-aged man with white eyebrows. Fairy Greenstream's voice rang out in Lin Fei's ears. "This is Ancestor Tianmin. That thin figure is Ancestor Mo Luo, and the last one with the big round face is Ancestor Black Cloud. They all have the power of a high god." Chapter 49, 87. After hearing the blue fairy's words, Lin Fei knew that the three of them did have some background. They were all patriarchs. Each of them had the strength of an upper celestial. Their lineup was not small. He did not expect that three of them would come together. Lin Fei thought that it would be great if one of them came. He did not expect three of them to come at once. This was indeed a big scene. I didn't do anything. I'm just doing some small business on this floor. However, you guys seem to be too arrogant. As for me, I'm not good at other things, but I'm tough. So, this floor belongs to me now. 7 geniuses broke into someone else's place to steal things. How do you think we should settle this? After hearing Lin Fei's words, the faces of the 3 patriarchs darkened. A wave of boundless pressure came crashing down on them. This kid was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that he was out of control. Lin Fei, you have to understand one thing. Although we can't enter the first floor, you should know how strong the 3 of us are. Don't force us to fight. Otherwise, you won't be able to fight against the 3 of us. Patriarch Mo Luo stared at Lin Fei and said. His voice was very cold, as if it came from the 9 heavens. It was frighteningly cold. Fellow Taoist Mo, don't scare this kid like that. If there's anything, we can talk it out. As long as you hand over the 7 heavens pridelings, as well as the items that you've obtained, this matter will naturally be written off. The Patriarch of Tianmin smiled, as if he was trying to be a good person. How could Lin Fei not see that these 3 phantoms were indeed quite strong? Naturally, they had come to seek justice from him. Of course, justice would be obtained with their fists. Fists were the most durable thing, no matter where they were. No one knew this better than Lin Fei. If they couldn't come to an agreement, they would naturally fight. It was a very simple matter. Yeah, I also feel that you shouldn't accidentally get into big trouble for cultivating to this realm at such a young age. So, you'd better hand over the things and follow us to the 2nd floor. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to be a consecrator. The 3 patriarchs were indeed quite concerned. This young man was stronger than they had imagined. Even in front of them, they didn't feel any fear. They also knew that they hadn't used their full strength yet. Naturally, no one would let Lin Fei know what was going on. If they really fought, it would let Lin Fei know who was stronger. After all, young people were arrogant and thought that they were invincible on this floor. However, in their opinion, the invincibility of this level was more or less a joke. If they were to attack, they would have a good chance of taking care of Lin Fei. Patriarchs, is this why you came down to talk to me? Then all of you can scram. You won't be able to take the 7 of them with you, let alone the other items. I, Lin Fei, am not one to be scared. Patriarch said. This wasn't a good situation for the 3 patriarchs. This guy was really full of himself. In that case, you don't want to accept our good intentions. That means you want us to fight. If we really fight, you're finished. The 3 of us haven't fought together for a very long time. Patriarch Mo Luo's tone became much fiercer. Young man, I think you should think about it. After all, Taoist Mo has a very bad temper. If we fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. You will never know how strong we are. Moreover, the power we have is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The great ancestor of the Tianmin sect smiled faintly with a calm expression. Patriarch He Yun snorted coldly. The 3 of us are already giving you face by sitting here. You can ask the people above, who is qualified to let us sit here together. They felt that this Lin Fei guy was very bold. Even under such circumstances, he still didn't take them seriously. Therefore, they decided to use their fists. They would use their fists to beat this guy into submission. It would be a pity to kill someone with such potential. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Looks like you guys are ready to fight. That's fine. I've been wanting to see your skills for a long time. You overestimate yourself. You will never know exactly how powerful a high god is. Patriarch Mo Luo was the first to attack. He slapped his palm towards Lin Fei. The ripple-like energy instantly hit Lin Fei's body. Only a split second had passed from beginning to end. The energy of the water was very soft. It wasn't domineering at all. It was very different from Patriarch Mo Luo. However, this energy was extremely penetrating. It went through Lin Fei's body. Patriarch Tianming and Patriarch He Yun watched from the side. They didn't think much of it. Of course, they knew how strong Lin Fei was. Therefore, they went all out in an instant. They didn't dare to be careless. Of course, if they went all out, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The ripple-like energy went through Lin Fei's body and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei, however, could sense how terrifying this power was. It lived up to its reputation of being a high god. Impressive. Superior god indeed. The phantom that came down is so strong. No wonder the three of you are so confident. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed by that attack. But for Lin Fei, his immemorial eternal body easily withstood it. After the opponent's water energy entered his body, it was instantly disintegrated. Not bad, not bad. You guys are really strong. But now it's my turn. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Suddenly, a sky full of fist shadows burst out. These fist shadows instantly greeted the three patriarchs. The three patriarchs were surprised. Then, they left the palace. They reappeared in the sky. Even so, at this moment, they could feel the power of the fist that exploded out. Bang, 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 bang. They weren't able to escape from Lin Fei's attack range at all. At this moment, Lin Fei charged forward once more, and all of his fists landed on the three patriarchs. Since we've come to this level, let's take a good look at what it means to have my power. Everyone on this level has to listen to me. This was Lin Fei's full power. The three patriarchs were on the losing end of this attack. Every single wave of energy was extremely penetrative. More importantly, the power of these attacks didn't weaken at all. Instead, they remained at the same level. Chapter 4988. As soon as Lin Fei attacked, everything changed. At the very least, the three patriarchs could feel how powerful his opponent was, especially when the traditional power was extremely strong. At this moment, a powerful burst of power could penetrate through. It could be said that, if they didn't have a good defensive treasure, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Fei kept moving. Greater teleportation. At this moment, he was at his limit, constantly appearing and disappearing around the three patriarchs. The three patriarchs couldn't pull away at all. As soon as they fought, they felt the penetrative power land on their bodies. Even flesh and blood would have cracks on them, not to mention that they were just phantoms without flesh and blood. Thus, they suffered greatly from this attack. This kid is too strong, too strong. I never thought that he would be so strong. His speed is extremely fast. He should have mastered some secret techniques of space. If we were to fight with this guy, he would be very difficult to deal with. We all underestimated this guy's ability. He really is different. As soon as they attacked, the three of them were forced to retreat because they couldn't pull away at all, and Lin Fei's close combat techniques were indeed very powerful. I've been waiting for you three for a long time. Lin Fei's attack speed was getting faster and faster, and one figure after another was constantly shuttling back and forth. The three patriarchs all felt a wave of helplessness. If they were up there, they naturally wouldn't have anything to fear. They didn't have much confidence in this trip. After all, they only had the battle power of a peak demigod. Unfortunately, the battle power of a peak demigod couldn't handle this Lin Fei at all. His power was even more terrifying than they had imagined. As soon as they fought, they knew that this time they basically had to return without any results. The longer they fought, the more they felt helpless. This time, they really had come to the wrong place. All the experts on this floor had also noticed the commotion. This was because the commotion in this area was indeed quite big. It was filled with divine might. Without even thinking, they knew that a demigod was fighting here. There were also some demigod-level experts in the distant void. They also saw the commotion here. In his heart, he felt what was terrifying. That Lin Fei was actually able to fight against three demigods by himself. Most importantly, this guy's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. With such strength, how could they fight against him? At the same time, on the second floor, these major forces also turned their attention to this floor. Of course, they knew that an amazing fellow had appeared on this floor. His tone was quite arrogant, claiming to be the king of this place. In their eyes, it was just a joke. But now, they felt that it was not a joke at all. Who would have thought that even Ancestor Mo Luo and Ancestor Hey you would be at a disadvantage? None of them are a match for Lin Fei. In a huge, dark palace, a vertical, I stared straight ahead. It was the scene of the battle on the first floor. Looks like the second level is about to get more and more interesting. It's been a long time since we've had such fresh blood. In a vast ocean, there was also a figure sitting there fishing. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and landed on the first floor. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid will become famous after this battle. The difference is truly enormous. The figure suddenly lifted up, and an enormous creature that was hundreds of meters long was lifted up just like that. With a shake of his fishing rod, the enormous creature landed back onto the surface of the water with a boom. Just like that, we'll have our delicacies tonight. Scenes like this appeared in many places on the second floor. The gazes of those major figures all fell on the first floor. Even if they couldn't come down, they still had all sorts of treasures that they could see very clearly. Right now, the ones who suffered the most were the three patriarchs. Naturally, they could see everything clearly, and their faces turned ashen. It was comparable to Cole. This time, he had really embarrassed himself to his grandmother's house. The difference was too great. If they had known that this fellow was so powerful, they definitely wouldn't have gone down so rashly. A peak-stage demigod actually wasn't a match for him. Fortunately, they would at most suffer a bit. All they had to do was retrieve the image. They would let him continue being arrogant on the first floor. Lin Fei, the three of us will remember this today. I hope that when you come to the second floor, you can still be as overbearing as you were today. The Patriarch of Elysium snorted coldly and prepared to leave. He didn't plan to stay on this floor. There was no benefit in staying. The Patriarch of Elysium wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The other two also had such thoughts. They couldn't continue fighting. They didn't have any advantage at all. As soon as they started fighting, they suffered greatly and consumed a lot of energy. If this situation continued, they wouldn't have a good ending at all. You want to leave? It's not that easy. I have the final say on this floor. Even if you major figures come, it's useless. There was only a bright ray of light that swept past in an instant. No one could sense what this ray of light was like because it disappeared in an instant. However, the three figures of the Patriarch of Elysium and the other two stopped. Then, a terrifying ray of light swept past their bodies. Inch by inch, they split apart and completely disappeared. On the second floor, the three of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Just at this moment, they lost a shadow and a divine thought just like that. The major figures who were originally observing sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. They stared at Lin Fei's figure below. Who can tell me what kind of method he used just now? He actually destroyed the three shadows of the patriarchs with one move. He's too powerful. He actually destroyed three shadows. This time, he has completely offended all three of them. It seems like he used a saber technique. I don't know what kind of saber technique it is. It seems like he slashed 3 times in one breath. Good lord, this guy is also a saber user. There are still some experts who saw the movement just now. They were very shocked in their hearts. At the same time, they remembered Lin Fei. No wonder they said that he was fighting for the throne. With such strength, even they couldn't do anything to him unless he ran to the second floor. Lin Fei had indeed used a saber technique just now. He used the immemorial 3 blades and slashed 3 times in one breath. Like a stream of light, he killed the 3 shadows. How could Lin Fei let them leave this place? If they really left, it would be too easy for them. He had to make a name for himself in this battle. He had to let them know that he had the final say on this floor, not the 3 of them. Even if they came down from above, they had to behave. I advise those who want to sneak down to be prepared. My saber is merciless. Chapter 4989. The killing of the Phantom wasn't a small matter. It was a huge matter. Everyone on the first floor and the second floor saw this scene, especially when the 3 big shots Phantoms were destroyed just like that. Especially when the last blade contained a terrifying technique. Even if such a technique was used on the second floor, it would still be extremely terrifying. What's more, this guy clearly didn't cultivate out his divine deity. So how could he have such a powerful battle prowess? This was the most terrifying thing. This way, everyone realized that they couldn't come and go as they pleased on the first floor. Look at these 7 geniuses. This time, they couldn't take them away. They even left behind the phantoms of the 3 big shots, which would have a huge impact on the future. The people on this floor, who originally had some thoughts, were all convinced. They really underestimated Lin Fei's power. Even the phantoms of the 3 big shots were taken care of. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month passed. It was still quiet. Even the half-formed passageway was no longer being controlled. It was just left as it was. Everyone knew that a fierce guy had come to the first floor. Without this guy's permission, they couldn't come down at all. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 2 more figures came down. These 2 were phantoms, similar to the 3 they had met before. However, they didn't think too much about it. They had another purpose for coming here. Fellow Taoist Lin, we came to talk to you about how to bring back the 7 of them. We don't have the same idea as you. As soon as they came down, they immediately sent a message. After all, Lin Fei wasn't someone to be trifled with. Just look at those 3 superior gods. Their phantoms being destroyed became a big joke. Everyone could only say that they were unlucky. In order to avoid being killed as soon as they came down, they immediately started talking. They came to the palace. After all, they were top-tier experts. Naturally, they would be able to find their location. In a courtyard, Lin Fei saw them. He wasn't surprised at all. As long as the higher-ups had any ideas about these 7 geniuses, they would definitely come down. He reckoned that they were constantly analyzing and studying him in their hearts, especially his last resort, which was absolutely terrifying. The primordial 3 sabers were extremely mysterious and not something that anyone could easily analyze. I'm a 3-eyed high god. I am a demigod sea returner. After the 2 of them sat down, they introduced themselves. Lin Fei had already learned a lot of information from the Blue Fairy. He also had a better understanding of the experts on the 2nd floor. Both of them were relatively old powerhouses. Most importantly, they did not participate in battles. So naturally, it didn't involve anything else. This time, he should be the peacemaker. He planned to bring the 7 geniuses back. As for the Elysium's He Yun and the others, they naturally did not dare to come down. They wouldn't dare to do it even if they were given 100 guts. Coming down here was definitely courting death, and they had no chance of winning. 2 big shots. If you want to come down here, just say whatever you have to say. If you want to take away the 7 geniuses, that's easy. I'm a very easygoing person. Since you're here, you're my guests. You're not as fierce as them. Do you really think that you can act presumptuously here just because you're strong? Lin Fei said unhurriedly, and the 2 of them naturally knew what he meant. Back then, the 3 of them had probably come with the same idea. In the end, they were immediately counterattacked by Lin Fei, and there was a shocking reversal. Even now, they probably couldn't believe that the phantom that came down here was still inferior to the young man in front of them. This guy didn't cultivate a godhead, but his physical body was incomparably strong. They could feel it now. It's true that some people did something wrong on this trip. This time, we're here to bring the 7 of them back. Taoist Lin, if you have any requests, just tell us. As long as we can accept it, we'll satisfy you. After all, the 7 of them are very rich. The 3-eyed superior god was the first to speak. They were indeed prepared to be good guys on this trip. Their priority was to bring the 7 geniuses back. There was no benefit in staying here. They might not even know when they would be annihilated. If they were annihilated, they would lose a lot of resources. It wasn't easy to nurture 1 person, let alone 7. Our thoughts are very simple. We won't make an enemy out of Taoist Lin. We just want to bring them back. It's that simple. We hope that Taoist Lin can fulfill our wish. After knowing Lin Fei's combat strength and the strength of his physical body, no one was willing to offend him. Who knew what this young man's bottom line was? At the very least, this guy's combat strength should be at the level of a mid-god. If he was on this level, he would definitely be qualified to be the overlord, and no one would be able to contend with him. It was different for the 2nd level. Lin Fei laughed, took out a list, and placed it on the table. I've written down some of the things that I want. I'm not an unreasonable person. As long as these conditions are met, I will naturally release the 7 of them. My small temple can't afford to raise 7 people. He took the list. When he looked at it, he secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. He was afraid that the forces behind the 7 geniuses would really have to bleed a lot this time. There weren't many things on the list, but they were all relatively precious. However, the quantity wasn't very large either, and it just happened to be what they wanted. It was definitely possible to gather them. But if they really took them out, they would definitely suffer a heavy loss. This was something that they could still see. They just came down to be the peacemaker and ask Lin Fei what exactly he wanted. Now that they had the list, it couldn't be better. Oh, and tell them that they have at most 3 days to collect the things on the list. After 3 days, I won't keep idle people here. Lin Fei added with a smile. Of course, he had to give them a little pressure. If they really thought that taking out a list would make them collect things with peace of mind, they were definitely thinking too much. After looking at each other, the 2 nodded, picked up the list, and left. This time, they will definitely hate me to death after collecting the things on the list. But it doesn't matter. After I sit here for 1,000 years, I will naturally go to the 2nd level to broaden my horizons. I heard that the 2nd level is the most interesting. Even if they encountered him, Lin Fei didn't think much of it. If they had the ability, they could come down. Chapter 4990. In order to redeem the 7 chosen ones, the people on the 2nd floor did not think too much. Even when they saw the list, they felt that they would have to bleed a lot this time. However, for the sake of the 7 chosen ones, they still started to gather the items. It might not matter if it was someone else, but that kid was different. He could even destroy their projections, let alone the 7 chosen ones. Destroying them would be no different from destroying a few ants. In a short period of time, they prepared all the items. The 2 superior gods came down again. They brought the items over and stored them in the ring. Taoist Lin, you can take a look. The 2 of them also hoped that this matter could be resolved as soon as possible. Lin Fei checked the ring. All the items he wanted were inside, and they were all relatively rare and good items. They would definitely be of great help to anyone's cultivation. Of course, these items were not of much use to Lin Fei, because they were of little value. However, if Lin Fei gave them to others, they would definitely be of great benefit. He might not like them, but his subordinates would. It was that simple. These people are really rich and overbearing. They collected all the items so quickly. Since the items are all here, you can take the 7 of them away. You can finally save on rations. Hearing this, the 2 of them could not help but laugh. This Taoist Lin was really quite interesting. After a short while, the 7 geniuses were brought out. They were now well-behaved. Back then, they had all felt the scene of the 3 projections being killed, and it had really scared them. In the following period of time, they did not dare to have any other thoughts. They were afraid that when this person was unhappy, he would destroy them. When that time came, they would not even have the chance to reason with others. The 2 of them looked at the 7 chosen ones and saw that there were no problems, so they left with them. Lin Fei watched them leave, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Finally, this matter was resolved. The blue fairy came behind Lin Fei and said in a low voice, "Sir, if you let all 7 of them go like this, I'm afraid there will be trouble when they reach the next level." Others might not know, but the blue fairy's words were very clear. The 2nd layer was much more terrifying than the 1st layer. It's only a matter of time before I let them go. Even if I don't let them go, the people on the 2nd floor won't let me go so easily. But it doesn't matter. I'll personally meet them in another 500 years. Lin Fei said casually. Hearing this, the blue fairy couldn't help but feel excited. "Sir, have you really decided to go to the 2nd level?" But the blue fairy was still rather worried. The number of high god experts on that floor was truly extraordinary. Although the Lord was strong, he was afraid that he would be besieged when he reached the other side. There's really no point in dominating this level. It's only interesting when you reach the 2nd level. I heard that there are many secrets in that level. You should cultivate well. After 500 years, I'll bring you back and let you shine. Let them know what it means to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. With that, Lin Fei went back. After the 7 geniuses returned, the first level returned to peace. Nothing else happened. Even the second level didn't seem to have any movements. They seemed to know that Lin Fei wasn't to be trifled with. Even if they sneaked down, they wouldn't be a match for him. In the blink of an eye, 400 years passed. Lin Fei had stayed for almost 1,000 years. The time limit of suppression was also getting closer and closer. Nothing happened in these 400 years. It was really very peaceful. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that those guys didn't have any ideas. Maybe Lin Fei knew in his heart. They definitely had ideas. It was just that they hadn't made a move yet. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in line with their status. It was either that they didn't make a move or the time wasn't up yet. Ding! Sign in successful. Received 500 experience points. Ding! Ancient eternal body advanced to the 3rd level. The time limit of suppression for 1,000 years wasn't up, and the people on the 2nd level hadn't arrived either. On the contrary, Lin Fei's physical body directly advanced to the 3rd level. The ancient eternal body on the 3rd level was indeed something that Lin Fei was looking forward to. This was because every breakthrough would bring about a huge change to one's strength. After a Jingguang swam in his body, Lin Fei instantly felt different. Every particle in his body seemed to have turned into a unit, and each unit had a figure. It was Lin Fei's figure. Such a change was indeed very different from before. The surrounding void directly collapsed, turning into an invisible black hole. A large amount of endless astral wind hit Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei was as unmoving as a mountain. He let the wind blow past him, and his expression didn't change at all. Now that my physical body has reached the level of a high god, unless I use a high-grade divine artifact, it won't be of any use to me. Even my physical body can easily destroy divine artifacts. As expected of the ancient divine body, it's indeed stronger than I imagined. After moving a little, Lin Fei knew that it was different. With such a physical body, I don't have to worry about going to the 2nd level. Moreover, I can summon the ancient shadow. With such a trump card, Lin Fei really had nothing to worry about. Now, he just had to wait for the last few decades. When that time came, he would be suppressed for 1,000 years, and there would also be a reward for a time-limited mission. Thinking about it, Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. In an inconspicuous valley, a bright light that was like a bright pearl was released. Then 5 figures walked out. As soon as these 5 figures walked out, they waved their hands and formed a formation, restraining the bright light and the surrounding spatial fluctuations. It was as if nothing had happened, and only a moment had passed. We finally arrived at the 1st level. This time, our mission is very simple, and that is to assassinate that Lin Fei. The person who spoke was a man in black armor. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but his voice was very cold as the ice in the 9 heavens of hell. It made people shiver. At the same time, traces of ice appeared in the void around him. This is indeed a big deal. The remaining 4 people's faces lit up with joy, and they seemed very excited. Our Tiandao can become famous again. If people on the 2nd level knew about these people, they would be shocked. They didn't expect that they would come to the 1st level. The Tiandao was a special force on the 2nd level. It was a professional assassin organization. They would kill for money. However, the price was very expensive. Even a high god would frown. Chapter 4991. The purpose of these people from the Heaven Society was very simple. They were here to deal with Lin Fei. Someone had paid a huge price, a price of blood, to eliminate Lin Fei. They definitely couldn't let him continue to exist on this level. Let's go find this Lin Fei now. Don't give him any chances. This guy has spatial techniques, so he can sense some subtle fluctuations. Also, this time, we all have a treasure on us that can block all auras. He definitely can't imagine how powerful the treasures of our Heaven Society are. After saying that, this person took out something that looked like a compass. Then a shadow was shot out. The compass started to move slowly. At this moment, they captured Lin Fei's location. Then, they instantly turned into a few particles and disappeared without a trace. They found the underground palace that Lin Fei was in very smoothly and passed through the defenses outside. To be honest, they really didn't care about these defenses. They also felt that Lin Fei was really audacious. As expected, a newborn calf was not afraid of Tiger. Did he really think that he could ignore everything just because he was the king of this level? He was definitely thinking too much. The great world of the gods was much more dangerous than one could imagine. Not long after, they snuck into the innermost room, which was where the compass was located. 5 particles gathered together. They let out a sound that only they could hear. This Lin Fei's strongest point is his physical body. He's invincible in close combat, especially on this level. Although we all use treasures to come down, our strength isn't as strong as this guy. However, our treasures can restrain his physical body and his close combat. After this person said that everyone had a treasure in their hands. Other than that, there was also a treasure that was strengthened by a secret technique that could instantly combine the strength of the 5 of them. This wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was the treasures in their hands. These treasures were targeted at Lin Fei. If it weren't for the fact that Lin Fei had such a powerful, fleshly body, they wouldn't have used such treasures. It could be said that the treasures in their hands were all high-grade divine artifacts. This was the reason why those big shots were distressed. It was truly a huge loss. In order to kill Lin Fei, they were willing to go all out. Even if they had to pay a huge price, it was not a problem. As long as Lin Fei could die, everything was negotiable. It was just some wealth. They would earn it back sooner or later. If they didn't kill Lin Fei, he would forever be a disgrace to them, a joke. Of course, the most important thing was that Lin Fei had a lot of secrets on him. Until now, they couldn't figure out where Lin Fei came from. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. However, there was at least one thing that could be confirmed. In this macro world, Lin Fei was considered an outsider. As an outsider, he had to be taught what it meant to know the rules. They said goodbye to each other and entered the room. As soon as they entered, they saw a figure sitting cross-legged. It was Lin Fei. His entire body was as unmoving as a mountain. With one glance, they could sense that Lin Fei was very different. Very different. It must be understood that they had killed many experts, including some gods and some high gods. They had never met someone like Lin Fei before. Even though he hadn't attacked, they could sense that he was invincible. It was as though once this person attacked, they had no confidence at all. If they didn't have a chance, they would all be killed. This kind of thinking was too terrifying. They didn't dare to believe it. Why would he have such a thought? Very quickly, they suppressed these thoughts. It was too ridiculous. However, it had stirred up the blood in their hearts. As long as they killed this guy, it would definitely be a good thing. In the future, they would have something to brag about. This guy with a practically invincible fleshly body was indeed quite motivating. They had never killed such a powerful fleshly body expert before. Even in the second floor, there weren't many people with such a powerful fleshly body who didn't walk the path of magic. There were too few people who walked the path of the fleshly body. There were a few who managed to walk the path of the fleshly body, but they were only at the level of a god. There was only one who had reached the level of high god, but he was already old. To break through the fleshly body was simply too difficult, so they could only accept their fate. Attack! At this moment, 5 pearls flew out. The pearls formed the shape of a 5-pointed star, and in an instant, a terrifying cold light exploded out. This cold light wrapped around Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei became an ice sculpture. It was simply too fast, inconceivably fast. Moreover, this frost was restricted to where Lin Fei was. It could be said that it was a very precise attack. This was their first step. First, they used a treasure to freeze Lin Fei's fleshly body. The second step was the most important. In an instant, they revealed themselves. Each of them had a special icicle in their hands. The icicle directly attacked the ice sculpture. Then, with a swoosh, it flew into the ice sculpture and penetrated Lin Fei's body. All of this happened in just a split second. Don't think that it happened in the blink of an eye. But to them, it was still very stressful because Lin Fei's strength was very strong. If they didn't take the initiative, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Lin Fei might even be killed by Lin Fei's counterattack. If such a thing were to happen, no one would dare to believe it. This guy was just that powerful. Fortunately, the Heavenly Law Association had many treasures. That was why they had come up with a way to deal with Lin Fei. A powerful attack wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Walla walla. The ice melted with a crash, and then Lin Fei's figure appeared. The five of them raised their hands again and launched another attack. After two big moves, they naturally felt a lot more relaxed. Lin Fei, do you know what kind of stupid thing you've done? You should be proud that you are worthy of our Heavenly Law Association making a move. At this moment, Lin Fei opened his eyes, and the attacks of the five of them landed on Lin Fei's body one after another. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised slightly, revealing a faint smile. Heavenly Law Association, I didn't expect you guys to really make a move. It seems that those guys have paid a huge price. I wonder how much you guys are worth. Lin Fei laughed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After the next second, the five shadows flew out. These were the five things that hit Lin Fei's body just now. But now, they were repelled in an instant. Chapter 4992. In an instant, the experts of the Tiandao Society experienced what it meant to be shocked. Under this blow, the heavy force was like an explosion. It directly rushed into their bodies. It tore apart their defenses and hit their bodies directly. Blood began to flow from the corners of the mouths of the five of them. More and more blood flowed out of their mouths. After falling to the ground, they didn't know how many steps they had taken back. After the five figures looked at each other, they immediately realized that this guy called Lin Fei was more terrifying than they had imagined. This kind of strength was far different from what was described in the information. The five of them had just used the first method and the second method, but this guy's ability was much more ferocious than they had imagined. His body didn't seem to be seriously injured at all. Don't give him a chance to struggle at death's door. After they snorted coldly, the five of them instantly turned into five directions and besieged him again. Even though Lin Fei had displayed terrifying strength at this time, they were determined in their hearts that no matter how strong this guy's strength was, it was definitely not as strong as theirs. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In an instant, five black lights directly fell on their bodies. These five black lights came suddenly and strangely. They couldn't guard against it at all and were directly smashed away. Clatter, clatter. Cracks actually appeared on their bodies, and these cracks were getting bigger and bigger. It turned out that those alls just now had hit their bodies. This time, their expressions changed completely. No one knew better than them how powerful these alls were. If they hit their bodies, they would definitely know what despair was and what terror was. How can your body be so strong? It's impossible. The five of them were still in shock. After this attack, they knew that they had really underestimated this guy in front of them. Even now, even these alls had hit their bodies and erupted with terrifying power. If it were other treasures, it would be fine. But these alls were completely different. It was really unusually terrifying and unusually fierce. Nothing is impossible. The Tiandao Society is indeed very powerful to be able to invite you out. Now that the five of you are left here, I believe that the Tiandao Society will definitely be anxious. Lin Fei laughed loudly as he stepped forward. Then, 3 heads and 6 arms appeared behind him. 6 arms came crashing down on them. With this move, they were sent flying again. These arms seemed to have locked onto them. They couldn't hold on at all, and this was a close combat technique. Bang, 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 bang. The 5 figures were sent flying again and fell to the ground. The 6 arms grabbed out directly. The 5 fingers seemed to be able to control a part of the world, rendering all of their methods useless. Then, it landed on the hands of the 6 arms. Since you've come down, there's no need for you to leave. Tell the big shots of the Heavenly Society that if they want to bring you back, they'll have to pay the price. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that these people would make a move. It was just that he didn't expect such a show to come when it was almost 1,000 years. He was really too calculative. He could really hold it in for a few hundred years. If he was an ordinary person, he would have been caught off guard and would have lost his life. Soon, in a few decades, I'll be able to reach the second level and have some fun with you guys. I'll definitely give you guys a huge surprise. Today, they had given him a small surprise. After a few decades, Lin Fei would be able to give them a big surprise. However, for some people up there, if something happened to the 5 experts of the Heavenly Society, it wouldn't be a small matter. It would be a big matter. Endless black fog shrouded a place, and rays of light covered the area. It seemed calm, but it was filled with terrifying danger. In the depths of the palace, there were people coming and going. These people looked calm, and no one could see any changes in their expressions. However, they had an extremely frightening identity, and that was the people of the Heavenly Society. Most of these people were assassins of the Heavenly Society, and they were extremely powerful. If they hadn't been prepared and taken precautions, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the assassin's assassination. I didn't expect the 5 of them to suffer a loss when they went down. Now, they're all trapped down there. What do you think we should do about this? A figure hurriedly came in. It was the elder in charge of the first level. He came as soon as he received the news. Not far away stood a black-clothed man with a cold expression. His eyes seemed to be able to see through the sky, and they were deep and mysterious. I really underestimated this guy, Lin Fei. I didn't expect the strength of the first level to be so strong. I'm afraid that his overall battle prowess has already reached the level of a mid-god. The black-clothed man was the leader of the Heavenly Society. Everyone liked to call him the leader of the Heavenly Society. No one knew what the leader's real name was, but when they knew him, they would address him as the leader of the Heavenly Society. The second level was a top-notch expert, but this time, the leader of the Heavenly Society also felt a trace of pressure. The 5 people who went down were all high-level members of the Heavenly Society, and they had more potential. The reason they sent the 5 of them down was to successfully kill Lin Fei and complete this mission. After receiving such a large fee, they naturally had to be satisfied. But now, something had gone wrong. Why don't we send another group of people down? We have to take care of it. That Lin Fei can't possibly let those people think that our Heavenly Society is unreliable because of this matter. The elder said. The leader of the Heavenly Society laughed. No need. Even if we go down, it would be a waste of time. That kid is already lawless on the first level. He is very powerful and can be said to be the #1 expert. Even if we go down, it would be useless. It's better to wait for him to come to the second level. Send back all the benefits those 3 brought, and then compensate them. Our Heavenly Society won't accept this mission. Hearing the leader's words, the elder was very surprised. Their Heavenly Society had actually given up on dealing with a mid-god. This sort of thing rarely happened. Could it be that this guy really had great potential? If that's the case, won't it affect our Heavenly Society and make them think that our Heavenly Society is afraid of that fellow Lin Fei? If this were to spread, it wouldn't be a good thing. The reason why their Heavenly Society was able to exist for so long and become a special power was naturally because they had their own deterrent power. However, if they were to be affected because of Lin Fei's words, that was naturally not something they were willing to accept. There's still a lot of time. None of the people that our Heavenly Society wants to deal with will be able to escape. Arrange for more people to go down and bring the 5 of them back first. Chapter 4993. In a palace, there were 3 people sitting there. However, their expressions were somewhat unsightly. There were several jugs of wine in front of them, all of which were of high quality. Most people would feel tipsy after drinking a cup of it. However, they had already drunk several jugs, yet they weren't tipsy at all. The Heavenly Law Association is too useless. They can't even take care of Lin Fei. We were happy for nothing. Black Cloud Ancestor poured another jug of wine. They're really useless. I thought that Lin Fei would die this time. The 3 of us paid such a high price, but now, Heaven's Gate Ancestor also poured a cup of wine and gulped it down. The drunkenness on his face seemed to have increased. He was angry, but also helpless. That kid can probably be proud. I didn't expect that even the Heavenly Law Association couldn't take him down. 5 people, 5 people. The three of them had just received news from the Heavenly Law Association that they had canceled their mission. They had to return all the expenses. They would be compensated. They were extremely unhappy and helpless. However, they didn't dare to say anything. The Heavenly Law Association was already very particular about this. From start to finish, there really weren't many people who could make the Heavenly Law Association do this. If it had been on the second layer, that kid would have died countless times. Unfortunately, that kid was hiding on the first layer. That was a real problem. They even suspected that Lin Fei kid was hiding on the first layer and had many tricks up his sleeves. Otherwise, how could the 5 people from the Heavenly Law Association not be able to take care of Lin Fei? Instead, they were all detained by him. This was the most difficult thing to accept. No matter what, we were happy for nothing this time. However, that kid will come up sooner or later, unless he doesn't want to become a God-rank expert. Black Cloud Ancestor put down his wine cup and said fiercely. The other two's expressions also brightened. That's right. Unless Lin Fei didn't want to become a God-rank expert, he would have to come to this layer if he completely cultivated a godhead, because that layer wouldn't let him stay. As long as Lin Fei came to the second floor, the 3 of them would be able to go all out. One of them could even make Lin Fei experience despair. What was a cat-and-mouse game? What we need to do now is to wait for that brat to come up. It won't be long before he comes up. The 3 of them didn't think that Lin Fei could stay down there for long. It had been almost 1,000 years. Even if he were to suppress his strength, he would have to break through sooner or later. The 3 of them weren't the only ones who wanted to deal with Lin Fei. Even among the 7 chosen ones, there were still people who wanted to deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei had done enough bad things. Even that special place had been completely destroyed. This news naturally came from the mouths of the chosen ones. It was unknown how many people were cursing. A good place had been destroyed. This kind of strength, this kind of method, indeed shocked many people and also gave rise to many thoughts. Such a person must be destroyed. The Tiandao Society had indeed sent people down to contact Lin Fei. Their attitude was also very sincere. Even the 5 of them had been taken down, so the people who came down didn't dare to say anything, afraid that they would be left here again. It wasn't easy to come down, and they had to pay a huge price. But for the sake of those 5 people, they still had to make a trip. Lin Fei didn't ask for an exorbitant price. He just took another sum of resources from them. Such a sum of resources wasn't small, but it was enough to make people feel depressed, especially the Tiandao Society. It was estimated that they would be gnashing their teeth for a long time. They were injured, but it wasn't a big blow to their vitality. It was just to a certain extent that they could bear. In this aspect, Lin Fei was still quite good at calculating. His calculations were quite accurate. He was certain that if they didn't take out these benefits, they could forget about bringing all 5 of them back. So Lin Fei also made a profit. The time of 1,000 years was getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, there were only 10 years left. The first level was still calm and peaceful. There was no movement at all. Everything had stopped. Whoosh! On this day, Lin Fei sat in the courtyard, leisurely drinking tea. These teas were all collected from this level. They were all top-notch teas and were extremely rare. Regardless of whether it was for the divine soul, they were all very helpful. Of course, it was also useful for the physical body, but it wasn't of much help to Lin Fei. He only used it to taste when he was free. There's movement. A ripple of power engulfed the entire first floor. Lin Fei also felt it at this moment. He slowly drank the tea in his cup, and in the blink of an eye, he teleported to the edge of the first floor. Now, on this first floor, Lin Fei could go wherever he wanted. Even the greater teleportation spell could do it easily. However, at this moment, when Lin Fei saw the scene at the edge of the world, he was even more shocked. Master, this seems to be the legendary Everlasting Mountain. After Lin Fei appeared. Following that, another set of silhouettes came over. It was really the Blue Fairy. The Blue Fairy's body was already at the inferior god level, almost reaching the peak level. Therefore, his speed was naturally not considered slow, surpassing the others. Hearing the Blue Fairy's words, Lin Fei was slightly startled. Could it be that this everlasting mountain had a great background? He casually asked, "Is this thing very famous? This seems to be the first time I've heard of it. I don't have any information about the Everlasting Mountain at all." The blue fairy nodded his head. "This Everlasting Mountain is indeed very different. On my second floor, only a few people from the older generation know about it. It just so happens that my master has been there once before, but that was 3,000 years ago." Following that, the blue fairy slowly explained. Lin Fei finally understood the mysteries of this everlasting mountain. This everlasting mountain belonged to a certain great figure who had refined it. There were many hidden opportunities. Random would appear. Sometimes it would appear in this area. Sometimes it would appear in other areas. 3,000 years later, he was here again. That was even more different. Once the everlasting mountain appears, I'm afraid that it will be incomparably lively. Those super experts and people from some special places will all come over. Lin Fei could also tell that although this everlasting mountain was outside the world's end, it was definitely not outside, but in a starry sky. Just the power of the ripples just now would definitely alarm this area, and even all the powers in the star domain. They would all come after hearing the news. In that case, there's going to be a good show. Just as he finished speaking, a notification rang out in his mind. Ding, explore the ancient mountain. The longer you stay, the more experience you will obtain, and the better the reward will be. The arrival of such a mission was indeed quite a surprise. Chapter 4994. When the time limit mission came out, Lin Fei was actually not surprised at all. After all, he already knew that his family's leveling system was quite good. Once there was a mission, it would automatically be triggered. Fortunately, an everlasting mountain came this time, which was truly unexpected for Lin Fei. However, this was also good. These last few decades could still be lively. Although there were only 10 years left, there were still a lot of things that could be done in these 10 years. Master, it's just that once this everlasting mountain opens, I'm afraid that our floor will become very lively. People from many places will rush over, because this place seems to be the closest to us, and will also become a place to stay. The blue fairy was more or less worried. After all, she was different from the others and was more thorough in her thinking. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He really didn't care much about these things. It's fine. Even if they come and treat this place as a place to stay, it's fine as long as they're honest. If they're not honest, then I don't mind beating them up. Hearing that, the blue fairy came to a sudden realization. It seemed like he had underestimated his master's courage. If someone were to cause trouble here, they would definitely be killed, and there would be no chance for them to regret it, because he was the Lord. Back then, the people from his second floor had suffered a huge loss when they came down. But in the end, he was still very obedient in front of Lin Fei. He would pay as much as he had to. She had witnessed it with her own eyes, even if it was a blessing in disguise. She was clearly a maid, but in the end, she obtained such a huge benefit in an instant. Her strength had also increased by leaps and bounds, and even her physical body had reached the peak of the inferior god. In the same realm, there was no one whose physical body was stronger than his. The appearance of such a place had indeed caused the people on the first floor to be completely moved. However, they quickly discovered that they were unable to leave. Only with a certain amount of strength could they do so. After all, the world barrier was still very tough and powerful. Not just anyone could break it. The people on the second floor also saw the everlasting mountain outside, and knew that if they wanted to go to the everlasting mountain this time, they would have to go through the first floor. This was because the world barrier on the first floor was the weakest. However, when they thought about the great demon king, Lin Fei, occupying the first level, their faces turned ugly. These fellows were not so easy to deal with. Didn't they see that the 7 proud sons of heaven had suffered a loss? They even lost one. Even if the 3 big shots were down there, they would still suffer a loss. Until now, there was still no movement. Of course, they didn't know that the 3 big shots had spent a lot of money to invite the experts of the Tiandao Society. As a result, the experts of the Tiandao Society had suffered greatly when they arrived. He was even captured by Lin Fei. He had to pay a huge price to get it back. Even the Heavenly Law Association had refunded all the fees and even compensated them. If this news were to spread, everyone would be even more shocked and desperate. If they knew that the everlasting mountain would appear, they definitely wouldn't have offended Lin Fei like this. Now, it wasn't that easy to reach the first level. In the end, they felt that they had to have a good chat with Lin Fei. They obediently came down and did not cause any trouble, hoping that Lin Fei would give him a chance. They did not see Lin Fei, they only saw the Blue Fairy. Everything was handled by the Blue Fairy. It also allowed the Blue Fairy to enter everyone's line of sight. Who would have thought that the Blue Fairy who came down all those years ago would suddenly change her appearance, and her own strength would also become extremely strong. It was said that they had all reached the peak of the inferior god's physical body, which was the most inconceivable. The Blue Fairy was actually not too surprised by the people who came down from above. This was because the purpose of these people coming here was actually very simple, and that was to let their proud sons of heaven come to this level. When the time came, they would use their methods to blast open the world barrier and head to the starry sky outside. There was no other way, because the God's continent was different from other places. This place was considered special. One could only leave the first level. If it was in the past, they would not have thought much about it. Unfortunately, this time, with Lin Fei, it was completely different. If they did not make arrangements for Lin Fei, they would not be able to leave the world of this level at all. It can only be said that this was all fate. In the end, Fairy Bayou helped them. She also knew that such a situation was very normal, but there was one thing she had to tell them. If anything happened on the first level, they would definitely not be soft-hearted. They would definitely use some means. They did not have much of an opinion on this, as it was all within their expectations. Just like that, the people from the second level began to appear on the first level, and they were all proud sons of heaven. These proud sons of heaven were originally quite arrogant because they had their own backgrounds. However, after coming to this level, they really did not dare to have any ideas. Who didn't know that there was a great demon king on this level called Lin Fei? If they offended this Lin Fei, they would be killed at any time. Even if the people on the second floor wanted to help them vent their anger, they would not be able to do anything, and they would truly be killed. This was because they had come to this level with their original bodies, not their clones. This was because their clones could not unleash their full strength. Crash. On this day, two figures directly came from the void to the world of this layer. The moment they arrived, their expressions were filled with joy. Ha ha! I never thought that there would be a place to stay on this level. This is great. I can smell the scent of fresh blood. I heard that the strongest person on this level is only at the level of an inferior god. These two people's faces were pale, as if there was no blood on them for an entire year. But at this moment, they seemed to be exceptionally excited, and their strength was actually at the level of an inferior god. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and eat a batch first. We'll go after the everlasting mountain opens. The two of them directly ran towards the nearest city. As soon as they arrived at the city, they turned into a monstrous sea of blood and directly rolled up. The blood turned into streaks of light that passed through the bodies of these cultivators with whooshing sounds. The sudden scene also caused the faces of everyone in the city to change drastically. Ah, stop struggling. All of you blood food, obediently give me your lives. It's been a long time since I've enjoyed such a sumptuous meal. The moment these two people made their move, they did not show any mercy at all. They moved viciously, engulfing the entire city. He didn't give them any chance to struggle. Familiar path. Chapter 4995. The sudden scene had indeed caused the experts in the entire city to be unable to resist, and they were directly devoured completely. Following that, two figures quickly turned into a stream of light and sped away. All that was left was an empty city. Not long after they left, a figure directly came over. This figure was none other than the Blue Fairy. I came a step too late. This must be a foreign expert. I didn't expect him to be so tyrannical. As soon as he arrived, he completely devoured a city of 200,000 to 300,000 people. Such a person can't be allowed to live. When there was movement here, the Blue Fairy immediately rushed over, but she didn't expect that she would still be a step too late, leaving behind an empty city. The blue fairy's expression was somewhat ugly. Ever since the people from the second level came down, from time to time, some people from this level would also come here by relying on some space treasures. In the beginning, there were indeed people who caused trouble. However, they were all killed by the blue fairy. Now, among those in the same realm, she was definitely considered to be at the top level, although she could not be considered invincible. This was a good thing for the blue fairy. If someone caused trouble, she would solve it. Once she took action, she would be killed. On the contrary, this made the blue fairy's combat experience more and more abundant, and she was more and more compatible with the powerful effects brought about by her physical body. She also made a name for herself on this level. Everyone knew that in addition to the great demon king Lin Fei, there was another she-devil, the blue fairy. At the same time, many of the favored ones who came down from the second level felt powerless. Naturally, they didn't dare to have any ideas, but in their hearts, they could not wait for someone to cause trouble again. In the end, these troublemakers were killed one by one, and the person who was killed was the blue fairy. In the past, she belonged to the second level in their circle. Now, she had actually vaguely reached the superclass level. Such a huge change was really difficult for them to accept. I didn't expect the experts of the Blood Clan to come. I heard that the Blood Clan likes to cause destruction the most. Coming to such a place, they will definitely crazily snatch the blood food. That's right. Not only are the blood breeds violent, but they're also extremely fast. It won't be easy to catch up to them. I can finally see the blue fairy at a disadvantage. Isn't she very strong? If you have the ability, kill the two vampire experts as well. The commotion here was quickly noticed by some people. They were all favored by the heavens, so they naturally didn't have a temper. They all knew that the great demon king, Lin Fei, wasn't someone to be trifled with. When they came down, they had repeatedly warned them not to cause any trouble and to put away all their thoughts. They still had to go to the everlasting mountain, and it was the easiest to leave from here. They couldn't cause trouble, so they naturally hoped that others could. Now, it was best to see the blue fairy suffer. As long as the great demon king Lin Fei didn't make a move, no one would be able to handle the two blood breeds. The bigger the commotion, the better. In this way, they could breathe a sigh of relief. The blue fairy didn't stay for long and immediately chased after them. After all, this level wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. In the eyes of the inferior God Stage rankers, it wouldn't take long for them to walk around. Moreover, the blue fairy's current physical body was so strong. Get the hell out here. In an inconspicuous place, the blue fairy caught up, shouted loudly, and blasted open the ground. Following that, two figures rushed out. These two figures were the two Strigoi figures from before. They had eaten their fill, so they naturally needed to refine it. They didn't expect that someone would catch up to them before they even started. It was even a woman. A pretty woman. His eyes lit up. I didn't expect that just as we were full, someone would send us a gift. Then we won't be polite. It's been a long time since we've enjoyed it. Don't be afraid. We two brothers are very gentle. We will definitely let you experience what true excitement is. Two silhouettes instantly surrounded them. However, as soon as they got close, a bolt of lightning directly bombarded their bodies. It turned out that at this moment, the blue fairy had used a thunderous method. They were quite strong, and the blood sea monstrous sky came crashing down. You have quite a temper, but it doesn't matter. We like people with a temper the most. You won't have such a big temper later. The two of them attacked fiercely, one from the front and one from the back. The blue fairy's thunderous method was quite powerful. Because she had used a thunderous treasure, she could restrain these Strigoi. In the distance, Lin Fei sipped his tea while watching the battle. Ever since he allowed the favored ones above to come down, Lin Fei basically didn't care much about the matters on this level, leaving it all to the blue fairy. And the blue fairy was quite good at managing it. At the same time, she could also train her strength. These two Strigoi are too arrogant. They're going to suffer in a while. After a glance, Lin Fei knew that these two Strigoi were indeed quite strong. However, compared to the blue fairy, they were far inferior. They were going to suffer a big loss later. Their lives would be gone. Whoosh. A compass flew out in an instant. After the feng shui compass flew out, a figure appeared on it. The figure raised her hand and slapped down. Following that, the sky full of thunderbolts directly penetrated their bodies. These two strigoi didn't even think that they would be schemed against while they were having fun. Most importantly, they no longer had a chance to resist. With a whoosh, the blood sea was obliterated. It turned out that the blue fairy was just stalling for time when she fought with them. She secretly used a treasure and launched her strongest attack. She killed the two of them. This scene also made countless favored ones take a deep breath in their hearts. Good Lord, she's really good at calculating. As expected of the she-devil, she's too fierce. How many treasures does this fellow have? That treasure, just now, is probably a middle-grade divine artifact. Be careful in the future. You can't afford to offend the great demon king or the she-devil. It's better to behave. The two strigoi died just like that. Of course, the subsequent influence it brought was not low either. Everyone was obedient. However, even if the blue fairy could make a move, there were still more and more people coming. Some of them were extremely strong, and even the blue fairy would not be able to grasp them all at once. Fortunately, these people seemed to have some thoughts and knew some details about this level, so they did not go too far. He could barely maintain his silence. From start to finish, Lin Fei did not make a move again. There were more and more people on this floor. They all felt that this place was the closest to the everlasting mountain, and it was also the place where they could stay the most. Chapter 4996. Fairy Bayou still managed to make a name for herself. At the very least, after exterminating the strigoi, no inferior god would dare to make a move here. Time passed day by day. Everyone was looking forward to the everlasting mountain opening earlier. Of course, the only thing that made them a little unhappy was that they couldn't do anything here. This was because from time to time, outsiders would be killed by the female devil, the blue fairy. Behind the female devil, the blue fairy, was a great demon king, and that was Lin Fei. No one had ever seen Lin Fei's strength before. He had more or less heard some rumors. It was rumored that the people on the second floor of this world did not dare to do anything to this Lin Fei. He had even suffered quite a bit. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. That was what everyone said, so they endured it. For the sake of a small life, there was no need to offend that great demon king. Not to mention that he now had the chance to head to this everlasting mountain. Don't run anymore. Obediently hand over the map of the everlasting mountain. Otherwise, you'll definitely die today. Even if the great Luo Immortal comes, he won't be able to save you. There were no signs. On the first floor of the god's great world, a figure barged in. Even the void moved along with it. Following that, a voice sounded extremely miserable as it smashed through a huge mountain. Following that, a voice walked in from outside. That tall figure was covered in boundless black fog, instantly causing countless people to pay attention to this side. They all realized that something was happening here. What happened? It seems like someone has barged in. What is this? Haven't you heard that this person seems to have a map of the everlasting mountain? It can't be. There really is a map of the everlasting mountain. This is definitely a good thing. Do you want to snatch it? When the time comes, you won't get lost in the everlasting mountain. Don't tell me you guys want to snatch this everlasting mountain's map. Don't tell me you didn't see who that figure was. That's someone from the Heavenly Ghost sect. Quite a few people heard the voice. When they heard that it was the Heavenly Ghost sect, their expressions changed quite a bit. Of course, the locals naturally didn't know. The outsiders more or less knew how powerful the Heavenly Ghost sect was. The black figure suddenly punched out. This punch pierced through the void, causing the entire void to crack. At the end of the path, the person who was originally covered in wounds put up a defense. Even if he managed to prop it up, it still crumbled into pieces in an instant, and he was sent flying once again. Another mountain was reduced to ruins. In a flash, the Black Shadow had arrived here. You're no match for me, so why do you persist? If you hand over the map of the everlasting mountain, you might even be able to leave behind an intact corpse. This black-armored man was very strong. He arrived above the ruins just like that. With a grasp of his 5 fingers, The ruins below instantly disintegrated and turned into nothingness before everyone's eyes. Everyone's scalp went numb. They finally understood the strength of the heavenly ghost sex experts. They had actually grasped the great path of destruction. In an instant, they had destroyed all the ruins and turned them into nothingness. This was a profound technique that he had mastered. A figure rushed out in a sorry state. "This is impossible. This thing will definitely not be given to you. If you want the map of the everlasting mountain, go and snatch it if you have the ability. It's impossible to take the map of the everlasting mountain from my hands. Even if I die, I won't give it to you." The figure rushed out and let out a furious roar. Following that, his entire body turned into a jingguang and smashed towards the black-armored man. This jingguang was extremely powerful and terrifying. It gathered all of its power and instantly swept out, following a ray of light that flew far away. Many people also noticed the change in this ray of light at this moment. The map of the everlasting mountain. That must be the map of the everlasting mountain. Ha ha! I never thought that a map of the everlasting mountain would actually appear. In the blink of an eye, a few figures flew out, rushing towards the map of the everlasting mountain. The first to obtain it was inferior god. He was overjoyed. This was a good thing. Ha ha ha! This thing belongs to me. I never thought that I would be able to obtain a primordial map. Just as the inferior god Ranker finished speaking, he saw a ray of light attack him. Before he could even react, he was split in half. He couldn't even block it. Following that, a black-armored figure came over just like that. However, this ball of light also flew out. It was snatched away by another inferior god. However, they weren't one inferior god, but two inferior gods. After the two of them snatched it, they fled to the left and right, as if they knew that the person just now was exceptionally powerful. People from the Heavenly Ghost sect, no matter how bold you are, if you dare to kill someone on this floor, you will be finished. No one can cause trouble on this floor. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, were also extremely fast. With a bang, the figure on the left instantly turned into a pool of blood. A clone walked out from the other side. Sneer. On the other side, the black-armored figure continued to chase after him. No one can stop me from getting what I want. At the end of the path in front of him, a clone also walked out, forcing the figure to stop with a single move. Following that, the black-armored man behind him took out a large bell, and with a ding-dong sound, the inferior god was sucked into it. In the blink of an eye, two inferior god experts, in addition to the three inferior god experts that had been killed earlier, were killed just like that. Those who had some thoughts instantly lost them. The people from the Heavenly Ghost sect were too terrifying. The battle prowess of a peak inferior god. The black-armored man grabbed the ball of light. Inside the ball of light was actually a ring, and everyone believed it even more. This ring should contain secrets regarding the everlasting mountain. Sir, you killed a demigod on the first floor, and then made a move here. Have you not heard of the rules of this floor? No inferior god is allowed to fight against a semi-god level expert. Just as the black-armored man obtained a ring, a ray of light flew over and struck the ring. The ring was sent flying. This scene happened very quickly. The people from the Heavenly Ghost sect didn't even have time to react before they lost their rings. Following that, a figure walked out from afar. She even grabbed the ring. It was none other than Fairy Jadestream. The blue fairy was very busy right now. Other than her, a few experts also appeared behind her. These were all semi-god level experts. Of course, there were also some inferior gods. The first floor was different from the other places. It would be fine if it was a war god. However, the actions of a demigod expert and inferior god expert were different. The impact was too great. Once they made a move, it would affect a very large area. This was also why Lin Fei had specifically requested those experts not to make a move rashly. Chapter 4997. This person was indeed an expert from the Heavenly Ghost sect. He was exceptionally strong. He had the battle prowess of a peak lower god, and he had mastered some special fighting techniques. Therefore, he was exceptionally strong. He could not be compared to other peak lower gods. Seeing that the other party had snatched the storage ring away, Zhang Xian frowned slightly before swiftly swinging his sword toward the other party. He was also an expert swordsman. He had a sword in his hand. This sword was a low-grade divine weapon. It was the best of the low-grade divine weapons. The cold light of the sword shone brightly. The frightening cold light made everyone's heart tremble. Just now, everyone had thought that this guy was strong enough. Unexpectedly, he was even stronger than they had imagined. A peak lower god. Scared. Scared. Another one who has come to seek death. Then I will not be polite and kill you. I am the rule here, and no one can set rules for me. Not you, not anyone. When the sword passed through, the void around Fairy Greenstream seemed to be restricted by layers of restrictions. The sword light could not get any closer. Even if it broke through the restrictions and landed on the blue fairy, it would only leave some light white marks on her body. Everyone could feel the power of this sword attack. Even the blue fairy could feel it. She finally knew that this guy was definitely a peak lower god. His swordsmanship was amazing. If not for some of the techniques he had cultivated, he would not have felt good. At the same time, the blue fairy was excited. She had finally found a powerful expert. You are very strong. Not many people have been able to make me fight to my heart's content. Today, you really made me feel like fighting. I hope you can let me experience what it means to fight. Many people wanted to see this demoness misfortune. However, he did not expect that this demoness would immediately launch an attack after blocking the sword. In an instant, the two of them exchanged blows. It was very intense. Cold sweat dripped down from the hearts of everyone who saw this. This guy was even more terrifying than they had imagined. It turned out that he had not used his full strength when fighting those lower gods. The more Fubai fought, the more surprised he became. He naturally knew that the great world of the gods was divided into 3 layers. The first layer only had the strength of a low god. Of course, this level of strength was nothing in his eyes. The second floor was slightly more interesting, but the people on the second floor couldn't come down. Fubai was more at ease than anything else, but now, the blue fairy had popped up. This guy's strength seemed to be more terrifying than he had imagined. His methods were actually unable to capture the blue fairy. Instead, he was left with wounds all over his body. Lin Fei, who had been standing in the distance, drank his tea leisurely. The entire first floor was under his control. Once in a while, a powerful one would naturally be dealt with by the blue fairy. Fubai's appearance surprised Lin Fei. Finally, some powerful ones came. The most important thing was that this guy actually had a map of the everlasting mountain in his hands. This made Lin Fei even more interested, even though he did not know how that guy obtained the map of the everlasting mountain. What did this have to do with him? As long as he could land in his hands, anything was fine. The blue fairy is indeed quite strong, but this heavenly ghost sect fellow doesn't look weak either. If we were to fight, we should be able to fight to a draw, but that's enough to be proud of. The blue fairy's methods were indeed powerful, but the people from the heavenly ghost sect were equally powerful. To be able to fight to a draw was already a great improvement. It was too difficult to kill the other party, because the other party had mastered many methods. He even majored in the power of destruction. I have destruction. The more Fubai fought, the more shocked he became. He never thought that this guy would be so strong. Especially this physical body, it could even withstand the attack of his sword technique. On the contrary, it was his own that was inferior. He also realized that if he continued, he would not be able to gain any benefits. He might as well use a treasure. This was a big round eye. When this big round eye appeared, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Even if they were standing far away, even if they were in the void, or if they were borrowing the effect of treasures, they could still feel this special atmosphere. Hua hua! The big round eye burst out a bright light. Within the light, everything turned into nothingness in an instant. That she-devil is going to suffer. It's good that she's dead. It's good that she's dead. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Many people hated Fairy Greenstream to the heavens. It was a pity that they didn't have any methods. Now, they could finally see the blue fairy suffer a loss, and it was very likely that she would be killed. The blue fairy used a method to resist, but the light still penetrated her, causing a trace of blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. She was still not a match for this heavenly ghost sect. The other party's treasure was really too terrifying. In just a single exchange, it had caused great destruction. If Fairy Greenstream didn't have many divine abilities and a strong physical body, she probably wouldn't have lasted more than a few breaths before turning into nothingness. If you don't abide by the rules on the first level, you'll have to be obedient and accept punishment. A palm appeared on top of Fu Bai's head without warning, followed by a faint voice. Then, the palm pressed down, and with a bang, Fu Bai's head was smashed down. That place was transformed into a huge handprint. The extremely valiant Fu Bai had disappeared without a trace. Even his big round eyes had become dim and colorless. The Great Demon King made a move. It must be the Great Demon King who made a move. He's too powerful. He attacked from afar and used such a technique. I'd better be obedient. This Lin Fei is in trouble. He actually killed an expert of the Heavenly Ghost Sect. The Heavenly Ghost Sect definitely won't give up. Just now, it was indeed Lin Fei who had attacked from afar. Now that he had attacked from afar on the first level, his power was extremely powerful. Even a peak demigod would be unable to do anything to him. Didn't many people want to see this? Thus, Lin Fei decided to attack. The strength of a peak stage lower deity was indeed quite powerful, but there was only so much they could endure. After a while, the blue fairy returned with that ring. You've improved a lot. This guy has the battle prowess of a peak inferior god and has mastered the power of destruction. He's indeed quite strong. It doesn't matter if you can't beat him. Lin Fei laughed and said. The blue fairy indeed felt quite ashamed. He never thought that he would still be inferior to others. He couldn't help but laugh when he heard such praise. This is his ring. Inside should be the map of the everlasting mountain. The ring was placed on the table. There was a faint layer of defense on it. With Lin Fei in his hand, this layer of defense was broken. This should have an owner, and that person should have stolen it. Chapter 4998. Lin Fei was still very interested in such a ring. He wanted to know what was inside. After all, it was quite different to be able to get someone from the Heavenly Ghost Sect to come and fight for it, especially when that guy had brought along some divine abilities and treasures. Even the blue fairy was at a loss for words, and had even suffered a loss. Even though it was only a small loss, it was still enough to prove how powerful the other party was. In front of Lin Fei, he was easily killed with a single punch. The defense on the ring was broken in the blink of an eye, and the items inside fell onto the table. There were only 3 items in total. This surprised Lin Fei. One of the jade talismans. This jade talisman was very ordinary, but gave off a strange aura. Other than that, there was also an unknown flower at the side, which also gave off a strange aura. Other than that, what caught Lin Fei's attention the most was the last thing. That was a key. This key was completely white, as if it was made of silver. In reality, it wasn't silver. It was a special material. Seeing these 3 things, Lin Fei himself was a little surprised. He had thought that there would be a map inside, but now he had thought too much. There were no maps of the everlasting mountain at all. Perhaps there were, but it wasn't the current situation. My lord, I think this jade talisman should have some use. I'm afraid it's the kind that hides some secrets. The blue fairy reacted the fastest. His gaze immediately fell on the jade talisman. Lin Fei also nodded his head. Maybe it should be on this. Let me see what kind of tricks it has. He reached out and grabbed the clothes. Following that, a ball of light appeared on the clothes. An illusory figure appeared within the light. The illusory figure did not carry any emotion. This old man once entered the everlasting mountain. The illusory figure slowly spoke. There were only a few hundred words, neither more nor less, but the information was extremely explosive. He finally understood why there were only 3 items here. This old man actually went to the everlasting mountain before, went to the depths, and even obtained these 3 things. This jade talisman was specially left behind by him, and this is probably the last time. This grass can pass through a certain range after being refined, and this key is the most important. Only a few keys can be pieced together to open that place. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect such a thing to happen. The most important thing should be this key. Unfortunately, there is only one key. There isn't even a map. It seems that the expert from the Sky Ghost sect doesn't know the exact situation. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. He was happy for nothing. Even if he went to the Everlasting Mountain, he did not know what was going on inside. Don't worry, sir. Since this ring has fallen into our hands, it won't be long before some people come looking for you to talk about cooperation. At that time, sir will know the specifics of the situation. The blue fairy was still very smart and immediately thought of the key point. For such an item to be chased all the way here and fall into Lin Fei's hands in the end, the news would definitely spread. Those people would definitely move upon hearing the news. After all, the strength that Lin Fei had displayed would make those people not dare to have any big thoughts. At the very least, they wouldn't dare to make a move against Lin Fei on this floor. He didn't see the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect being killed with a single punch. After the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were killed, the first floor quieted down again. Even the people who came later didn't have much of a method. After all, to be able to kill an existence at the peak of the inferior god with a single punch, they were definitely terrifying existences. At the very least, he could unleash the strength of a god. And the most important thing was that this level restricted the use of strength, so even if you had the guts, you wouldn't dare to cause trouble here. This expert from the Heavenly Ghost sect could only be said to be unlucky to encounter such a thing. Another 2 experts have come. These 2 experts are really quite strong. They are at the peak of the inferior god realm. However, it's not their true bodies, but their clones. After reaching the level that Lin Fei was at, he could naturally feel the changes at the base level. As soon as these 2 people entered, Lin Fei knew that they were clones. If an ordinary low god had some treasures, they could cultivate a doppelganger. Of course, it would only be a doppelganger. The doppelganger's strength wouldn't be too strong. However, it would be pretty good for traveling. That expert from the Heavenly Ghost sect didn't have a clone. He only had one true body. It was because his family was poor. If his family was rich, he definitely wouldn't have come here with his true body. This was something that Lin Fei understood after reading a lot of information. As soon as the 2 figures arrived, they headed in this direction. Lin Fei smiled. He seemed to understand what was going on. Are we really going to look for this Demon King? Lin Fei? This guy was able to kill Fu Bai of the Heavenly Ghost sect with a single punch. I'm afraid he won't be easy to deal with. The full-bearded man said with a worried look on his face. If we were somewhere else, I would definitely let him experience what it means to be honest and tell the truth. He wouldn't have to hide in this place and act like a mountain king. That guy will probably have a good talk with us. Even if he gets the ring, even if he sees what's inside, he will still be confused. We will have to cooperate. There's no other way. Who asked him to have such a key? The other middle-aged man in green said calmly. The 2 of them had come here to look for Lin Fei. If it wasn't for the fact that that guy chose to come to the outside world out of all places, things wouldn't have been so troublesome. Even their clones had to come here. If they were somewhere else, they really wouldn't have such thoughts. Who didn't know that Lin Fei's reputation was a bit scary? He even killed Fu Bai, who was at the peak of the inferior god stage. This was what frightened them the most. They were prepared to have a good talk with this Lin Fei. Even if they lost this clone, it didn't matter. They didn't bring anything with them on this trip, so there was nothing to lose. All they needed was some time to train back. This was their greatest source of confidence. The 2 of you must have come from afar for that ring, right? Before the 2 of them reached the underground palace, a figure appeared in front of them. The 2 of them weren't surprised at all. After all, Lin Fei was a demon king. On this level, there was probably nothing that could be hidden from the other party. From the moment they came down, Lin Fei already knew everything. He didn't attack them because they didn't have any intentions. When they saw Lin Fei, they were shocked. He was more valiant than they had expected. Chapter 4999. When the 2 of them came together, in an instant, he sensed something unusual about Lin Fei. This guy was very powerful and terrifying. Even if they were avatars, if they were to go all out, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand a few moves from the other party, especially when the other party was an expert in close combat. Fellow Taoist Lin, we are here to seek cooperation with you. I wonder if we can find a place to sit down and have a chat. The one who spoke first was the bearded man. Previously, he had some complaints, but now, he didn't have any thoughts of complaining. This Lin Fei was more terrifying than he had imagined. It was better to be honest. After destroying a clone, it would take some time to cultivate it back. No problem. I thought you were here to cause trouble for me. If you are here to cause trouble for me, I will send you back directly. I like people who abide by the rules on this level. Lin Fei's words weren't very harsh, but they felt completely different in the hearts of these two people. They were even more glad that they didn't have any ulterior motives for coming here. Otherwise, they would definitely suffer a lot. That's impossible. The two of us are here to seek cooperation. We definitely won't cause any trouble. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Actually, I was just joking with you. People like you should know the rules on this level. Let's change places to chat. In the blink of an eye, the three of them arrived at a nearby mountain. The air here is fresh. It's the best place to talk. We aren't afraid that someone will hear us. Don't you think so? Lin Fei didn't bring the two of them to his underground palace. Instead, he found a random place. Not everyone could listen to him speak on this floor. Any place was absolutely safe. The bearded man and the man in green looked at each other. The bearded man was the first to speak. It's like this. Fellow Taoist Lin should have obtained a ring from Fu Bai of the Heavenly Ghoul sect. There should be a key inside. We both have a map, so we would like to cooperate with you to go to that place. We could be considered as a team. The bearded man said straightforwardly, Fellow Taoist Lin, we have come with sincerity and hope to have a good talk with you. After all, this place is beneficial to both of us. Lin Fei's expression didn't change much. Everything was as the Blue Fairy had said. As expected, someone came to seek cooperation from him. It seemed that this key was more important than he had imagined. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's talk about the origin of this key first, and what's the purpose of that place. I'll think about it after you explain it clearly. Otherwise, if you want to cooperate with me just because of a few words, you're really too naive. Lin Fei was not someone who could be easily fooled. He wouldn't have any ideas until he was clear about the situation. Even if Lin Fei didn't say it, the two of them would probably know it. The two of them looked at each other again. They were not surprised by this at all. Just like the information said, this Lin Fei was quite particular. Of course, they didn't think that they would be able to persuade Lin Fei with just a few words. If it was really that easy, Lin Fei wouldn't have stayed on this level. Even the people on the second level of this macro world couldn't do anything to this guy, let alone them. The place we're going to is called the Immortal Ascension Platform. Of course, this place has another name, the Celestial Immortal Platform. I heard that it's very likely that we can reach the legendary place where the Celestial Immortals reside. It's a real step to the heavens. Not many people know about the Celestial Immortal Platform. Only a few big shots know about it. We found out from a lot of information that this key is one of the keys to open the Celestial Immortal Platform. A total of 9 keys like this are needed to open it. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected that this key would be related to such a place. This place was actually called the Celestial Immortal Platform. The name sounded different. A figure appeared in front of him. It seems that this place is quite interesting. Can you be more specific? If you are interested, then I am naturally interested in cooperating with you. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else in his heart that if he did not obtain this key, coupled with his own strength, these people would definitely not be so kind. He was even talking to him here. Maybe he already had other ideas. The bearded man and the azure-clothed man looked at each other, but didn't stop and continued to talk. This time, the two of them spoke in more detail. They all wanted to cooperate with this Lin Fei. After all, Lin Fei had one of the 9 keys in his hands. This was the key. Even if he had a map, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he didn't have the key. With the key, it would be completely different. Just like that, Lin Fei listened quietly. The more he listened, the more he felt that this everlasting mountain was more mysterious than he had imagined. There was actually such a place inside. After the two of them finished speaking, they looked at Lin Fei quietly. I hope to hear better news. It really is a pretty good place. It should be a place left behind by a big shot. I just don't know where the remaining 8 keys are. If I can't gather all the keys in the end, then I'll be busy for nothing. Lin Fei was missing a map, but he didn't have the mood to snatch it from these two people. The two of them had probably already made their preparations. They definitely wouldn't have foolishly brought a map with them. If there was such a fool, they wouldn't have cultivated to such a level. Fellow Taoist Lin, you don't have to worry about that. The keys have already been obtained. They will definitely gather here this time. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait for a long time. It's still unknown whether you'll be able to meet them or not. The two of them were also very confident that they would definitely be able to enter that place this time and see the legendary celestial immortal platform. If that's the case, then it couldn't be any better. Then we could try to cooperate once. Lin Fei did not think too much about it. That is, how are we going to split the benefits when we enter the celestial immortal platform? Lin Fei didn't really care about who was going to be there. He didn't care much about the strength of these two people. At most, they were just God level. He himself was even more valiant. Therefore, as long as they reached the place where the celestial immortal platform was, it would be fine. Because what Lin Fei lacked was a map. If these two were to find out, they would probably be extremely angry and act as a good person for free. If you don't say it, then I want 60% of the benefits. Chapter 5000. In the end, the two of them still left, but both of them were in a good mood. This was because Lin Fei had finally agreed to cooperate with them. He had finally come to the right place. At the very least, they did not run for nothing. Although this Lin Fei looked very fierce, it was only on the first floor. If they really went outside, they would only have the strength of a god, and their own strength was superior to the other parties. If the two of them worked together, they would be able to suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei watched as they left the floor, but did not stop them, nor did he think too much about it. This time, he was going to the Everlasting Mountain to take a look. If he didn't know about the immortal stage, Lin Fei really wouldn't have thought too much about it. At most, he would go in for a stroll, and that would be it. Now that he knew of such a place, Lin Fei naturally wanted to take a good look. After all, the word celestial immortal seemed rather ordinary, but in Lin Fei's eyes, the meaning of these two words was completely different. There was definitely a deep secret, and what Lin Fei needed to do now was to find this place. Listening to the two of them, Lin Fei could tell that going to this immortal stage was not as easy as he had imagined, and was even more dangerous. After the two of them came, Lin Fei thought that the matter would end just like that, and all that was left was to wait for the Everlasting Mountain to open. But he didn't expect that there would be so many people here, and all of them were here for him. However, they didn't have the guts to make a move here. These people all had the same thought, and that was to cooperate with Lin Fei to head to the heavenly immortal platform. Actually, all of this was within Lin Fei's expectations. Since someone had come, then there would definitely be a second wave of people. No one was willing to miss such an opportunity. Who told Lin Fei to have such a key in his hands? This was the most important thing. Lin Fei did not agree to any of these people. Trouble. Some of these people even came over with a tone of arrogance. However, they didn't have the guts to make a move here. Naturally, Lin Fei didn't have any intention of cooperating with them. From their words, he knew a lot about the heavenly immortal stage. This heavenly immortal stage was extremely difficult to find, and other than having a map, he also needed a key. Therefore, without a certain level of strength, he would not be able to go to the Everlasting Mountain, not to mention going to the heavenly immortal platform. The more information he knew, the more interested Lin Fei was in the heavenly immortal platform. It was much more mysterious than he had imagined. Just look at how impulsive these people are. It seemed like they all wanted to go to the heavenly immortal platform. Unfortunately, they didn't have the key, so it was useless even if they had the map. The key was the key, and now, Lin Fei had such a key in his hands. Lin Fei really had to thank Fu Bai from the Heavenly Ghost Sect. He didn't expect that after he chased him in, the key would fall into his hands. Such a good thing was really like being blessed by the Son of Fortune. If it was any other time, Lin Fei really wouldn't think that his luck was so good. Now that he thought about it, this time, even the heavens were helping him. What kind of secrets did the great world of gods have? Actually, Lin Fei didn't have much of an idea. He just wanted to leave the great world of gods and head to a higher level place. Just like that, Lin Fei rejected everyone along the way. These people could only leave unwillingly. As for making a move, they wouldn't dare, even if they had 100 guts. Forget about anything else. Just that the Blue Fairy by Lin Fei's side was something they might not be able to defeat. Right now, who didn't know that the Blue Fairy was called the female devil on this level, and her strength was indeed terrifying. This was especially the case for his physical body, which was extremely tough. Coupled with this treasure of his, it was truly not something that just anyone could stop. At most, they could only fight to a draw. Of course, most of them would be killed. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed, and the everlasting mountain was becoming more and more obvious. Lin Fei could also feel that the everlasting mountain was about to completely appear. He could even feel the faintly discernible dangerous aura coming from the everlasting mountain, causing one's heart to palpitate, fear, and despair. Master, I just received news that there's something coming down from the second floor. I want to chat with you. The Blue Fairy came over and said in a low voice. Big shot? Could it be that there are other big shots on the second floor? I see that you are quite moved. Could it be that I don't know? Lin Fei, you basically know all the big shots on the second floor. Now that he saw the change in the Blue Fairy, he was a little surprised. He is indeed a big shot. He can be said to be one of the top figures on the second floor, and he can also be said to be the #1 expert on the second floor. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me you're talking about that by lie. In Lin Fei's memories, the strongest person on the second floor seemed to be called by Lai, an existence at the peak of the superior god, which was also the strongest person. Yes, it's by Lai. He's the strongest person on the second floor, but he basically doesn't show himself. The Blue Fairy said. Lin Fei also understood even more. It was quite unexpected. He didn't expect that this person would actually come down and talk to him about something. Then I'll have a good chat with Bai Lai and see what he wants. On this matter, Lin Fei did not refuse. He also wanted to meet this Bai Lai. After all, he was the #1 expert on the second floor. There must be a reason why he was able to find him. Could it be for cooperation? Other than this reason, Lin Fei really couldn't think of a second reason. The Blue Fairy left. Not long after, Lin Fei came to the study room. He sat in the study room and waited for Bai Lai's arrival. Lin Fei also knew why this Bai Lai would contact the Blue Fairy. It should be the Blue Fairy's former sect who contacted him. Otherwise, no one would dare to contact the Blue Fairy. The term female demon was not just for show. A ray of light appeared in the study room, and then it transformed into a figure. Then, a clone appeared. It really came and went without a trace. Its control over space was indeed quite domineering. The famous #1 expert, Senior Bai, is more powerful than I imagined. Please sit. I am the Lin Fei you are looking for. Lin Fei was quite direct. This Bai Lai was dressed like a middle-aged scholar and looked very ordinary. Lin Fei knew that this guy was very terrifying. Even through the clone, Lin Fei could feel how terrifying and powerful this Bai Lai's original body was. The #1 expert lived up to his name. You are also more powerful than I imagined. The strength that the outside world is talking about is probably not even a tenth of your strength. Bai Lai sat down as well. Just like that, he faced Lin Fei. Chapter 5001. Lin Fei's heart was secretly moved. He really did not expect that this #1 ranker Bai Lai was indeed stronger than he had imagined. With just a glance, he could actually see the change in his strength. Although what he said to the other party was not accurate, it was still the key point. Empty reputations are just empty reputations. They're nothing. Lin Fei chuckled and did not respond to the other party's words. On the other hand, Senior Bai has come down. I wonder what's the matter. It was normal for an existence like Bai Lai, who was an overlord of the second floor, to be called a senior. Fellow Taoist Lin, you actually don't need to be so polite. I know your strength very well, so let's get straight to the point. I wonder what you think. Bai Lai did indeed plan to get straight to the point and speak directly. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He never thought that Bai Lai would be so direct. It seemed like this matter was not a small one. So he laughed. Senior Bai, then just say it. If I can help, I will definitely help. If I really can't help, then I can't do anything about it. After all, I am just a small existence. The first time Bai Lai saw this Lin Fei, it was indeed very different from what he thought. This person was much more terrifying than he had imagined. No wonder those people suffered after coming down. Even if they were to fight outside, they would probably suffer a loss. This guy was really terrifying. With this kind of strength, Bai Lai realized that coming down this time was indeed not a mistake. It was worth it to spend some money. This Lin Fei was worth cooperating with. Actually, my purpose for coming down here is very simple. I hope that fellow Taoist Lin can help me with something. I have a little girl, and I want to trouble you to escort her to a place in the everlasting mountain. Bai Lai started to speak. This time, it was Lin Fei's turn to be surprised, and for a moment he suspected that he had misheard. It can't be. Even Lin Fei himself was very surprised by such a thing. Why was it this senior Bai Lai who came to talk to him about this? This was completely different from what he had imagined. Could it be that he wasn't here for the cooperation? Now that a daughter had appeared, what was going on? You said that you want me to escort your daughter to a place in the everlasting mountain. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? With my strength. Seriously, that's a surprise to you. Escorting the daughter of the #1 expert to a special place, no one would believe it. Most importantly, Bai Lai's identity was the #1 expert. Yes, you didn't hear wrongly. That's what I was thinking. I hope you can escort my daughter to that special place in the everlasting mountain. Although he didn't know where this place was, Lin Fei was very clear about one thing, and that was that this place was definitely not easy to go to. However, he did not know why Bai Lai, the #1 expert, would come looking for him. This was really the sun rising from the west. No one would believe it if word got out. Just now, even Lin Fei himself was given a huge fright. He truly did not dare to believe that he could actually encounter something like this. Everlasting Mountain is not as good as everyone thinks it is. It is even more dangerous than you think, and the place I want fellow Taoist Lin to escort my daughter to is also quite dangerous. The most important thing is that the place I took out has limited a certain amount of strength, and only the inferior god realm can be in that area. Do you understand my reasoning now? This time, Lin Fei finally understood what was going on. If it was because of this, then it was no wonder. He had suppressed the inferior god on the first floor, and even the peak of the inferior god was not a match for him. Moreover, it was the same place. No wonder Bai Lai would come to find him. Don't be in such a hurry to refuse. If you're willing to escort my daughter to that place and help her get the item, I can give you a complete map of the everlasting mountain. There are only a few maps like this, and I spent a lot of effort to get them. Bai Lai said. A jade talisman appeared in his hand. Inside is the map of the everlasting mountain. Other than that, there are also some other information regarding the everlasting mountain. It's very detailed, and it's not that easy to obtain just one copy. I got it from the world building. Speaking of the world building, Lin Fei's heart was slightly moved. Of course, he knew this place. I heard that it was a very, very mysterious place. I heard that only the superior god had the qualifications to come into contact with it. What kind of existence was the world building? In any case, it was unfathomable, like a colossus. Now, that Bai Lai said that this information was obtained from the world building, it was completely worth it for Lin Fei to be moved. Right now, he didn't know much about the everlasting mountain, and all he knew were some superficial things. However, if he had this complete map and the information inside, it would be completely different. No matter what, he would be able to transition from a rookie to a veteran. Before entering that area, you don't need to do anything. I will arrange for someone to escort my daughter. I will only trouble fellow Taoist Lin once we are inside. The jade talisman in Bai Lai's hand was also placed on the table. I hope that fellow Taoist Lin can seriously consider it. I also hope that you will be able to gain something from this everlasting mountain. After all, this everlasting mountain is not something that you can encounter at any time. Perhaps this is the only chance in your entire life. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to agree. Instead, he looked at the jade talisman. Let me think about it. After all, I have been looking forward to the everlasting mountain for a long time. I don't want some things to affect the process. Lin Fei had also said it straightforwardly. Although this item was very tempting, Lin Fei did not agree to it in one go. As for whether or not Bai Lai would dig a hole for him to jump into, Lin Fei felt that it was unlikely. Through the Great Karma method, Lin Fei did not feel any hostility towards him from the other party. Instead, he had a lot of good intentions. A number one expert like Bai Lai naturally knew a lot of things, and also knew that people like Lin Fei were not as simple as they imagined. There was no need to offend such a person. He was not in the inferior god realm, but he had killed a peak inferior god. Even though he relied on his physical body was still very strong. This kind of person could not be offended. Tell me the name of this place so that I can know and be prepared. After all, I don't go anywhere rashly. I think Senior Bai wouldn't mind telling me, right? Lin Fei asked. This is not a difficult matter. I could tell you right now and let you know. Bai Lai laughed. He knew that Lin Fei had already made up his mind. Thus, he began to talk about this place. This place is called the Nirvana Pool. It can improve a person's bloodline. There will be a certain chance of activating an ancient bloodline. Chapter 5002. The number one expert of the second floor ran down like this. And in the end, Lin Fei still chose to agree. After all, it was worth it for Lin Fei to obtain this map. Moreover, this map came from the World Tower. The World Tower was not an ordinary place. It was a top-notch, mysterious place. At the very least, Lin Fei did not have the qualifications to go to the World Tower yet. It was said that in order to go to the World Tower, one had to be invited by the World Tower in order to be qualified. Now that he was able to obtain such a map, it was for the best. Wasn't it just escorting Bai Lai and his other daughters to the Nirvana Pool? This Nirvana Pool sounded very extraordinary. It was definitely a very special place. Raising one's bloodline was indeed of great help to ordinary people. To Lin Fei, this kind of help could be said to be negligible and was completely useless. After all, he was currently cultivating the ancient eternal body. It took almost half a day for this map to reach Lin Fei's hands. Only then did Lin Fei understand everything that was going on inside. Even though he had not entered the Everlasting Mountain yet, he already had a comprehensive understanding of about 80% of the places in the Everlasting Mountain. As for the remaining 20%, it was the most dangerous 20%. Even the information on the World Tower did not seem to have any records of it. Of course, there was another possibility. That was Bai Lai did not buy the most important part of the map, probably because the price was not cheap. Even so, it was already extremely beneficial to Lin Fei. At the very least, he was no longer a rookie, and his understanding of the Everlasting Mountain was deeper than anyone else's. After a few days, there was another huge fluctuation in the air. Lin Fei knew who it was. It was that Bai Lai. This time, he did not let his clone come down, but sent a person down. This surprised Lin Fei a little. He thought that Bai Lai would send his daughter inside first, and then pass it on to him, but he didn't expect it to be sent down ahead of time. Could it be that he felt safe here? Lin Fei could not figure out what kind of thoughts did this Bai Lai have. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, a figure came over with Bai Lai's token. The aura on this token was the most sensitive, and Lin Fei knew very well that it was from Bai Lai. Lin Fei didn't go out. Instead, he asked Blue Fairy to bring him in. The Blue Fairy was also free now. Ever since the experts from the Sky Ghost sect were killed by Lin Fei, no one else dared to make any moves. The Blue Fairy brought them in. This woman was indeed quite different. She was dressed in black, yet she looked very valiant and formidable. She was dressed like a man. For a moment, Lin Fei suspected that this woman was Bai Lai's daughter. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like it. At the very least, her temper was quite domineering. You're that Demon King Lin Fei? You don't look like much to me. I thought you were a three-headed, six-armed man. I was happy for nothing. If I had known, I wouldn't have come down first. Bai Shengnan looked at the young man in front of her. She was in the upper levels, so she knew that this level was ruled by a guy with the surname Lin, and that he had made those guys suffer. She didn't know why her father would ask this guy for help. She wasn't weak, so she really didn't need anyone's help. Moreover, she had many treasures, so she was more or less displeased with Lin Fei. Not to mention, the Blue Fairy was standing next to her. In the past, Bai Shengnan wouldn't have taken the Blue Fairy seriously. In terms of talent, she was much weaker than her, but now, her opponent's strength was the same as hers. Most importantly, this guy's fleshly body had reached the peak of the lower god realm. This made Bai Shengnian somewhat displeased. Why could your fleshly body reach the lower god level? Why? If this was a different time and place, Bai Shengnian would have at least had a good fight with the blue fairy. Now, the blue fairy was called a she-devil. I'm just a simple, ordinary person, and it's because of this ordinary person that your father personally came down and took out a lot of treasures. If you don't want to go, you can go back. Lin Fei knew at a glance that this guy was probably spoiled rotten. It couldn't be helped. After all, Bai Lai was the strongest person on the second level. His strength was indeed very strong. Even if the three guys who came down last time fought with Bai Lai, they probably wouldn't have any chance of winning. And this was under the situation where the three of them fought together. If it was a one-on-one fight, they would be directly crushed. Bai Shengnian instantly panted with anger. She glared fiercely at Lin Fei. I'm going to rest. Don't bother me if there's nothing important. Bai Shengnian really didn't know what to do with Lin Fei. After all, even her father came down to ask this guy for help. One could imagine that this guy's strength was indeed very strong on this level. At the very least, she didn't have the confidence, so she could only hold back her anger and leave. When the blue fairy came back, she talked about this Bai Shengnian. This Bai Shengnian has a bad temper. I heard that she was called a little she-devil up there. However, she seems to have restrained her temper down here. Just now, she even wanted to fight with me. At the mention of this Bai Shengnian, the blue fairy also became a little angry. If it was someone else, the blue fairy would have already made a move. However, this Bai Shengnian was different. She was backed by the strongest person on the second level. Therefore, the blue fairy didn't make a move, nor did she care. Why don't you fight with her? If you want to fight, then fight with her. This guy has some ability. It's a good chance to train yourself and teach her a little lesson. Let her know that even if she has the strongest father behind her, she can't do anything on the first level. Since Bai Lai had sent his daughter down, he naturally wouldn't participate in any matters, big or small. As long as Lin Fei was within a certain range, it didn't matter how he dealt with Bai Shengnian. As long as Bai Shengnian still wanted to go to this Nirvana pool and awaken her bloodline, it was fine. The blue fairy was obviously happy. Can I really? Of course you can. Haven't you always wanted to fight with someone? Now that a good sparring partner has come, let's use her. In any case, I have the final say on this level. If you're not convinced, then come and find me. The blue fairy left in high spirits. Not long after, Lin Fei sensed movement in the distance. They really started fighting. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Didn't he know what kind of temper the blue fairy had? If he could fight, he would definitely fight. He definitely wouldn't say anything nice to the opponent. As for who won or lost, Lin Fei didn't really care. In any case, the final result was about the same. Nothing much could happen. Chapter 5003. After Bai Lai's daughter came down, she was indeed very different. At the very least, Bai Shengnian was able to fight with the blue fairy every 2 or 3 days. Basically, they were evenly matched because the blue fairy's inferior god body had a bit of an advantage. And Bai Shengnian's own potential was even better than the blue fairy's. So, in comparison, they were tied. Maybe you lost one move to you today. Maybe I lost one move to you tomorrow. It was just that simple of a matter. This made the two of them feel more and more like it. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he didn't say much. He had been paying attention to the everlasting mountain the entire time and discovered that the special existence outside the everlasting mountain was getting weaker and weaker. He estimated that he would be able to head there soon. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. This half a year's time was neither long nor short. To Lin Fei, it was like the time it took to drink a cup of tea. Wah! A ray of light directly swept past the everlasting mountain. This ray of light did not have any power, but it made everyone put down everything in an instant. One figure after another rushed out, especially those who were hiding in the void. They came out at the first possible moment. No one wanted to go to this place more than them. Lin Fei also walked out and saw the everlasting mountain. There were indeed quite a few figures around the everlasting mountain. These were all outsiders. They did not enter the great world of the gods. but instead waited in the void. This wait lasted for such a long time. The Blue Fairy and Bai Shengnan also came to Lin Fei's side. The two of them had been fighting for a very long time, and it could be said that they had a mutual appreciation for each other. At first, Bai Shengnan looked down on the Blue Fairy, but after fighting, he realized that the Blue Fairy had indeed improved greatly. Especially this physical body, even she was a little envious of it. It was unknown how he managed to cultivate such a cultivation method. When Bai Shengnan saw Lin Fei again, he was still a little unhappy in his heart. He was originally a rather strong person. He had never suffered any losses on the surface, but he did suffer a small loss from Lin Fei. Bai Shengnan knew that the Blue Fairy must have been arranged by Lin Fei, so she naturally had a different opinion of Lin Fei. At this time, her gaze had also landed on the Everlasting Mountain. She knew that if she wanted to enter the Everlasting Mountain this time, she would need Lin Fei's help. He more or less knew his father's temper. Naturally, he felt that Lin Fei was more powerful than he had imagined. Bai Shengnan wasn't afraid of anything except her father. Therefore, during this trip, her old father had warned her not to offend Lin Fei no matter what. If she obediently followed him to the Nirvana pool, there would only be benefits for her. If she really offended Lin Fei, she would have to face the wall. Bai Shengnan didn't dare to go against her father's words. At that time, if they really had to face the wall, it would take at least 10 years or at most a few decades. We could go take a look as well. Lin Fei waved his hand. A wave of energy enveloped the two of them and pierced through the world barrier. The first layer of the world barrier was indeed quite easy to break. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Lin Fei's strength had always been very strong, not to mention that he had already reached the high god level. His body was so strong that he could break through the barrier of this world. Bai Shengnan had just taken out his treasure when he was enveloped by a ball of energy and brought out. He appeared in the air. This also caused Bai Shengnan to be slightly shocked. He never thought that this Lin Fei would be so powerful. It had to be known that this world barrier was not that easy to break through. Even she had brought down quite a few treasures, and there were also some special treasures that her father had blessed her with. Now, that Lin Fei had easily broken through the world barrier, it was indeed different. In the starry sky, there was a turbulent current that kept rushing over. Both Bai Shengnan and the Blue Fairy felt a certain amount of pressure because the starry sky was not easy to travel unless one had a spaceship. That way, one would be able to resist the turbulent current. It was almost impossible to do this with just one's physical body. It was said that only those who had reached the level of a mid-god could easily withstand it. Lin Fei, you are finally willing to come out. You actually dared to kill Fu Bai of our heavenly ghost sect. Now pay with your life. A cold wind came from the distant starry sky, followed by a pagoda passing through and appearing in the sky above Lin Fei. It was suppressed on the spot. The power of this pagoda was quite strong, causing the Blue Fairy and Bai Shengnan to feel a great deal of pressure. It was as if they would be injured and vomit blood under this attack. This was definitely the attack of a middle god expert. You have the nerve to take out this kind of scrap metal? Your heavenly ghost sect is too poor. Scram! Lin Fei raised his hand and slapped the pagoda. With a swoosh, the pagoda, which had seemed to have unlimited power, was sent flying backwards. Next, a muffled groan could be heard from the starry sky. After a few more sounds, several figures chased over. These figures locked onto Lin Fei as soon as they appeared. One of the big men had an extremely angry look on his face. If nothing unexpected happened, the pagoda should belong to this person. The Heavenly Ghost Sect is handling matters. Everyone, step aside. The Heavenly Ghost Sect seemed to have great influence. As soon as they said this, some people in the surroundings instantly disappeared. Even in the void, some people stayed far away. The surroundings became quiet. After all, those who could come to the starry sky all had some power. Not bad, not bad. 6 experts of the Heavenly Ghost Sect came. 4 demigods, 1 peak stage, and 1 god. Lin Fei swept them with his gaze. He told them all their realms one by one. These 6 people from the Heavenly Ghost Sect were naturally guarding Lin Fei outside. One of their demigods, a proud son of heaven, had died inside just like that. The killer was Lin Fei. The most important thing was to take away the item that belonged to the Heavenly Ghost sect. If Lin Fei had continued to hide in this minor world, they would not have been able to do anything. This was because this place restricted one's power. Once they entered, they would be suppressed. The only thing they could do was to wait for Lin Fei to come out. Unexpectedly, he really did come out. Since you know that we are members of the Sky Ghost sect, I advise you to hand over the item and go to the Sky Ghost sect to beg for forgiveness, even though your fleshly body is quite powerful. That's right, we already have a mid-god on our side. A rather mature figure walked out and looked at Lin Fei. You have the nerve to ask me to go to the Heavenly Ghost sect to beg for forgiveness with just a few of you? Is there something wrong with your head? Chapter 5004. These fellows had actually dared to attack him. To be honest, even Lin Fei felt that there was something wrong with these fellows' brains. So what if the Sky Ghost sect was so great? They could come to stop him. Did they really think that he was no match for them in the universe? They were thinking too much. Fairy Bayou felt that her master's words were quite right, so she replied coldly, "My master is not someone you could talk about." There was a loud bang. The blue fairy also attacked. After using her most powerful move, the blue fairy became bolder and bolder. Even though these people were strong, she was not afraid. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit. She stared at a low god expert. Bai Shengnan was slightly shocked. She did not expect the blue fairy to have changed so much in the past few hundred years. She actually dared to take the initiative to attack. That was a member of the Sky Ghost sect. The Sky Ghost sect was considered an upper-middle power in the star field and was considered very strong. Even the sect that the blue fairy belonged to did not dare to offend the Sky Ghost sect. Compared to the powers in the great world of the gods, there was still a gap. How can I miss out on such a fun thing? Bai Shengnan, who was beside her, also attacked. She was not a good-tempered person and had the personality of a little devil. Seeing that the blue fairy had attacked, how could she not attack? Thus, she also attacked. The experts of the Sky Ghost sect were slightly stunned. They did not expect that these two women would be so bold as to directly attack. They did not take the Sky Ghost sect seriously at all. What kind of person would produce what kind of disciple? The people of the Sky Ghost sect were already prejudiced. They all thought that the Blue Fairy and Bai Shengnan were Lin Fei's disciples. The two figures flew out and then started fighting. Many people in the distance were also watching this scene, and they all shook their heads one after another. This Lin Fei really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He even dares to fight the people of the Sky Ghost sect. I think I know who the one next to him is. I think she is the she-devil, the Blue Fairy. She is quite strong. I don't know the other one. Is she new? It's too unfamiliar. The other figure in the void was also watching the battle. This person was Bai Shengnan's father, Bai Lai. Beside him stood another figure. Brother Bai, your daughter has quite a temper. She even dares to fight with the people from the Heavenly Ghost sect. She has your style. Next to him was a middle-aged man who looked very ordinary. But his eyes were very deep, like the endless whirlpools in the starry sky world. That's my daughter's temperament. But now that Lin Fei is here, it's naturally his business. Although the Heavenly Ghoul sect is considered to be above average, I don't take it seriously. Bai Lai was quite clear about his daughter's thoughts. The Blue Fairy's strength has improved very quickly. That guy is probably going to be out of luck. The Blue Fairy took the blow head on, and with a bang, she killed a lower god expert. The demigod immediately lost consciousness. Seeing this, Bai Shengnan, who was standing next to him, grew somewhat anxious. She began to unleash a series of attacks. With a bang, yet another demigod was killed. The battle before and after was too short, and the two demigods on the Heavenly Ghost sect side were killed just like that. Gao Peng, who was the older god in the lead, instantly flew into a rage out of humiliation. You're courting death. They hadn't even taken him down yet, and they hadn't even seen the map of the Everlasting Mountain. But now, they actually lost two people. They couldn't believe it. With a furious roar, he raised his hand and grabbed forward. This move displayed the terrifying strength of a god. Whether it was the Blue Fairy or Bai Shengnan, both of them felt a great deal of pressure. Their movements became sluggish, and even their strength was completely suppressed. It just so happens that our heavenly ghost sect is still lacking 2 top cauldrons. Just the 2 of you will have to pay the price for killing our demigod experts. Gao Peng was very upset that 2 lower celestial experts had died. Gao Peng still decided to capture these 2 fellows and bring them back. Only by doing this would he be able to slightly ease the anger in his heart. Of course, the most important thing was still this Lin Fei. The Blue Fairy and Bai Shangnan continued to erupt, but their strength was still a huge gap. The 2 of them didn't look like they were going to admit defeat, and they didn't even panic. It was as if this was a casual game. After all, Lin Fei was still standing not far away. As long as Lin Fei was here, then everything would be fine. They didn't believe that Gao Peng could do anything to them. Not to mention Bai Shangnan. He also knew that his father was definitely watching him from the starry sky. Gao Peng's expression changed slightly. These 2 women actually didn't change at all. Could it be that they weren't afraid of the heavenly ghost sect, and that they weren't afraid of him, a god ranker? They're all god rankers. Why do you need to attack 2 juniors? This will make me very unhappy. Do you know that? Under the envelopment of this power, a figure walked out, following the Blue Fairy and Bai Shangnan into the distance. Didn't you want to see who's stronger? Then why don't you try what it feels like to be enveloped by someone else? Don't say that I'm bullying the weak. I really don't care about a puny god like you. Just like that, Lin Fei casually broke his opponent's technique. This caused quite a few people in the shadows to be secretly shocked. This Demon King Lin Fei seemed to be quite a bit more powerful than they had expected. He was able to easily break through a god's technique, and they didn't even see any technique. He was just relying on his fleshly body. Could it be that he really was that powerful? Lin Fei slowly reached out with his hand. He also spread out his 5 fingers, which instantly enveloped Gao Peng's body. The technique that Gao Peng had just unleashed was completely nullified. His entire body glowed with resplendent light. In an instant, it was destroyed. And then, as his 5 fingers closed, it was as if the entire void had become one. Blood began to flow from the corner of Gao Chang's mouth, and his fleshly body began to split open. Powerless and helpless, Gao Chang, a god, was instantly shattered into pieces. And just like that, a god disappeared before everyone's eyes. Those who had been prepared to watch a good show were now somewhat dumbfounded. Even their breathing was a bit ragged, as if they had just played a big joke. Was this how a god was? Is there anyone else who wants to settle the score with me? If there is, then come out at once. We can deal with them all at once, so that I don't have to travel alone. After all, I'm a god ranker, don't you think? Lin Fei's voice spread out. The remaining experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were so frightened that their faces turned white. They turned and fled. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Let's all go down together. He clenched his 5 fingers and punched out. Several figures were instantly destroyed. Chapter 5005. Just like that, the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect were killed. The people who were watching from the void all sucked in a breath of cold air. He realized that it was impossible for him to fight against this great demon king, Lin Fei. This guy was really terrifying. He was really hiding his strength. Gao Peng, who was a god, was actually killed in an instant. This proved that the strength of this great demon king, Lin Fei, was most likely at the late stage of the god realm. This was more terrifying. As for the others, they didn't have any thoughts. Lin Fei also knew that after exterminating the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect, no one else would show up. Unless there was something wrong with their brains, if they revealed a little of their strength, the people who wanted to make a move would have to consider whether they had the ability or not. You are indeed crazier than me. You even dared to kill the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect. I'm afraid they will come for revenge, but it doesn't matter if you hide in the first floor. Bai Shengyan teased. To be honest, he was more or less shocked in his heart. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. This guy was most likely at the late stage of the God Realm. As for the God Realm, he didn't think much about it. He also realized one thing. Lin Fei must have cultivated a special method. His body did not emit the aura of a divine level ranker. However, His fighting strength was truly a mess. I've already killed him. Why should I care? Let's go to the Everlasting Mountain. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it. If the experts of the Heavenly Ghost sect really knew about this, they would have to think about it. When the time came, they would have to send out a few goddess to kill him, or a god. Lin Fei believed even more that in the star domain, even if one reached the level of a superior god, they would not be able to casually make a move. If he was not careful, he would easily encounter a calamity. This was definitely a huge loss to his sect. The more they couldn't figure out what kind of strength Lin Fei had, the more they wouldn't make a move, unless there was something wrong with their brains. He brought the two of them to the vicinity of the Everlasting Mountain. The moment he arrived at this area, he felt a force land on his body. After this force landed on his body, the surrounding space seemed to have become extremely turbid, like a huge quagmire. Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. He sensed that this place was different. No wonder there were people in the distance, but they didn't seem to be moving. He was probably restricted by some special method. Looks like this is the first test of the Everlasting Mountain. If I can't even pass this stage, I don't think I have the qualifications to enter the Everlasting Mountain. Lin Fei laughed. There was a loud rumbling sound. The special power that was added to their bodies collapsed along the way. After collapsing, they would recover in the blink of an eye. It was really quite mysterious. Just like this, Lin Fei brought the two of them all the way to the front of Everlasting Mountain. This time, he could clearly see what was going on inside. This is what a proper Everlasting Mountain looks like. Whoosh! Lin Fei brought the two of them into the Everlasting Mountain. The outer layer was really a small test. Of course, such a test was not simple. Without a demigod, it was impossible to enter. Weaker demigods had no chance at all. Once he arrived at the Everlasting Mountain, Lin Fei and the others arrived at a black place. In this black place, it was impossible to see clearly. All the power of perception was instantly suppressed to an infinite degree. Lin Fei, who had seen the information on the Everlasting Mountain map, understood what kind of place this was. This was the so-called Dark World. It could also be considered a place to test in the Everlasting Mountain. In this dark world, all the power of perception was infinitely suppressed, and there were even ghosts that had nowhere to hide. They were the so-called Black Phantom, and they were extremely powerful. After killing these Black Phantom, there was a certain chance that they would obtain something. Of course, if they were unlucky, they would not be able to obtain anything. Therefore, there were several such places. Therefore, after entering the Everlasting Mountain, it would depend on luck as to which area they would enter. It seemed that Lin Fei's luck was not that good. As soon as he entered, he came here. I know this is the Dark World. It seems like there are a lot of Black Phantom here. Whoosh! A cold light came over and directly slashed towards the blue fairy who was at the side. The blue fairy reacted quickly and immediately threw it out. Following that, the cold light disappeared. In such a short period of time, the blue fairy felt the aura of danger. It seems like there are a lot of hidden Black Phantom in the surroundings. They are very strange and mysterious. Just now, I followed this attack and was actually unable to learn their bodies. This was also the first time the blue fairy had come to this place, but he had seen a lot of information. These were all things that Lin Fei wanted him to see. It was good to know that he had an understanding of them. He never thought that he would feel pressure from the very beginning. Lin Fei's perception was also suppressed. However, he was extremely strong after all. Even if his perception was suppressed, his physical strength was not affected in the slightest, and he could still feel the faint killing intent. This killing intent was all in the surrounding area. This place is indeed dangerous. There is an invisible suppression on the power of perception. This place makes me feel very uncomfortable. Let's leave this place first. Lin Fei lightly stomped his foot, and layers of power directly rushed into the dark place like flowing water. This power was like flowing water, directly sweeping through the bodies of these Black Phantom. In the blink of an eye, who knew how many Black Phantom were killed? Along the way, there were basically no more Black Phantom that appeared. This was because they were killed by Lin Fei before they could even make a move. Lin Fei was too lazy to fight these guys. The Blue Fairy and Bai Shangnian both followed closely beside Lin Fei. They naturally also felt that this place was not ordinary. In less than 2 hours, they passed through this dark world. This was just a small test. Of course, compared to the test outside, it was much more difficult. If it was judged by 5 stars, it could also be considered a 2-star level. After passing through this dark world, the front suddenly opened up. Endless forests, towering mountains at the end of the distant mountains, and palaces also appeared. Ha! I finally made it! A figure flew out from afar and plunged into the sky. Accompanied by the other party's loud laughter, it seemed that he was extremely excited. Whoosh! A black stream of light directly pierced through the forest below. As soon as the light flashed in front of this person, he was directly frozen through. Following that, this person let out a scream and was dragged down. In the blink of an eye, there was no more movement. This is the more dangerous eternal forest. Chapter 5006. A place like this did indeed give off a dangerous aura. Lin Fei could already clearly feel it, especially those figures. These voices were all faintly discernible, but it was in this everlasting forest. It could be imagined that these fellows had already been dead for a long time. Others might not be able to feel it, but Lin Fei could clearly feel it. These guys lived here. If anyone were to barge in, they would fall into their trap if they were not careful. To put it bluntly, these guys were all puppets. They were all controlled by the special existences in the everlasting forest. After reading the information, Lin Fei naturally knew the dangers here. If he wanted to reach the palace over there, he would have to pass through the everlasting forest. In the distance, there are also many figures who had learned their lesson and directly entered the everlasting forest from below. Lin Fei did not stay idle either, and directly brought the 2 of them into the everlasting forest. The moment they entered, the entire world darkened. It was clearly a sunny day outside, but when they arrived here, it became extremely dark. It exuded a serene aura. This place is no different from what the information says. It looks quiet and serene, but in reality, the danger here is enough to kill people. A large group of finger-sized mosquitoes came over. There were probably hundreds of thousands of them. It was like a small black cloud. The Blue Fairy immediately sent a streak of frost over, freezing these mosquitoes. These frozen mosquitoes broke through in the blink of an eye, appearing to be extremely extraordinary. These guys have to use fire to attack. If we don't use fire to attack, we won't be able to kill them at all. Furthermore, ordinary fire won't do. We have to have a strong fire. Bai Shangnian immediately unleashed a wave of fire-type treasures. These fire-type treasures were truly the bane of these beasts. They were instantly incinerated into nothingness. In any case, everyone has to be careful in this place, especially if you guys really encounter a special existence here. If you're not careful, you'll be gone easily. Please remember to stay within 5 meters of me. 10 meters is fine, but any further and you won't be able to. Lin Fei chuckled and followed. As soon as they left, Bai Shangnian noticed that something was different. An invisible force pressed forward. The range was not very large, but it was enough to alert the enemy. It could even resolve some invisible dangers in advance. Of course, this invisible force was naturally created by Lin Fei. This place is dangerous. If he was alone, he would have rushed over directly, but now he couldn't. Since he had brought 2 people with him, he naturally had to neutralize these invisible dangers. Whoosh, whoosh. From time to time, some things in the forest would be killed by Lin Fei's power. This also shocked Bai Shangnian and the Blue Fairy. There were so many dangers in this place that even they didn't realize it. Save me, save me. I know a legendary treasure. Who can save me? Who can save me? Suddenly, intermittent cries for help came from the darkness ahead. These cries were extremely miserable. Anyone who heard them would feel sorry for them and subconsciously want to go over and take a look. The faces of the Blue Fairy and Bai Shangnian changed slightly. Lin Fei suddenly snapped his fingers. The 2 of you unknowingly fell for it. If I wasn't here, the 2 of you would have gone in this direction. Incredible. Even this demonic sound has appeared. Someone like Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be affected. In fact, before it could even get close to him, it would be blocked by the power. The blue fairy and Bai Shangnan wouldn't be able to withstand it. They were clearly much, much weaker. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Bai Shangnan and the blue fairy were both shocked. Their faces turned white. Their faces turned white. To be honest, they really hadn't expected such a situation to occur. I heard that in the past, many low-god experts died here. Even mid-god experts would encounter danger here. I didn't expect this demonic sound to exist here. I don't even know how I got hit by it. I felt like I was in a trance for a moment. Bai Shangnan began to speak as well. This is the benefit of telling you to be careful. That's why you'll be able to benefit from following me. Come, let's go take a look at what this place has. Since it was able to lure us over, there should be quite a few treasures left behind. We can't just go there empty-handed. Lin Fei could naturally tell that the sound wasn't too far away from them. On the way here, they had dealt with all the minor dangers, but they hadn't encountered any major ones. Up ahead, they saw a figure hanging from a tree, struggling nonstop. The sound had come from this person's body. Not too far away from this person, there were quite a few treasures lying on the ground, glowing faintly. They were still intact. This fellow is constantly struggling and begging for mercy, but in reality, he's already dead. He's currently under the control of this tree demon. Anyone who goes over will be replaced. Lin Fei looked at the nearby tree demon as he spoke unhurriedly. A cold light shot out, landing on the man's body. In the blink of an eye, he was completely incinerated. Which be asterisk star dares to incinerate my prey. Get the hell out here. Streaks of light shot towards Lin Fei's direction. The blade light flashed, and the streaks of light were cut apart. It turned out that these streaks of light were actually tentacles that retracted. An illusory figure materialized. You hurt me. You have to die. You have to die. The illusory voice continued to howl as it headed towards Lin Fei's direction. At the same time, Lin Fei brought the blue fairy and Bai Shangnan out. After a blade light flashed, the illusory figure instantly stopped moving. Then, another cold light flashed. It slashed towards the giant tree. The tree was like a black sword. However, after being slashed by Lin Fei's blade light, it started to writhe and struggle nonstop. A face actually appeared on the tree trunk. The face sank into endless pain. Then a black fog shrouded it, following which, the tree demon turned invisible. Whoosh, whoosh. Many things fell to the ground, glowing faintly. You two go and pick them up. If you like them, you can keep them for yourselves. We're opening up a path for others, so we should at least get some benefits. Bai Shangnan was already in extreme shock. This powerful tree demon was killed just like that. Was this really the powerful existence that the information stated? Chapter 5007. Wow, there's an inferior grade divine weapon here. Fairy Greenstream picked up a low-grade divine artifact saber. Although it was a little damaged, it was still a genuine inferior grade divine weapon. What's your inferior grade divine weapon? I still have an inferior grade divine weapon here, which is specially designed to restrain your treasure blade. Bai Shangnan also picked up an inferior grade divine weapon. This was a treasure used to trap people, and it seemed to be very powerful. The number of things that dropped here was not an ordinary amount. There were at least a dozen of them, all of which were experts who died here. They were plundered by this tree demon, but now, this tree demon was killed by Lin Fei in a few slashes. Everything exploded out. It was really too exciting. Whether it was the blue fairy or Bai Shangnan, they had both seen this scene before. However, in the blink of an eye, so many inferior grade divine weapons had fallen, and even one of them was a middle grade divine weapon. This truly shocked them. The most important thing was that this tree demon was extremely difficult to deal with, but in front of Lin Fei, it was easily killed. That was the most shocking thing to them. Lin Fei just watched quietly. He never thought that this everlasting forest was actually quite different. So many of these inferior grade divine weapons had dropped. One could imagine how many people had come to this everlasting forest in the past. It was a pity that after coming to this place, he was immediately killed, and even his treasures were left behind. Right now, this was a bargain for him. Whether it was the blue fairy or Bai Shangnan, they had both picked up 6 or 7 inferior grade divine weapons and returned. Adding the two of them together, there were more than 10 inferior grade divine weapons, and in addition, there was also a middle grade divine weapon. Such a huge harvest, no matter who it was, would be shocked. Not a bad harvest. Let's go and clean up the other tree demon first. There really are a lot of tree demons along the way, and this tree demon can't be considered strong. Lin Fei continued to walk forward. As for the inferior grade divine weapons, he let the two of them keep them first, which made the two of them extremely excited. Even though they had seen some scenes before, they had never seen someone with so many low-grade divine artifacts. This was definitely the level of a tycoon. Along the way, they really did encounter quite a few monsters from the everlasting forest. Some of them were like ghosts. However, these things could not get close. Before they could even get close, or even before they could do anything, they were destroyed. On the other hand, the strength of these tree demons had become much stronger. No matter how powerful the tree demons were, they were all killed by Lin Fei one by one. Such a method indeed made everyone feel what was called shock. After Lin Fei and the others left, a group of people came from behind. They had also come to this road, which was also in this direction. At this moment, they frowned slightly. The situation doesn't seem right. Look, this tree demon has been killed by someone, and those low-grade divine artifacts have been taken away. It's a pity that we're too late. They had come for this treant, but now that this tree demon had disappeared, this was a headache. It's fine. There should be a tree demon down there. Let's just continue. With so many of us, could it be that we can't kill this tree demon? These people were indeed here for the treant demon. The everlasting forest was a paradise for treasure hunting. They knew that killing a tree demon would drop a lot of divine weapons. This was definitely a secret that many people did not know. Therefore, they had gathered a lot of experts this time. But now, it seemed that something unexpected had happened. Gone again. Damn it, who exactly took these tree demons? Isn't his strength a little too strong? No matter how capable he is, he wouldn't be able to move at such a speed. Along the way, all the places with tree demons had been destroyed, and not a single tree demon could be seen. At this moment, all of their faces changed. They were shocked and afraid at the same time. This person's strength was definitely much stronger than theirs. Even if they wanted to deal with these tree demons, they would have to be fully prepared. Even so, they would have to spend a lot of time, but the current situation was completely different from what they had imagined. Why don't we follow them and take a look? This was the only thing they could think of. Right now, they were not in the mood to seek revenge. To be able to destroy a tree demon, it was definitely a powerful master. It would be easy for him to destroy this group of people. Just like that, they followed him all the way here, causing them to feel the pressure on them lessen. They had never thought that they would not encounter anything along the way. Safe and sound. Even if there were some scattered ones, they could easily deal with them. This made them feel as if they were on vacation and not on an adventure at all. This kind of feeling was both love and hate. How could they encounter such a thing? Yet, they really did not dare to say anything. Their speed along the way was still very fast. Suddenly, a sound of movement came from the front. This kind of tree demon has to be properly fought with them. It's just the right time to hone your combat experience. This is a rare expert with a stable mind. The sound in front of them was not loud, but it was filled with a sense of stability. They carefully walked over. Even from afar, they could see that there were two women attacking this tree demon. This tree demon looked a little miserable at this time. All of the tentacles on its body had been chopped off. Only 2 or 3 were left. It looked as if its power had been greatly reduced. At this time, after being attacked by the 2 women, it began to bleed green blood. It looked as if it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. The 2 women's fighting style was very ferocious as well. At the very least, they were very shocked and very terrified. Suddenly, the young man, who had been standing there without moving, suddenly turned his head. He smiled faintly at them, and this smile made their scalps go numb in an instant. Although they could not see his level, no one would think that he was not a deity. This sort of person was extremely likely to be a high god expert. This tree demon belongs to us. You can stand aside. A few figures came out. When they saw this tree demon, they immediately grew excited. As soon as they released their hands, a wave of Jingguang surged over. It seemed to be more of a hidden weapon technique that enveloped the three of them. However, as soon as they attacked, the young man waved his hand, and these hidden weapons flew back. Their faces instantly turned pale. Clatter, clatter. Within their range, in the blink of an eye, only a few of them had charged out. The remaining two immediately fled. With a clatter, the tree demon transformed into a puff of green smoke, and then dropped 7 or 8 glowing treasures. After collecting these glowing treasures, the three of them continued forward. They never turned their heads again, as though what had just happened was nothing. Chapter 5008. This everlasting forest was dangerous, but there were still quite a few good things. At the very least, Lin Fei had wiped out more than 10 tree demons along the way. These tree demons had contributed a lot of things. At the beginning, Fairy Greenstream and Bai Shengnan were very happy, but toward the end, the two of them felt a bit numb. There was just too much to say. This was the first time they had encountered such a situation. They could pick up low-grade divine artifacts and middle-grade divine artifacts. Some of them were still very well preserved and could unleash 70 to 80% of their power. Any one of these items would be enough to shock anyone outside, but here, they had more than 1 or 2 of them. Everyone had at least 10 or 20 of them on hand, which meant that there were around 40 low-grade or middle-grade divine artifacts. No matter how they looked at it, it was a huge harvest. Looking at the calm and collected Lin Fei, they realized that they still had to learn well. Only by being able to not collapse in front of Mount Tai would they be able to make progress. Even they felt a little numb, let alone the people who had been following behind them. These people didn't have any thoughts right now. They just felt that they could reach the palace on the other side this way. This kind of opportunity wasn't that common. Thus, they followed behind from afar. No one dared to rashly approach them. They were already satisfied to be able to follow behind like this. If they really continued to walk forward, there would definitely be something wrong with their brains. Looks like this tree demon was taken by someone else first. But it doesn't matter. We can take a look and see how they fight against this tree demon. This tree demon is quite powerful. In this everlasting forest, just how long did they have to travel for? The Blue Fairy and Bai Shengnan had a certain amount of time in their hearts, but they still had to do it for a long time. Then they didn't have much confidence. After the loud rumbling sound in front of them, they heard Lin Fei's voice. Following that, they sped up and saw a huge tree demon being besieged by a few experts. These experts seemed to be extremely strong. When the Blue Fairy saw them, she clearly exclaimed in surprise, "I know who these people are. I heard that these people are all god rankers. Could it be that this tree demon is also at the god level?" Previously, most of the treants he dealt with were at the demigod level. Of course, gods were not easy to deal with. Now, a mid-god treant had popped up. With such a master, not just anyone would be able to get by. Bai Shengnan said, "I know these people. They are the top powers of their sections. I never thought that they would join forces to kill this tree demon." Naturally, Lin Fei could also see that these people possessed mid-god strength. Even so, it would be very strenuous for them to deal with this tree folk. If it was any other time, it would be fine. But in front of this tree demon, it was extremely strenuous. It was as if these fellows were very difficult to deal with. Even if they attacked with all kinds of treasures, the tree demon would always have a way to resist. In this case, a stalemate was formed. Dark Pagoda. At this moment, the tree demon actually used a powerful killer move. A dark cage world appeared, trapping them in an instant. It destroyed these gods with a single attack. Their faces changed slightly, because they could sense that the surrounding spiritual energy had disappeared without a trace. In other words, if they continued to fight in this place, their power would continue to weaken to the point where they would not be able to unleash any power at all. This sort of technique, they had heard of it before, but they had never imagined that this tree demon would be able to unleash this sort of technique. As for the nearby Lin Fei, he could tell that this was a powerful killer move. It truly lived up to its reputation as a god-level tree demon. It truly was powerful. With this technique, it was able to ensure that the tree demon was undefeatable. The longer it dragged on, the more powerful it would be. If nothing unexpected happens, they should be in trouble. This tree demon has mastered quite a few abilities. It is even able to use this sort of special barrier technique. It really is interesting. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, these tree demons weren't much of a threat at all. They didn't have much combat power at all. However, this tree demon was different. It was extremely ferocious. Lin Fei could leave the other Treant demons to the side, but this Treant demon made him want to make a move. The two of you, stand here and don't move. If they played with the tree demon, they would be able to get a few mid-quality divine artifacts. If they were lucky, they might even get a high-quality divine artifact. Jade Mistress and Bai Shangnan had arrived. They all knew that in the end, Lin Fei would definitely reward them with some low-quality and mid-quality divine artifacts. Their combat power would immediately increase. But high-quality divine artifacts were different. This was the true terror. The increase in combat power was truly terrifying. The people not far away saw this scene. Of course, they didn't dare to come forward. They could feel the terrifying power of this huge tree demon from afar. If they went forward, they probably wouldn't even be cannon fodder. They would be directly crushed. Another guy who doesn't know what's good for him has come. A black figure walked over from the dark pagoda. It was an illusion. He stared at Lin Fei. He felt that Lin Fei seemed to have huge benefits that he could absorb. It should be a mid-god tree demon. I see that you have quite a lot of skills. You should have quite a lot of good stuff. While I'm in a good mood, hand them all over. Otherwise, I'll beat you up later. None of them had expected that this young man would say something like that, let alone those mid-god experts who were trapped. For a moment, their minds were shaken. Where did this idiot come from? He actually dared to say such words to the tree demon. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The tree demon waved his hand. Countless branches and vines came from both sides. They were like arms. This was his attack method. Struggle and leave. Once you enter this area, this is my world, my territory. You can't beat my ashes. The faint voice was filled with endless pride. It seemed to be as easy as killing an ant. He didn't even cultivate a godhead, yet he still had the nerve to come here. But his vitality was quite strong. The blade light flashed. All the branches and vines disappeared without a trace. They quickly shrank back. My saber is pretty sharp, right? Chapter 5009. This saber blow was indeed extremely sharp. It was so sharp that everyone was momentarily unable to react. They discovered that quite a few of the vines and branches on the tree monster's body had been chopped off. The people who had been following them all this time naturally knew how powerful this young man was. He was extremely powerful, but he hadn't trained a divine spark. He seemed to be an expert in close combat, but they hadn't expected that his saber light. No, his saber technique would be so fast. With a single saber blow, he had broken through the opponent's technique. You really do have some ability. In that case, all the more I need to control you. You make me feel a dangerous aura. Once I eat you, I'll definitely benefit tremendously. The low voice continued to ring out. It once more enveloped this small area. Even more vines came flying over. At the same time, one illusory figure after another flew out. Some of these figures were wielding long sabers, some long swords, and some spears. All of them attacked towards Lin Fei. Nonsense. All of these are just some illusory existences. They're only good at scaring ordinary people. To me, there's really nothing to be scared of. Lin Fei let out a loud laugh. His fleshly body moved, and a stream of water energy smashed directly against those illusory figures. Even the vines and branches were the same. In the blink of an eye, they were all destroyed. Everything had been restored to its original state. Even the illusory figures, in the face of this stream of water, were instantly destroyed. And then a ray of light flashed past. In the blink of an eye, the rather terrifying dark pagoda's special barrier was broken apart, and the four gods inside all charged out. Their hearts were still trembling. That scene just now had truly been quite dangerous. Right now, their gazes were all focused on this young man. Thank you, brother, for your assistance. We were able to easily destroy this dark pagoda. These people were indeed quite grateful. If it hadn't been for this young man destroying the dark pagoda from the outside, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Then do we still want this tree monster? If we don't, then I'm going to destroy it and see if there's anything good inside. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. The four gods all shook their heads. This tree folk is too powerful. Even though he only has the strength of a mid-god, he was able to stop the four of us. We are no match for him, so we didn't think too much about it. After fighting for a while, they knew that it would be difficult for just a few of them. This tree demon's defense was very strong. Although its attack was average, it could last for a long time, which was why it could use the dark pagoda. A figure appeared in the sky above the tree. It was the same shadow from before. It seemed to be very angry and full of hatred. How dare you ruin my plans? I'll kill you first. A black-armored figure instantly rushed out. And then a saber light flashed out. This saber light flashed past. And then even the bodies of those four gods began to tremble. He retreated repeatedly. Brother, be careful. This is a melee expert that has been refined. He can erupt with the strength of a mid-deity. This should be his trump card. These people were quickly forced to retreat. They felt a terrifying chill, and there was still such a terrifying trump card. They finally seemed to understand why this tree folk had been able to exist for so long. He probably relied on the dark pagoda to trap them and exhaust their energy, then directly used the black-armored figure. At that time, he would be able to catch them off guard. They wouldn't be able to withstand it. What a good plan. After they retreated, the black-armored figure fixed his eyes on Lin Fei. The saber light flashed again and again, displaying a terrifying extreme speed. The people in the distance could also see that this was another extreme speed. In front of this speed, they couldn't see it clearly at all. Up until now, only a few gods could barely keep up with this speed. In front of this speed, they would be killed in a matter of minutes. This little brother is probably going to be in trouble. This black-armored figure actually has such extreme speed. Although it's just extreme speed, it's still hard to defend against. Let's go and help. Otherwise, this little brother won't be able to hold on. Didn't you notice that this brother hasn't made any moves? Even if the opponent's saber light is fast, it seems like his speed is just as fast. If it were them, it would definitely be very, very difficult to defend against such a move. But now, this young man seemed to be able to hold on very easily. This was thought-provoking. Since when did a young man become so powerful? You're quite fast. I really have to thank you for contributing such a good treasure. With such a helper, I'll be able to do a lot of things, Chun Feng said with a smile. Lin Fei was really happy. This tree folk had really given him a big surprise. He hadn't even reached this place, and he had already given him such a good thing. This was definitely an existence with a powerful, fleshly body. Although this fleshly body couldn't compare to his, it was at least the fleshly body of a god. The fleshly body of a god could be seen everywhere. But the fleshly body of a god was a bit difficult. Not just anyone could train to that level. This black-armored figure was definitely famous when he was alive. With a whoosh, the saber light landed on the body of the black-armored figure. The black-armored figure was sent flying by the saber as soon as he came up. Then, another saber flashed by, severing the karmic connection between them. So this saber had been infused with karmic connections. It had become very different. The tree folk had been feeling a bit smug. He could finally take revenge. He could even capture this guy in front of him and refine him. But in the blink of an eye, he lost contact with a black-armored figure. He knew that he was in big trouble. The first thing he wanted to do was to snatch the black-armored figure back. But as soon as he moved, a cold light attacked him. One treasure after another appeared around him. All of them were defensive treasures. But because of this, he was a bit too slow. The black-armored figure fell into the opponent's hands. You have quite a lot of defensive treasures. It seems like you are rather afraid of death. I wonder what other killing moves you have. Just use them. Otherwise, I'll kill you later. So. One saber light after another instantly slashed out from all directions. You bastard, you actually dare to trick me. In the blink of an eye, the illusory figure was hit by one attack after another. It wasn't just an ordinary amount. Against someone like you, do I need to talk about tactics? Lin Fei smiled calmly. He didn't care at all. The other party was so angry that he vomited blood. He couldn't take it anymore. At other times, it might not be a big deal, but now was different. Chapter 5010. Lin Fei had no intention of playing with these things with real swords and spears. It was a simple matter to get rid of them. Moreover, Lin Fei was quite interested in this armored man. This guy's body was very strong. It had reached the level of a middle god. Such a puppet was also a close combat warrior. It would be a good idea to keep it by his side. Therefore, Lin Fei made his move. With the karma connection and the immemorial Overlord saber in his hand, he broke the connection with the other party. Then, he took control of the puppet. This was just the beginning. After taking control of the puppet, Lin Fei made his move. Slash after slash. Each slash came from different directions and landed on the huge tree demon's body. No matter how powerful the tree demon was, it was in a sorry state. After 10 slashes, it turned into smoke with a boom. Quite a lot of things have been exposed. The blue fairy and Bai Shangnian put them away. One of the items caused their expressions to change. It was actually a high-grade god artifact. Even though it was incomplete and damaged, it was still a high-grade god artifact. My lord, there is a high-grade god artifact here. It looks like it still has some power. This guy is probably used for sneak attacks. The blue fairy could sense that this thing was unusual. It was the same for Bai Shangnian. She could tell. This thing was even more different than they had imagined. As for the figures in the distance, they secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. They had thought that a few middle gods would be able to deal with this tree demon. Unfortunately, this guy had been scheming. He had the Dark Pagoda and the close combat armored man. Now, he even had a high-grade god artifact. If he really dealt them a huge blow, they would probably all die here. Beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. At other times, it would have been fine. But now, they were on the verge of death. Fortunately, this young man was very strong. He turned and killed the tree demon. Even though it had dropped many things, they weren't jealous at all. This was exchanged with their lives. Otherwise, their treasures would be among these gifts. A few figures flew over and cupped their hands towards Lin Fei. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for your help. If not for you, all of us would have died here. I never thought that this everlasting forest would be even more terrifying than we imagined. Originally, they had absolute confidence in themselves. But now, they no longer felt that a few mid-gods could run amok here. If he wasn't careful, he would become fertilizer for these things. This was something they could easily sense. The tree demons here are indeed stronger than you think. So if you don't have the ability, it's best not to touch them. The ones on the outskirts are fine, but the ones inside are all very strong. Each of them has a special trump card. Lin Fei naturally knew better than anyone else how powerful these things were. After going to the Nirvana Pond, he would go to the so-called immortal stage to take a look. This place still had a great attraction. The information was detailed. As long as he followed the path, he would be able to continue walking. Be careful, there's a restriction in front of us that can explode with resplendent attacks. Lin Fei, who had been walking in front, suddenly stopped. In front of him was an inconspicuous path. However, there was a dangerous aura on this small path. After the punch was thrown, the air began to distort, and within the distortion, rays of cold light shot out. The power of God. This scene instantly gave Bai Shangnian and the Green Stream Fairy of Fright. They really couldn't withstand this restrictive method. Chapter 5011. The danger of this place was much greater than what Lin Fei had expected. Along the way, he had encountered many big and small tricks. Even Bai Shangnian and Bai Yoji, who were behind him, secretly sucked in a breath of cold air. How could there be such a dangerous place? He had even seen many corpses along the way. Of course, there were also some treasures. These treasures seemed to be badly damaged. It was obvious that they had suffered a great blow in the past. Fortunately, Lin Fei was here this time. Thus, they were very careful along the way and did not encounter too much danger. Only they understood that if they continued to stay here, it would definitely be the most dangerous. If I'm not mistaken, the palace in front should be the so-called Nirvana Pool. I can already sense that there are people there. They should be here to challenge it. Lin Fei's perception was stronger than anyone else's. Therefore, he could clearly sense that there were people coming from the front. It seemed that they would be able to enter very soon. Bai Xingnan's heart tightened. This time, he had put a lot of effort into this Nirvana pool. Now that there were people coming, it seemed that he was not the only one who wanted to enter. A loud rumbling sound rang out. Along the way, Lin Fei had basically used violent methods. There were no tricks at all. He had directly broken through them. After these methods were broken, it did not affect the other methods. Therefore, Lin Fei was even more relieved. If a slight move could affect the whole situation, Lin Fei would definitely not go all out. That was definitely thinking too much. But now, he naturally did not have so many scruples. Without any scruples, it was much easier. Not long after, Lin Fei charged into that place. In front of the palace, there were already several groups of people here. They were all carrying treasures. Charge in. There was a divine light on the palace gate. This divine light was very strange and blocked their way for a moment. As for the origins of these people, Lin Fei naturally did not know, but he could clearly see them. These people were definitely not from this level. They should be from the starry sky outside. Bai Shengnan immediately recognized a few of them. The ones at the front should be the people from Tianheng Palace. Also, the second group of people behind them should be from the Devil Star. The divine light that filled the sky was indeed very strange. Even Lin Fei could feel that these divine lights were extremely lethal. However, these divine lights were now limited to a certain range. In other words, if he wanted to enter the palace, he would have to pass through the divine light. The people challenging the divine light also saw Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan coming over. As for Lin Fei and the Blue Fairy, I didn't know many people, but Bai Shengnan was different. After all, he had a father, the strongest expert of the second floor. Therefore, everyone was a bit surprised. They didn't expect this person to also come. However, it wasn't Bai Lai, which was a bit surprising. It was actually a young man. Could it be that this young man had some sort of background? After thinking for a while, without an expert like Bai Lai, they naturally had nothing to fear. If Bai Lai came, it would be troublesome. Therefore, they were more at ease now. This place wasn't easy to break through. Lin Fei watched from the side for a while. He wasn't in a hurry. Slowly and leisurely, he saw through these divine lights. These divine lights seemed to be a kind of resistance. If one wanted to enter, they would have to break through this layer of resistance. In other words, one would have to have absolute strength. Lin Fei's eyesight was still very good. He quickly identified the attributes of these divine lights. Then, he let Bai Shengnan and the Blue Fairy follow by his side. Then, he rushed over. As soon as he entered, a power like flowing water surged over. It was very thick, very soft, and very unusual. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't have been able to withstand it and would have been directly frozen. Lin Fei's body moved, and he punched out with his fist. The water in front of him was blocked to a certain extent and actually bounced back. The surrounding people were a little surprised by Lin Fei's punch. They didn't expect this young man to be so strong. He didn't rely on treasures and just the power of his fist technique to block the power of the water. No wonder Bai Lai, the strongest expert of the second floor, would find such a helper. But they actually didn't know this person. They all felt that it was very strange. You must follow closely. Later on, the water is very strong. Once you are trapped here, you basically can't get out. You will slowly be corroded, and you will truly die slowly over time. Lin Fei's voice fell behind the two of them. Bai Shengnan and the Blue Fairy followed closely, almost not leaving each other's side. Lin Fei walked forward, and the two of them followed behind. The power of the water was strong from the beginning and got stronger and stronger. No wonder everyone couldn't move. Only by using all their strength could they slowly move forward. Lin Fei's physical body was strong, and his accumulation was very thick. Naturally, it wasn't something they could compare to. Along the way, he passed everyone one after another. They could only watch helplessly as Bai Lai's daughter was one step ahead of them. Even the people from Tianheng Palace were a little dumbfounded. Where did this kid come from? He was actually the first to run over. It seemed like he didn't encounter any resistance at all. After such a stimulation, they all pushed the treasures in their hands. They didn't dare to stop at all and went all out. This way, their speed was obviously a lot faster. But compared to Lin Fei, they were still quite a bit slower. Lin Fei's physical body directly shook the power of the water. The further they went, the more they felt the strain. Luckily, they were getting closer and closer to the door. It only took Lin Fei a little time to finally come up. Once they came up, the power of the water disappeared without a trace. The people behind were still a lot slower. They could only watch as the three of them went in first. Once they went in, they became even more anxious. They desperately wanted to rush in, but the power of the water seemed to be against them. It just wouldn't let them rush in easily. On this side, Lin Fei finally came in with by Shangnan and the Blue Fairy. There was a courtyard in this palace. This courtyard was very ordinary. It was filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. But Lin Fei slightly narrowed his eyes. He turned his fist into a palm and struck out. Everything instantly turned into a puff of black smoke. So this was an illusion. The center of the courtyard and its surroundings instantly became empty. A huge pool appeared in front of Lin Fei, just like that. The runes in the pool were constantly flashing, and it looked very mysterious. Could this be the Nirvana pool that Bai Lai had mentioned? It looked different too. Chapter 5012. This place was indeed a bit different from what Lin Fei had imagined. It was even more special than what he had imagined, especially the flashing divine characters in the middle of the pool. It was indeed very powerful. No wonder Bai Shangnan wanted to come here. This must be something good. It could allow one's fleshly body to undergo a complete transformation. It was extremely attractive. To Lin Fei, this attraction was no different from a piece of candy. He really didn't fancy such a small thing. This should be the Nirvana pool. As for how you use it, that's up to you. I'll help you guard outside, waiting for the day you come out. Lin Fei laughed. He really didn't have much interest in this pool. Instead, he said to the Blue Fairy beside him, "Since you're here, you should go down and give it a try. See if your fleshly body can undergo a certain transformation. After all, you have the fleshly body of a lower god. One more step, and you'll reach the pinnacle realm. You might even be able to take another step. This is your opportunity." This time, the Blue Fairy had followed him here to gain some experience. She never thought that she would have the chance to enter the Nirvana pool. Bai Xingnan didn't have much of an opinion. After all, not everyone could enter the Nirvana pool. Of course, she was also envious of the Blue Fairy's powerful fleshly body. For those with powerful fleshly bodies, entering the Nirvana pool was very beneficial. The two looked at each other, didn't say anything, and directly entered the Nirvana pool. As soon as they entered the Nirvana pool, divine runes immediately enveloped them. In an instant, the two were pulled down. Lin Fei sensed for a bit and didn't see any problems. He let out a sigh of relief. There was nothing to worry about. This Nirvana pool was indeed quite incredible. These divine characters all had special powers. If one could absorb enough divine characters, their fleshly body would undergo a transformation. This kind of change could make their potential stronger. Lin Fei suddenly raised his hand and shot out rays of light into the void. These rays of light converged into rays of saber light. They were lying in ambush in the void. They even turned into tiny particles. Just like that, they hid in the surroundings. Lin Fei had already mastered such a method before. He was just too lazy to use it. However, there were still people outside, and they would come here sooner or later. What Lin Fei needed to do was very simple. He needed to block the people outside. It was that simple. When the two of them came out, he would search for the so-called heavenly immortal platform to take a look. After all, there should be quite a few secrets in the everlasting mountain. Even now, Lin Fei was still unable to completely sense the situation in the entire everlasting mountain. In other words, this everlasting mountain was even more terrifying and powerful than he had imagined. Lin Fei came over after setting up his trap. There was a small door facing the entrance. As for when these people would arrive, Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee. It wouldn't take long for them to reach this place, as long as they were interested in the Nirvana pool. Just like that, Lin Fei closed his eyes. Behind him, a throne condensed into form. He just sat like that. In an instant, he became incomparably tall. In the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. Finally, someone was the first to rush over. The people who rushed over were the people from Tianning Palace. They had always hoped to be the first to enter, but they never expected that someone would beat them to it. That was Bai Lai's daughter. Even more so, they didn't expect that the one who brought them in would be a young man. This young man was very mysterious. Fortunately, they finally knew where he came from. So it was the great demon King Lin Fei of the first floor of the gods' great world. Towards such a great demon king, they truly felt that it was laughable. With just this kind of strength, he had the nerve to call himself the great demon king. That was because the other party had never seen a true great demon king. Halt! Just as he passed through the door, he was frightened by a voice. His voice was like thunder, exploding in their ears in an instant. The weaker ones immediately left a trail of blood at the side of their mouths. Following that, a defense was erected in front of them. The people of Tianning Palace instantly recognized that this was the so-called Great Demon King Lin Fei. He was actually sitting here all by himself. When they saw the faintly discernible nirvana pool behind him, they knew what was going on. The two women must have entered the pool. Instantly, the youths all changed. They wanted to enter the nirvana pool to obtain the greatest benefits. But now, someone had beaten them to it. How tyrannical. You even dare to snatch something that belongs to our Tianning Palace. We like it. Take your people and leave immediately. Otherwise, we won't be polite. This young man, coupled with the rumors that he was extremely powerful, caused the Tianning Palace elder to restrain himself. He gave them a way out. After all, there was still Bai Shengnan there. If it wasn't for the fact that the person from a Bai clan was very powerful, they wouldn't have needed to give him face. They would have directly charged over and taken him down. I don't care where you are from or what power you have. In any case, this place is temporarily in my hands. If you want to barge in, you can. But are you prepared to die? Lin Fei slowly opened his eyes, looking at these people. The most powerful of these men was this so-called elder who had just spoken. He was a god. His level of cultivation was indeed quite high here. So long as he didn't encounter any high gods, he wouldn't have much of a problem. However, in front of Lin Fei, he really wasn't enough. Secret attack. The Tianning Palace elder instantly attacked. One figure after another walked out, activating their so-called secret arts. A ray of black light instantly shot over. This ray of black light was like a ghost, instantly penetrating through. It seemed to have locked on a Lin Fei. A technique like this was truly inconceivable. Lin Fei smiled calmly. His 5 fingers grabbed the black light, and with a slight bit of force, he completely destroyed it. He flicked his finger. A ray of cold light flew back. A defensive barrier instantly appeared in front of this god from the Tianning Palace. With a cracking sound, the barrier shattered. This force bounced onto his body, and more than half of his body was instantly destroyed. Your technique isn't bad, right? If you want to die early, you can keep moving. Let's see if I can kill you. Stupefied, their own elder couldn't withstand a single blow. Everyone's faces grew even uglier. How could there be a fellow like this, and with such terrifying power? They were so terrified that their faces turned pale, and cold sweat began to drip down. If he went all out, most likely no one would be able to block him. A high god. He was definitely a high god, or perhaps a peak stage god. The power of the Demon King, Lin Fei, was terrifying. Many thanks for not killing us. We don't want our Nirvana pools anymore. He chose to give up and leave first. Chapter 50:13. The Tianning Palace elder brought his people and left. Half of his body had recovered. After all, he was a middle deity. However, he had used up a lot of divine power. His face was much more dispirited. Not long after they left, they ran into another group of people. They ran into another group of people who were rushing over. When this group of people saw them, they couldn't help but laugh. Isn't this Tianning Palace's elder Tian Yin? You look like you are injured. Is there an expert in the Nirvana pool? The one who spoke was an elder of the Demon Star. His name was Elder Sanmu. He had quite a powerful technique. His name was not small either. When he saw Elder Tian Yun's injured appearance, he could not help but laugh. Earlier, they had lagged behind and could only watch as Elder Tian Yun brought his people over. They had not expected that by the time they arrived, Elder Tian Yun had already left. As for gaining something in the Nirvana pool, that was just wishful thinking. Everyone who had entered was here. No one had entered. Elder Tian Yun looked at him coldly. We do not want the Nirvana pool. If you want it, we will give it to you. I hope that you will not suffer. I am just giving you a piece of advice. Elder Tian Yun left with his people after saying this. On the contrary, Elder San Mu frowned slightly, clearly surprised. Logically speaking, it was not easy for the Tianning Palace people to come here. They would not give up. In the blink of an eye, a figure appeared in Elder San Mu's mind. Could it be the two women and one man who had entered earlier? Aside from them, it was impossible for anyone else to have entered first. Could it be that someone else had come from somewhere else? That was possible. No matter what, Elder San Mu intended to go in and take a look. The overall strength of the Demon Star was not inferior to the Tianning Palace. When they reached the door, Elder San Mu finally knew what was going on. It turned out that there was a person sitting at the door. This big saber and golden horse sat there lazily. It was the young man who had entered earlier. He could not see the two women and understood that they had entered the Nirvana pool. Take this move of mine first. What a waste of time. I'm not in the mood to fight with you one by one. Lin Fei smiled faintly. With a flick of his finger, a wave of energy shot over. This wave of energy was getting closer and closer. In an instant, a terrifying power erupted. Elder San Mu couldn't even put up a defense in time. More than half of his body exploded. Even the people behind him suffered the same fate, and they all suffered a little. Without another word, he immediately turned around and retreated. A single wave of power was enough to make him experience despair. He finally knew why this guy dared to sit here. With such strength, it was indeed very difficult to barge in. Although Elder San Mu had retreated, he gritted his teeth and took out an item. This is a very special treasure and can be considered a very rare thing in their devil planet. It was called the Sound Transmission Bugle. It was able to transmit sound within a certain range. He wanted to let everyone know that there was such a place here. Such a thing seemed to be of little value, but sometimes it seemed to be very useful. Elder San Mu planned to use this treasure. He couldn't enter, but he wouldn't let you have an easy time either. Do you really think that you can suppress just anyone? We don't need the Nirvana pool anymore. If anyone wants to go, then go. There's only one person guarding it, a close combat expert. The leisurely voice directly spread throughout the area. Even Lin Fei heard the voice. This voice was very strange. It came from all directions, but it was very clear. He raised his eyebrows slightly. This should be the doing of the people from Devil Star. They really do have some ability to actually have such a method. Are they trying to tire me out? I'll remember you, Devil Star. After the news of such a treasure spread, Lin Fei knew that there should be a lot of people here. After all, there were more than a few people who came to the Everlasting Mountain this time. There were some who came in earlier, and some who came in later. However, with this treasure, everyone knew about the existence of the Nirvana pool. Lin Fei was not too worried. After all, with his strength, as long as it was not a top-level superior god, he would not be able to do anything to it. Even if he did, his primordial blade was not a joke. Now that his super ancient eternal body had reached the 3rd level, even though the experience gained from signing and was not a lot. But this did not stop Lin Fei from slowly improving. From a moment he accepted Bai Lai's errand, Lin Fei knew that there would be a lot of trouble. At the same time, in the boundless darkness of the Everlasting Mountain, a few figures also heard this voice. Sound transmission horn, someone is targeting my daughter. Bai Lai also sensed it at the first possible moment. Such a treasure could only be that sound transmission horn. This treasure was very useless, but it was very useful in the Everlasting Mountain. From the moment Lin Fei brought his daughter to the Nirvana pool, Bai Lai had never been worried. Lin Fei's strength was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Whoever underestimated him would definitely suffer a huge loss. Could it be that someone had used the sound transmission horn so quickly? Do you want to go? Didn't your daughter go to the Nirvana pool? If there really are other people going to the Nirvana pool, then it will be a bit troublesome. This time, there are quite a few experts and quite a few first-rate powers have come. A man in black said, "It's fine that Lin Fei's strength is stronger than I expected. With him guarding it, there shouldn't be any problems. Let's continue forward. Moreover, it won't be that easy for us to leave this place. This is the land of darkness." There were many secret realms in the everlasting mountain. Without detailed information, it was impossible to break in. They were in the mountains. It was still quite dangerous. It wasn't that easy to leave. They couldn't give up halfway. Haha, not bad. I never thought that there would be such a good place here. Once I absorb all the essence of the Nirvana pool, my body will definitely be able to reach another level. With a burst of loud laughter, a tall and sturdy figure landed in front of the door. He didn't even look and directly barged in. However, the moment he entered, he saw a blade light flying towards him. Wah! His entire body was sent flying. A ray of saber light exploded on his body. Saber lights left behind. Even though his physical body was strong, the saber lights still exploded on his body, leaving behind many cracks. His demigod fleshly body was now covered with wounds. Such a strong blade technique. The expression of the tall and sturdy man clearly changed, and his entire body seemed to turn cold. There was actually such a terrifying blade technique. A single slash was enough to almost injure his physical body. This person was definitely not a match for him. No wonder the sound transmission horn treasure would appear. Chapter 50:14. Those who were able to come here were all very powerful. However, they had all suffered a loss this time. They couldn't break through at all because Lin Fei was here. A single blade light was enough to make them realize what fear and despair were. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't kill them. After experiencing a life and death struggle, they didn't dare to have any other thoughts and just left. Lin Fei had it easy as well. Of course, he also encountered a few powerful people. These powerful people actually joined forces to ambush him from 3 different directions, but they were all killed by Lin Fei with a single blade strike. After all, Lin Fei's tyrannical blade was no joke. It could only be said that these people were rather unlucky. They could ambush anyone, but they had to ambush themselves. Fortunately, this didn't happen too often. Those people more or less had some connections. If they couldn't enter this place, they naturally wouldn't enter again. Lin Fei was also quite relaxed and warm. Time passed day by day. In the blink of an eye, it was the 7th day. During these 7 days, Lin Fei had defeated a total of 108 experts. 10 of them were at the god level. However, the high gods hadn't seen them yet. In Lin Fei's view, there were so many mysterious places in the primordial mountains. High gods like them definitely wouldn't have a problem with their brains to come here. Lin Fei was quite calm. Whoosh! 2 figures rushed out from the magma. If it wasn't the blue fairy and Bai Shangnan, who else could it be? After coming out, the 2 of them immediately felt a huge difference. Their life auras had greatly improved, especially the blue fairy. Her fleshly body had actually reached the early god level in one go. This kind of fleshly body was too terrifying. As for Bai Shangnan, she had also undergone a huge change. Her life aura had increased, which meant that her bloodline had greatly improved. A faintly discernible phoenix appeared behind her. Although it wasn't solid, it was just a faintly discernible shadow. The existence of this shadow let Lin Fei know that Bai Shongnan's future potential had increased by a large amount. No wonder Bai Lai came to find him. "My lord, my fleshly body has already broken through to the early god level." The blue fairy was also very happy. Bai Xingnan's face was also filled with envy. She had also activated her bloodline, which was completely different from before. She also looked gratefully at Lin Fei. "Senior, thank you for bringing me here. Without you, I wouldn't have the qualifications to cultivate here. It's normal to take someone else's things and do things for them. Now that you've refined the divine runes here, the rest should be useless. I'll take it." Originally, Lin Fei didn't have any thoughts about it. However, the people outside kept breaking in. Coupled with the fact that the people of Devil Star had used a treasure like the sound transmission bugle, Lin Fei really felt unhappy. Therefore, Lin Fei felt that if he was unhappy, he would make them unhappy as well. Bai Shengnan nodded his head. This thing is useless to me. There's still some essence inside, but not much. I think only one person is left, and the time to absorb it is at most 2 to 3 days, not 7 days like now. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. He reached out his hand and grabbed, and the divine runes flew up one after another, turning into a ball. This ball seemed to have condensed into essence. It wasn't big, but all of the divine inscriptions' essence flew out. In just a few dozen breaths of time, this area had instantly turned into an ordinary area. This could also be considered Lin Fei's first harvest in the everlasting mountain. If the people behind him were to come in again, they would really faint from crying. A good place was destroyed by Lin Fei, just like that. Just like that, Lin Fei was not enough, so he extended his hand and grabbed a stone wall. With a wave of his hand, he left a few words on it. Devil Star, your sound transmission bugle horn is quite useful, so I'll take away the rest of the divine inscriptions. When they saw this line of words, both Bai Shengnan and the Blue Fairy were slightly shocked. They knew that Immerse was going to be out of luck. After all, this place had always been left behind to allow people to improve their physical bodies and bloodlines. But now that it was gone, they naturally hated the people of Immerse previously. When they used the sound transmission bugle horn, they naturally knew that this was a relatively useless treasure. Then this matter was Immerse's. All right, since this matter is settled, I can also go take a look around this place. The two of you can also find a place to train. This is a rare opportunity, so don't follow behind me. I'm afraid that you won't be able to keep up with where I go. Lin Fei tactfully told Bai Shengnan. The Blue Fairy was the same. Naturally, it was for her to train, especially when her physical body had reached the early stage of the God Realm. As long as she didn't go to any dangerous places in the Everlasting Mountain, there were still many treasures that she could fight for. As soon as he finished, Lin Fei's figure immediately left. Whether it was Bai Shengnan or the Blue Fairy, neither of them could feel how Lin Fei left. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation in space. My lord is just that impatient. Why don't the two of us form a team together? At least we have a companion, don't you think? The Blue Fairy was the first to speak. Bai Shengnan didn't really care about this. He also felt that working together with the Blue Fairy was quite beneficial. I also have the same idea. Then let's work together. The two of them also left this place. Not long after they left, a figure walked out from the void and laughed in a low voice. I didn't wait here for so long in vain. I can finally come in. That great demon King Lin Fei is really not easy to deal with. I never thought that he would be so strong. With a single slash, he would be able to scatter our souls. The moment he entered, the voice of this figure was especially cold. What a great devil star, what a great demon King Lin Fei. To actually destroy such a place, I will not let this go. On the other side, Elder Sanmu suddenly shivered and looked around. There didn't seem to be anyone around, nor was there any danger. But why did he shiver? This shiver seemed to be very bad. Thoughts like this were quickly put away. He didn't think too much about it. Unfortunately, there were more and more of these shivers, one after another. In a short period of time, he had experienced a different feeling. It was like a sign of being cursed. His entire body felt cold. As an expert, he could more or less feel it. Could it be that he had encountered some trouble this time? Logically speaking, it was impossible. How could there be trouble? He was a member of the Devil Star. Chapter 50:15. Lin Fei finally escaped. After all, he had been there for the past few days, and it really made him feel uncomfortable. There were truly more interesting places in this everlasting mountain than he had imagined. Lin Fei wanted to take a look even more. The secret realms here could be said to be formed one after another. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to sense the existence of these secret realms. The more secret realms one could sense, the more places one could go, the stronger one would be. Just like now, the moment Lin Fei arrived, he appeared in a forest. However, this forest was different. There was an entrance to a secret realm in this forest. It was extremely inconspicuous. It had turned into an existence of a particle, and this particle was also very strange and could not be detected at all. This was because it would move all the time, but the restricted area was within this forest. This forest was actually a treasure that had trapped this place. Only someone like Lin Fei would be able to sense the changes that were happening within. If someone came from the outside, they wouldn't be able to sense it at all, let alone enter. Lin Fei wasn't too interested in this kind of place. Because he didn't feel any dangerous aura from the particles, he naturally chose to give up. From Lin Fei's point of view, the places he wanted to go had to be some of the more dangerous secret realms. Of course, the one that moved him the most should be the Heaven Immortal stage. That place was the place that truly moved his heart, and the other places could be put aside. Along the way, he had seen 5 secret realms. Some of these 5 secret realms were dangerous. Some were ordinary, but no matter which one it was, there were definitely some treasures inside. However, Lin Fei didn't even look at them. Looks like going to this Heaven Immortal stage isn't as easy as I thought. I actually got lost in this place. What the hell? On a fork in the road, Lin Fei stopped. Although there was a path on the left and right in front of him, Lin Fei knew that only one of the 3 paths was correct. The other 2 paths were filled with the aura of death. However, the aura of death wasn't very weak and could be sensed instinctively. But when he tried to sense it, he found that there was a layer of great power enveloping this place, completely isolating that feeling. Therefore, Lin Fei didn't know where he should go. If he took the right path, he would naturally be fine. If he took the wrong path, he would naturally be in danger. Suddenly, Lin Fei's gaze was fixed, and his entire person changed a lot. I didn't expect there to be negative emotions in this place. It almost affected me. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and recovered in time. Lin Fei looked at the 3 paths and suddenly punched out 3 times. These 3 punches seemed to be heading towards these 3 paths, but in the blink of an eye, the 3 paths actually turned into 1. In other words, there was only 1 path in front of Lin Fei. The other 2 paths were actually fake. What a good illusion technique. The illusion technique didn't seem to be very clever, but Lin Fei knew that he had already entered the illusion. Fortunately, Lin Fei was different from others. Therefore, he was able to react quickly. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss, not to mention getting out of this place. The 3 paths turned into 1. Lin Fei also slowed down. Along the way, he saw many skeletons on the ground, but there weren't any treasures. He didn't need to guess to know that these treasures must have been taken away by someone. Other than this explanation, there was no other explanation. Fortunately, Lin Fei didn't care much about these things. Even if they were taken away, it didn't matter. He just continued to walk like this. The surrounding environment was also constantly changing. However, Lin Fei knew that this was all an illusion. He could not take it seriously at all. If you took it seriously, then congratulations, you definitely wouldn't be able to get out and would be trapped in this illusion forever. At the same time, Lin Fei also understood that within the everlasting mountain, the strongest should be this illusion technique. True and false, false and true. Lin Fei wasn't strong in anything else, but his physical body was strong. Once his physical body was strong, he would be able to resist the invasion of a small ghost. He maintained a clear state of mind at all times. The tyrannical power of the ancient eternal body was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. If it was a different body, it definitely wouldn't have such a great effect. Not to mention being able to withstand the impact of an invisible illusion technique. I knew there was definitely a place here. It's exactly as I thought. A palace appeared in front of them. This palace wasn't big and looked very ordinary. The words on the palace were very obvious. Bliss Palace. Seeing such a name, Lin Fei's mind became a lot more lively. It seemed that this palace wasn't too serious. Since he was already here, Lin Fei was naturally not surprised. He pushed the door open and walked in. The moment he entered, he saw many young women in front of him. These women were graceful, and as they swayed, a fragrance filled the air. Following that, they walked towards Lin Fei. Before they could even get close to Lin Fei, a resplendent light came out from Lin Fei's body and then crushed over these women. In the blink of an eye, the field of vision in front of him widened. There was nothing left. Everything had turned into nothingness. He had the nerve to use such a small trick. Lin Fei snorted in his heart and continued to walk forward. This time, there weren't that many things that came out. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at a small study room in the palace. It turned out that there weren't many rooms in this palace. Most of the rooms were empty. Only this study room was a little different. There were quite a few books here. After Lin Fei walked in, the small study room actually changed to a certain extent. It was very different from before. So. Rays of light flew out from Lin Fei's body. These rays of light turned into fist lights, and all of them landed on the study room. Following that, the study room underwent a strange change. This is the true appearance of this study room. Not far from Lin Fei, there seemed to be a yellow springs hell. All sorts of cries could be heard from time to time. The surroundings also became dim, and there was a dark red glow. Lin Fei knew that he had entered a secret realm. Following that, a huge wave of shadows swept over. Lin Fei raised his hand, and a huge palm appeared in the shadows in front of him, sweeping across. The black shadows vanished without a trace. Just like that, Lin Fei's figure walked forward unhurriedly. Suddenly, then, he punched the air again. Blood flowed down like a waterfall. There were many hidden special existences like this, but none of them could hide. Along the way, Lin Fei was basically killed. Chapter 50:16. Along the way, there was nothing that could stop Lin Fei. Even if there was, he would be killed instantly. As a figure came over, Lin Fei realized that there was a long river not far away. This long river was boundless, but there were a few stone platforms by the side of the river. On the stone platforms, there were a few figures sitting cross-legged. One of the figures said to Lin Fei, looking a little surprised, "After all, not just anyone could come to this place." In the end, this young man came just like that. More importantly, he seemed a little unfamiliar. The others didn't pay much attention and continued to sit there leisurely. However, their eyes seemed to be looking at the vast sea. When they got closer, Lin Fei realized that there was something different about this place. It was actually a blood-colored sea that seemed boundless. This made Lin Fei have a different thought. It seemed like this place was really different. This place doesn't seem dangerous, but this sea is a little different. Could there be something special about it? Seeing that there was another stone platform not far away, Lin Fei sat on it. However, the moment he sat down, rays of light burst out from the stone platform. These rays of light contained an extremely strong force. Lin Fei didn't react. He pressed down with his palm, and the rays of light dissipated instantly. Then, they landed on the stone platform. The three figures who were originally sitting there all opened their eyes and looked over at the same time. Especially the one who had just spoken. He even laughed. "Daoist friend, your strength isn't bad. To be able to destroy this force so easily, it seems like you're someone with some ability." Indeed, Lin Fei didn't use much strength with his palm, and the rays of light dissipated on their own. However, it was different for the four of them. Instantly, they felt a certain amount of pressure from Lin Fei, a certain amount of fear. This young man was an expert. "My strength is only SOSO. Can't you see that I haven't even cultivated out a godhead?" Lin Fei smiled faintly. He knew that this stone platform might be a test. Without this stone platform, he might not be able to enter the sea. He still didn't know what kind of secrets this place had. These people should know, it's just that they didn't explain. Only after Lin Fei said this did they notice that this young man really did not cultivate out his divine deity, but his strength was very strong, and he walked the path of body refinement. That was quite rare. So fellow Taoist is an expert in body refinement. No wonder you could come all the way here. A figure sitting not far away, who was the one who started the fight, seemed to be quite interested. "Hello, I'm a higher god of Sky Orchid." The man introduced himself. From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that those who could come here were neither low gods nor mid gods. Only high gods were qualified to come here. Without this strength, it was impossible to reach this step. "My name is Lin Fei, and I walk the path of body refinement. This place is quite interesting, so I came in," he said casually. These people were all intrigued, but they didn't know where this Lin Fei came from. There were many people who knew about the gods' great world. No one tried to find out more about it. When Lin Fei said this name, unless it was someone who was very familiar with it, most people wouldn't be able to recognize it. They couldn't find anything after searching for a while. They didn't think about it anymore. At the very least, this person was strong. The higher god of Sky Orchid sent another message. Fellow Taoist Lin, I think this should be your first time here. This sea is called the Endless Blood Sea. In a while, there'll be a big ship coming over. Once you board that ship, you'll be able to enter the legendary Blood Demon Island. I wonder if you're interested. Let's team up. Hearing the message, Lin Fei knew that this higher god of Sky Orchid had some ideas. As for whether or not he had formed a team with the other three, he didn't know. At the very least, what Lin Fei knew was that this was the Endless Blood Sea. No wonder the aura of this place felt so evil. So this place is called the Endless Blood Sea. That's really different. Lin Fei, who didn't know the name of this place, finally knew the origin of this place. This secret plane should be called the Blood Sea Secret Plane because there was a copy of it in the information. Previously, this place looked incomparably evil. Naturally, Lin Fei couldn't recognize it immediately. With the other party's words, he understood that this was the Blood Sea Secret Plane that he had seen before. Rumor had it that it was a place where a powerful demon lived. Now, it had become a secret plane. Just how powerful must one be to turn a place into a pocket dimension? It was no wonder there were so many evil auras and strange powers along the way. This pocket dimension was probably a world in the first place, but it had been refined by someone, and all the lives in it had been wiped out. It was the same even for those powerful evil devils. This place is quite dangerous. If you're willing to team up with me, we'll be able to look out for each other. If you're afraid, I have a treasure here. We can swear to the heavens that the heavens will protect us. We won't be able to hurt each other for a certain period of time. The higher god of Sky Orchid sent another message. Lin Fei wasn't the kind of person who was new to this place. The more one reached this realm, the more one wouldn't be stupid enough to believe a person's words. Then, he sent another message. Forget about this for the time being. Let me take a look first. You know that I'm a person who tempered my body yesterday. I can't do anything else, but my life-saving skills are quite strong. I'm afraid that I'll be a burden to you when the time comes. This was a tactful refusal. The higher god of Sky Orchid was stunned for a moment, but then returned to normal. Then, do as you wish. If you want to form a team, you can tell me. This endless blood, see, isn't as peaceful as you think. A lot of information about this secret plane appeared in Lin Fei's mind. According to the information, there were some treasures left behind by the demon in this secret plane. However, these treasures were full of demonic nature and weren't that easy to refine. Apart from that, there was also the essence left behind by the demon. Rumor had it that once one obtained it, one would quickly gain half of the demon's strength. As for how much strength this half possessed, no one knew. However, it was enough to make countless people go crazy. This was a real opportunity to reach the heavens in a single bound. Speaking of which, these things weren't as good as imagined, but they weren't as bad either. If one could obtain them, they could more or less exchange them for some useful things. Only Lin Fei would have such an idea. Chapter 50:17. Lin Fei was more or less interested in this high god of Sky Orchid. After all, he had come to invite him to join his team. How could he possibly not be interested in him? Perhaps this fellow knew quite a few secrets of this place. Lin Fei wouldn't be so foolish as to fall for his tricks. More people were coming. Lin Fei's senses were quite sharp. Although he hadn't fought yet, he knew that he was definitely more powerful than these people, even if they had treasures. Lin Fei's senses were extremely strong as well. The figures moved at high speed towards him. It seemed they all wanted to go to Blood Demon Island. If one wanted to go to Blood Demon Island, one had to board a Blood Demon ship, which seemed to have a fixed location. Only the spots on the stone platform could be used to board the Blood Demon ship. This was what Lin Fei had come up with after reading through the information. This particular spot was extremely important. As expected, in the blink of an eye, 5 figures arrived. These 5 figures were all dressed in black, but each of them had a golden saber on their chests. They looked quite different. Even the experts present had a slight change in appearance. And then, from afar, yet another voice rang out. Only, the way he walked was a bit different. It was like a saber, incomparably sharp, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Everywhere he passed, he left behind one saber light after another in the air. Although these saber lights left behind in the air didn't cause much of a commotion, one could still see them. Anyone who followed behind him would be struck by these saber lights. Any one of them was capable of killing a demigod or heavily injuring a god. It seems I came at the right time. There's still one more spot, but my people need one more spot. You're welcome, young man. The golden-robed man waved his hand, and a saber light swept out, locking onto Lin Fei's body. Lin Fei, who had been sitting there, suddenly had a cold look in his eyes. A punch came smashing towards him. It landed right on the saber light, and then instantly collapsed. Sir, you attacked as soon as you arrived. Do you think you are very powerful? Or do you think I'm easy to bully just because I'm sitting here quietly? Lin Fei let out a cold snort. He stood up and punched out. Then, dozens of fist shadows enveloped the body of the man with the golden saber. The man with the golden saber drew his saber and slashed once, resolving many of the attacks. The 5 men in black who had been following them were not so lucky. Bang, 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 bang. He was beaten into a bloody mess. Since you've brought so many people with you, I'm sure you don't mind fighting alone. Lin Fei sat down again. The nearby high gods were all slightly startled. My goodness, this young man was quite irascible. As expected of a physique cultivator, his physical strength was truly formidable. He actually killed 5 of Jindao sect master subordinates in the blink of an eye in front of him. They were the most recognized disciples of the Golden Saber sect master. Basically, he would bring them along to look for opportunities whenever he went out. These 5 Jindao Gate disciples were exceptionally strong. But now, in the blink of an eye, these 5 Jindao Gate disciples were gone. Jindao School was also a powerful force, especially in the stellar domain. In particular, the saber techniques which this Jindao Gate master specialized in were absolutely terrifying. Supposedly, he had even learned a terrifying god-slaying saber technique. This saber technique was the most powerful technique of the Jindao Gate master. When fighting against him, one had to guard against this saber. Supposedly, this saber could kill a peak high god. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. In any case, no one had ever personally experienced it. Perhaps everyone who had experienced it had been killed. You dare to kill 5 of my disciples. The Jindao Gate master truly was in a bad mood. In the outside world, everyone would give him face. But now, someone had actually killed 5 of his disciples with a single attack, completely annihilating them. In order to raise these 5 disciples, he had spent countless resources and effort. Most importantly, these 5 disciples had been of enormous use to him. But now there was nothing left. They had been wiped out by this fellow in front of him. If they've been wiped out, then they've been wiped out. All I can say is that they are too weak. If you have the ability, then come fight us. Let's see who's afraid of who. Lin Fei wasn't that easy to talk to. As you wish. In the blink of an eye, one doppelganger after another walked out, appearing in the surrounding area, all locking onto Lin Fei's body. 10,000 saber attacks. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A rain of saber light came crashing down. Every single saber light transformed into an enormous meteor, but these meteors were filled with terrifying power. This was a large area of effect attack. But of course, the most important thing was that the power that was unleashed in this instant caused the remaining high gods to feel shocked. He truly lived up to his reputation as the Jindao Gate Master. The techniques he possessed were so savage and domineering. No wonder everyone had to give him face. This young man really was something. Of all the people he could offend, he had actually offended the Jindao Gate Master. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Fei rose to his feet as well, exploding with a punch as well. On the other hand, Lin Fei's fist shadows were much more powerful. A single fist shadow blasted open a region. After all of the punches merged together, they instantly created an enormous canopy. All of the techniques had been destroyed. Lin Fei looked over as well. It seems your strength isn't that great. If you have the ability, then continue attacking. I have plenty of time. Lin Fei was indeed using a body tempering technique. But as soon as he unleashed his power, the people present once again had an idea. This fellow was also a vicious person. The Jindao Gate Master was also a vicious person. When two vicious people met, it would most likely be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. A body refiner. The Jindao Gate Master finally realized that this fellow's explosive power was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Such power, but he was actually walking the path of body refining. This sort of person was too hard to deal with. Just now, after testing him a bit, he knew that this fellow's body was extremely powerful. At the very least, he had reached the god level. This sort of body was indeed very hard to deal with. Right? I'm a body refiner. I might not be good at other things, but I'm quite good at preserving my life. The last thing you should have done was to immediately attack me. We body refiners have our own tempers. The Jindao Gate Master didn't attack again. As soon as he turned around, he landed on a distant stone platform. It seemed that he was going to give up on attacking. The other superior gods were also a little surprised. In fact, this was also within their expectations. If they were to attack again, the Jindao Gate Master might have to pay a great price to take down this young man. In their hearts, they couldn't wait for the two of them to fight for 300 rounds. No matter who won or lost, these people didn't mind attacking again. All the benefits would fall on them. Unfortunately, the two of them didn't attack again. They seemed to mind their own business. Chapter 50:18. Sect Master Jindao didn't move again. All of this was within Lin Fei's expectations. This guy had guts, but he couldn't figure him out. In addition, he hadn't cultivated Godhead. Just the path of body refining made him feel great pressure. That was why he didn't dare to make a move. Before he had a certain degree of confidence, this guy could only stare. This was the deterrent power of Lin Fei's strength. Even if he killed a few of his juniors, he could only stare. Could he fight with himself? He reckoned that the few people nearby would be very happy. When both sides were injured, he would directly take the knife. This was a normal operation. The others began to study this young man slightly. The method just now was really domineering, especially the method of body refining. Pure physical strength could actually shake Sect Master Jindao's method. Sect Master Jindao still had some knife skills that he hadn't used, and he hadn't even used some of his trump cards. However, it could be seen from such a simple exchange. This young man was extraordinary. Originally, they all knew each other very well, but now that there was another young man, it was completely different. Not far away, there seemed to be no one on the last stone platform. Of course, it didn't care much. After all, they already had people here. As long as the Blood Sea ship came, they could enter the Blood Sea ship and then go to Blood Demon Island. It seems that I can still make it in time. A strange figure came all the way from afar. Only a voice was heard, and then a figure appeared on the stone platform. Looking at the figure on the stone platform, whether it was Sect Master Jindao or the others, their expressions changed slightly. Lightning Devil King, I didn't expect you to actually come here. The first to speak should be Sect Master Jindao. He looked thoughtful. Originally, that position was also his, but he wanted to take 2 more positions so that his disciples could also be qualified to enter. In the end, all 5 of his disciples died. He didn't get any advantage. Instead, he had an opponent, and this opponent had some ability. He wanted to deal with him, but couldn't. Lightning Devil King was a young man, very young, and seemed to be about the same age as Lin Fei. Such a person had a faint smile on his face, as if he had a card up his sleeve. So it's Master Jindao. Don't your 5 disciples usually stand by your side? This is such a good opportunity. Why didn't you let them come out and train? The Lightning Devil King laughed. Suddenly, he looked towards a certain direction. There seemed to be a stench of blood in that place, and as it spread out, he immediately understood what it meant. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. So, your 5 disciples were actually killed by someone. I wonder who was so bold as to kill all 5 of your disciples. Even I don't have the guts to do that. Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was somewhat ugly. Who didn't know that this Lightning Devil King usually spoke the most inappropriately? It just so happened that this guy's forte was speed. By the time you made your move, he had already run far away. Unless you had a top-grade spatial treasure that could restrain him, there were basically not many people who could do anything to him. It was said that this guy's speed had already reached the peak of the third stage. This was a little scary. If he took another step forward, he could basically walk sideways with his speed. No one could clean it up. Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was a little ugly. This Lightning Devil King really had to mention this. Doesn't he know that my 5 disciples died, and I feel terrible in my heart? So it's this friend. I'm the Lightning Devil King. I don't like that disciple of his. Now that you were able to kill them, I should thank you properly. If you have time, we can have a drink. The Lightning Devil King's gaze immediately fell on Lin Fei. This was because he felt that the gaze of Golden Blade Sect Master wasn't quite right. Especially when it fell on this young man, he understood what was going on. Lin Fei also noticed this young man just now. He was actually called the Lightning Devil King. This speed was truly unimaginable. Even Lin Fei had to go all out to fight him to a draw. And this young man seemed to be born with the ability to control speed. Lin Fei had also encountered such a method before. This was their innate talent. It was no wonder that the 2 Golden Blade Sect Masters didn't dare to say anything. Being targeted by such a speed-type expert wasn't something that anyone could endure. When you fought, you only used one move, but the other party used dozens of moves. That scene would definitely be a complete mess. Even if the current Lin Fei were to go all out, he would still be able to unleash an extremely fast speed. However, in the end, this speed was not the fastest. Lin Fei was well aware of this point, so when he saw that the Lightning Devil King had actually taken the initiative to greet him and even tease the Golden Blade Sect Master, he felt that it was quite interesting. I also felt that the disciple that the Golden Blade Sect Master brought was a bit too much, so I made a move. I didn't expect that they would be finished the moment I made a move. If I had known earlier, I would have restrained my strength. You also know that a body refinement expert like me can't do anything else, but my strength is a bit too much. I was just saying that friends are different. So it's because body refiners are rare. Then when we leave Everlasting Mountain, we have to have a good drink no matter what. Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King were chatting quite openly. It was just that the Golden Blade Sect Master's expression was a bit ugly, and in the end, he directly sealed his facial features. He didn't want to hear or see these 2 people. They were simply too despicable. It was clear that his 5 disciples had died in vain, but he couldn't do anything about it. This Lightning Devil King was most proficient in speed, and speed was not easy to break, unless he found another speed-type expert, or a formation that could trap people. Otherwise, it would be hard to deal with him. As for that body refinement guy, he also didn't have divine deity, but his physical body was extremely strong. He was probably at the peak of the god stage. These 2 guys were really a weirdo. No wonder they could chat together. The others were also silent. The boat is here. A large ship slowly came over from the endless sea of blood. It seemed to be very slow, but in the next second, it opened up a large distance. In just a few breaths of time, the Blood Sea ship appeared in front of them. It was like a tall mountain. Everyone's eyes fell on the big ship. Following that, they were pulled over by a force. This was a very strange force. This strange power was filled with a certain degree of connection. Following that, the 6 of them landed on the ship. The ship slowly sailed away again. Chapter 50:19. The big ship slowly sailed on the endless blood sea. Everyone stood on the deck without moving, but they could feel that the endless blood sea had a special power that was constantly trying to seep in. In the end, it was blocked by the Blood Demon ship. The Lightning Devil King appeared next to Lin Fei. Previously, the 2 of them had introduced themselves to each other. Thus, they knew each other's names. Taoist Lin, no one can enter the endless blood sea. I heard that only those who have broken through to the superior god stage and reached the divine master stage have the ability to fly. The Lightning Devil King seemed to understand the situation here. Lin Fei also felt that the endless blood sea was indeed quite terrifying. The power of the endless blood sea was specifically used to deal with their bodies of flesh and blood. Without the Blood Sea ship, the entire endless blood sea would be like a huge, ferocious beast. This ferocious beast could kill all of them in one bite. As long as we follow this ship, we will be able to reach the Blood Demon Island. However, once we reach the Blood Demon Island, we have to be careful. Why don't we form a team of two? I specialize in speed, and you specialize in close combat. That way, our cooperation will be perfect. The Lightning Devil King took the initiative to invite them. He also knew that his strength was average. His forte was speed, but if he really reached the Blood Demon Island, it would be a little difficult for him. After all, the Blood Demon Island was more dangerous than he had imagined. However, if he teamed up with Taoist Lin, it would be a different story. The Lightning Devil King was quite direct and invited them to work together. Lin Fei had quite an impression of this Lightning Devil King. He also felt that this place was not ordinary, so he might as well cooperate with him. If he did not cooperate, he did not know what the others would think. Therefore, he might as well cooperate with the Lightning Devil King. Lin Fei also felt that the Lightning Devil King did not have any enmity towards him. After all, the Great Karma technique was no joke. It was quite mysterious. It was not very strong. If it was stronger, it would be able to use the Great Karma technique and kill people along the karma lines. For example, this Golden Blade Sect Master was very hostile towards him. In other words, this guy would definitely kill him. As for the others, they more or less had some karma lines, but they were not too serious. At most, they were just a little wary. This was considered a normal phenomenon. No problem. If we work together, we can avoid a lot of danger. With your speed, you can help me restrain a lot of dangerous existences. Lin Fei had taken a fancy to Jin Dao's sect master. The Lightning Demon King also looked over and said with a smile, "That's right. I'm not good at anything else, but my speed is quite good. I can help you restrain them for a while. When the time comes, if anyone has any ideas, we should work together. We might even be able to do something big." Sect Master Golden Saber was displeased. This guy, Lin Fei, actually said it directly. It was obvious that he didn't take him seriously. Of course, Lin Fei's words also suppressed Sect Master Jin Dao's thoughts. If the two of them really joined forces, then he really had no chance of winning against them. Not only would he suffer losses, he would also have to worry about his life. Damn it, he would endure it for now. When he arrived at Blood Demon Island, he would look for an opportunity. There were quite a few things in the nearby Blood Sea that would occasionally appear. People like them weren't able to enter the ship's hold at all. They could only stay on the deck. The Lightning Demon King knew quite a bit about the situation here. On the way, he talked about quite a few things. This allowed Lin Fei to gain quite a bit of knowledge. He had acquired some information from Bai Lai. But of course, the internal details couldn't keep up with what the Lightning Demon King had said. As for the other high gods, they seemed to have gathered together as well. No one knew what they were doing, but they were faintly discernible. Lin Fei wasn't very interested in this. In any case, he didn't sense that they were targeting him in any way. The Great Karma art was quite useful. But of course, Sect Master Jin Dao was different. This guy really was full of karma lines. 3 days passed. In front of them, a faintly discernible island appeared. In the air above the island, there was an enormous face. The face floated on the surface of the water, but with just a glance, those pitch-black eyes were like endless whirlpools. Lin Fei glanced at it and felt as though his entire body was about to be sucked into it. The Lightning Demon King's voice rang in his ears. "Don't ever look at this face." Actually, at first glance, Lin Fei had already felt it. He directly shook and broke off the connection. After all, Lin Fei's physical body was still very strong. It could be easily dissolved. This thing is called a blood face. It's a treasure. Those who are weak will be unable to break free from it at first glance, so no one will look at this blood face. The Lightning Demon King didn't dare to look up. Of course, in his heart, he had a certain understanding of Taoist Lin's strength. No wonder he was able to kill the 5 disciples of Sect Master Jin Dao. Even such a blood face couldn't do anything to him for a while. He was able to easily break free. His strength was indeed strong. It seemed that he might be able to gain something from this trip. Soon, the large ship approached the Blood Demon Island. The entire sky above the Blood Demon Island was red, and the red fog shrouded it. He couldn't see clearly what was inside, but he could vaguely see some buildings. Of course, Some buildings were in ruins and collapsed. After a long time, there was no change at all. The 6 of them all flew out. They landed on the Blood Demon Island. After looking at each other, they each charged into the red fog from different directions. They didn't hesitate at all, as if they were afraid that they would lose something if they were a step too late. These fellows really think that they can get good things by going in first. The danger inside isn't that easy to resist. Lin Fei and the Lightning Demon King were the last 2 to enter. They weren't in a hurry at all. There's indeed no need to rush. Haste makes waste. Let's go in slowly. Maybe we can even get a huge bargain. The 2 of them followed into the red fog. Once they entered, the red fog started to seep in. A yellow light spread out. It turned out that the treasure that the Lightning Demon King released. Just like that, the red mist was blocked. This is the power of blood. It is very terrifying and has a strong penetrating power. You must not let it seep in. Once it seeps in, the blood in your body won't be able to be controlled and will be slowly swallowed by it. Then, a blood demon will come out from your body. Many people in my sect have suffered a huge loss here. The Lightning Demon King seemed to be quite afraid of this. Chapter 50-20. This Blood Demon Island was indeed a little more unusual than Lin Fei had imagined. The power of blood was very strange here. If he didn't have some strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if the Lightning Devil King had brought treasures, he would still feel a certain amount of pressure. The 2 of them did not walk very fast. Swoosh! A figure quickly pounced forward. The Lightning Devil King immediately sent a bolt of lightning over, shattering this thing. It turned out to be a ball of blood. Other than the power of blood, there are also some amazing things, just like the things we just saw. They're definitely not something you can imagine. Things like this are called blood spirits here. They possess extraordinary power. Some blood spirits are strong. Some blood spirits are weak. We have to be careful. The reaction speed of the Lightning Devil King was still very fast. A single bolt of lightning killed the blood spirit. Lin Fei could also tell that this blood spirit indeed carried a bloodthirsty aura, so he reckoned that there were quite a few of these things. As soon as he finished speaking, many sanguine spirits charged toward him. The Lightning Devil King scolded and shot out bolts of lightning. These bolts of lightning were all very powerful and possessed an extremely powerful destructive power. He couldn't withstand the number of blood spirits. Lin Fei suddenly punched out. This punch was like flowing water as it swept across the blood spirits. In the blink of an eye, it quietened down. The Lightning Demon King chuckled. Dao Friend Lin's close combat techniques are still the best. Furthermore, it's an area of effect attack. Compared to you, my techniques are far inferior. At the very least, I can't compare to you in terms of power. With Lin Fei's strength, the Lightning Devil King had indeed acknowledged it very much. Just like this, the 2 of them continued to explore, one in front and one behind. There were also some palaces and some ruins here, but the Lightning Devil King did not stay here for too long. Their gazes had always been on the depths of this place. There were basically no good things in the periphery. After all, this everlasting mountain had existed for so long. Every time it was opened, there would be some people coming in, so there would definitely be a lot of people who wanted to get to the innermost part of the place. Not to mention the outer perimeter. There definitely wouldn't be anything on the outskirts. Therefore, the 2 of them continued to search inside. This search lasted for several days. Apart from a middle-grade divine artifact, there was nothing else. Neither the Lightning Devil King nor Lin Fei were surprised. If treasures were really that easy to find, then the streets here would be filled with treasures. I think I saw a palace. If I'm not wrong, that should be the famous Blood Demon Palace in front. I heard that the good stuff comes from there. I wonder if the others managed to get there first. Their speed along the way was quite fast. The Lightning Devil King wasn't sure if he was the first to enter, but he decided to check it out first. Lin Fei also looked forward. In the blood mist, there was a palace filled with a strange and unique aura. I hope I didn't come here for nothing. Of course, it would be good if I could run into that Golden Blade Sect Master. I'll take the opportunity to destroy him. The Lightning Devil King laughed heartily. He also admired Dao Friend Lin's temper. Sect Master Jin Dao had really suffered a huge loss this time. If he had fallen here, it would have been a different story. That guy is quite cunning. He even has a clone. If you want to kill him, you will need some tricks. Unless you have a special treasure that can kill him and then kill his clone by following the connection. Otherwise, this guy will be hard to kill. Lin Fei was also aware of this. Therefore, he wasn't anxious. In the blink of an eye, the two of them entered the Blood Demon Palace. When they entered, they felt a fluctuating aura inside. The two of them looked at each other. The Lightning Devil King was the first to rush in. In terms of speed, he was indeed much faster than Lin Fei. Lin Fei was a little late. Therefore, when he entered, the Lightning Devil King saw the situation inside. There was actually a huge pool inside. And in this pool, there was a huge creature. This creature was like a ball, but it looked more like an octopus. Its arms kept bombarding over. At this moment, the Lightning Devil King was also attacked by a few tentacles. Every single tentacle caused the Lightning Fiend King to suffer. As for the remaining high gods, they were all here. Their faces were extremely ugly. They were frantically resisting. However, they were facing a powerful creature. Even Lin Fei's heart trembled. Whoosh! A tentacle came out of the void and swung over. This swing was filled with the power of a high god. Damn! There was actually such a powerful creature here. And Lin Fei instantly knew what this creature was. This should be the legendary Nirvana creature. Such a creature was originally dead, but through special means, it survived and lost its intelligence. It lost all its intelligence, but its attack power was perfect. Such an existence was very hard to deal with. The Nirvana creature in front of them didn't seem to be of a low level. It was at least at the high god level. After the first attack came out, the second tentacle came over. It attacked crazily, its power reaching the limit. It was very perfect. No wonder they couldn't take it anymore. Even the Lightning Devil King was the same. It was fast, but it was weak. Hence, in the blink of an eye, it was bleeding. It looked like it couldn't hold on for long. Whoosh! Not too far away, a high god was pierced through by the tentacle, and his body began to clatter. His body followed, and this high god was sucked dry, turning into a pile of powder. The pupils of the remaining high gods all contracted as well. They were really in big trouble. Big danger. How could there be such a powerful existence? So. More than 10 tentacles attacked Lin Fei from different places. Lin Fei's fist landed on these tentacles. After confirming that these tentacles were very tough, the surface of the tentacles cracked open, and then they healed. Indeed, he is somewhat capable. No wonder he can hide in this Blood Demon Palace. We can't block it at all. Retreat. Every time Sect Master Jin Dao's saber light slashed the tentacles apart, the tentacles would bounce back. He couldn't leave it all. He realized how difficult it was to deal with this thing. They rushed in thinking that they could take advantage of it. In the end, they were targeted by this Nirvana creature. The other party trapped all of them. They couldn't escape at all. And the waving tentacles behind a Nirvana creature didn't attack at all. This was the most terrifying thing. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the tentacles behind them turned into a black shadow and enveloped them. The treasures around them were incomparably resplendent, but they were filled with despair. This was the other party's killing move. Chapter 5021. This move was incomparably terrifying. It could be said to be the strongest move, and even Lin Fei could feel the terror of this move at this moment. Crash! His super ancient tyrant blade released a ray of light, directly slashing towards the black shadows. Following that, he completely rushed over and grabbed onto the Lightning Devil King's body, then retreated. Another slash passed by. In the time it took for a breath, the two of them had retreated. After the black shadows that filled the sky disappeared, whether it was the Golden Blade sect leader or the other superior gods, their bodies were riddled with holes in the blink of an eye. Following that, their blood and energy seemed to be attracted by someone and flowed into the body of this Nirvana creature. Did I survive? This is too terrifying. I can't even block the full power attack of this Nirvana creature. I'm afraid that this technique just now is at the peak of the superior god realm, or even at the divine lord realm. Lightning Devil King was truly scared out of his wits. His face also turned pale as cold sweat dripped down his face. He had never encountered such a terrifying Nirvana creature. This guy is indeed quite strong. Fortunately, he's restricted inside. As long as we don't get close, he probably won't make a move again. Lin Fei could also feel the terror of the attack just now. Even if he wanted to resist, he would have to pay a price, and he might even be injured. This guy was indeed quite strong, as expected of a Nirvana creature. Unfortunately, the Golden Blade Sect leader and the others did not have this kind of luck and were killed by the Nirvana creature. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Without you, I would have died for sure. As expected, Everlasting Mountain is filled with danger, and these Nirvana creatures are not to be trifled with. Lightning Devil King had experienced the terror of this Nirvana creature. If he wanted to go in again, he really didn't have the guts. The chase just now had left him with a lingering fear, and he no longer had the guts to go in again. It's a pity that with this guy guarding here, it will be difficult for us to pass. There should be a door behind him. Maybe the thing left behind by that supreme expert is behind that door. Lightning Devil King's attention was still very strong. Lin Fei also looked over. The Nirvana creature had once again hidden itself. The entire pool was very calm. There really was a door behind the pool. This door was very ordinary. But in this ordinary-looking place, there was a powerful Nirvana creature. If someone who came here for the first time really thought that they could pass through, they would probably be entangled by this Nirvana creature in an instant. At that time, it would be impossible for him to come out alive. Even high gods weren't able to take it. This fellow was definitely a peak stage high god, especially when he unleashed a combined attack. This Nirvana creature is indeed quite strong, but I'm interested in fighting it. What you need to do is very simple. Collect the things left behind by Master Jin Dao and the others. Don't waste them. Lin Fei was quite interested in this Nirvana creature. No matter what, he had to establish a good relationship with them. The Lightning Devil King was shocked. Even he wasn't a match for him. This fellow Taoist Lin was quite courageous. However, when he thought about how he had blocked those two attacks, he realized that they were very ordinary, but he had been able to block them. Leave this kind of small matter to me. My speed is still okay. If you want me to fight him, then I won't dare, even if I have 100 guts. Who asked me to be so afraid of death? The Lightning Devil King was quite direct. He knew that if he went in, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat this Nirvana creature. He was quite confident in fellow Taoist Lin's words. He could at least be in charge of guiding them from the side. The main force would still be fellow Taoist Lin, right? Do you know what sort of things a Nirvana creature like this will drop after it is destroyed? Lin Fei didn't know much about this, so he asked the Lightning Devil King. He hoped that he had a good idea. The Lightning Devil King was quite surprised that he wanted to destroy a Nirvana creature like this. This Nirvana creature was definitely a peak stage high god. Its combat power was extremely terrifying. He said, I heard that these Nirvana creatures are all created from special materials. If you kill them, you'll be able to obtain some special treasures. These special treasures are all extremely powerful. The stronger the Nirvana creature is, the more powerful these treasures will be. This peak stage high god Nirvana creature might even drop a treasure that is infinitely close to the God Lord level. Even a fragment of it would be worth an extremely high price. Although divine artifacts were extremely precious, compared to true treasures, there was still a difference. A God Lord level treasure could crush all other divine artifacts. It was an even higher level treasure, and it was even harder to create. Any sect that had a God Lord level treasure would be extremely terrifying. Even if it was just a fragment, it would still be able to explode with 1 or 2 layers of its power. It would be able to sweep through all opponents of the same level. Even a fragment wasn't something that just anyone could obtain. The Lightning Devil King had never heard of anyone possessing a complete God Lord level treasure. So this thing is actually this valuable. Then I want to fight it. I hope it won't disappoint me. Lin Fei charged in with a whoosh. After entering, the Nirvana creature, which had sunk into the ground, reappeared. Numerous tentacles rushed over. Boom! Each tentacle was like a ray of light, and in a single exchange, dozens of them attacked. It was truly ferocious. It seemed to recognize Lin Fei. Lin Fei immediately unleashed one fist after another. The shadows of the fists hit the streams of light. However fast the opponent's tentacles were, Lin Fei's speed was. He blocked most of the attacks, but of course, some landed on his body. However, when they landed on his body, they were sent flying. They only left white spots on Lin Fei's body. This Nirvana creature is really powerful. My physical body is also strong enough. However, its attacks still caused a certain amount of impact. It should be in existence at the peak of high god level, and a particularly powerful one at that. Lin Fei didn't use many techniques. He only used close combat techniques. At the same time, he realized that this fellow's defense was also very strong. Although his own power was strong, it would be destroyed by the opponent's surface layer of power. This made him a very good competitor for Lin Fei. The Lightning Devil King didn't rush in. He was terrified as well. This fellow Taoist Lin really was terrifying. He was so young, and yet he was already a peak higher god. At the very least, those who had gone in before wouldn't have been able to survive so easily. This fellow Taoist Lin was definitely very strong. The Lightning Devil King was glad that he had gotten to know such a powerful fellow. They had even fought side by side. At the very least, he had saved his life. Could it be that he was a young master of a hidden clan who had come out to train? Chapter 5022. This creature's methods were quite fierce. Each tentacle was equivalent to an attack. It was equivalent to the attack of a top expert. His methods were really fierce. Even the Lightning Devil King, who was watching from the outside, was shocked. If he fought alone, he would definitely die. Before this, they couldn't take it. Even then, they felt a lot of pressure, let alone one-on-one. However, Lin Dao's words were completely different. The Lightning Devil King learned a lot of techniques from it. Of course, it could be seen that the methods of body cultivators were really quite powerful. Their strength was extremely penetrative, and it was no different from taking it head-on. Slowly, the two of them couldn't decide on a winner. Whether it was the creature or Lin Dao, it seemed like they were evenly matched. If one took a closer look, it should be the Nirvana life form below them. He couldn't take it all. Its methods were almost the same from the beginning to the end. It relied on absolute ferocity to take on any enemy head-on. Suddenly, all the tentacles on the back of the octopus Nirvana creature moved at once, instantly launching a powerful move. Facing this move, the Lightning Demon King's heart jumped. Just now, in front of this move, he felt tremendous pressure and was almost killed. If it wasn't for Lin Dao's help, he didn't dare to imagine that he would have died like those people. At this moment, the Lightning Demon King wanted to see how Lin Dao was going to take this move. This move was really terrifying. It was equivalent to a super move. Even if one had some powerful treasures, one might not be able to take it. Lin Fei knew that this guy was going to use this move. The ancient Overlord blade landed in his hand. Hua hua. One blade. One by one, the tentacles were chopped off. Then, with another slash, a path was instantly cleared. His whole body rapidly closed in, because at this time, all the methods he had used had been used. There was no way to defend it all. The blade in Lin Fei's hand turned into streaks of light and slashed away all these things. Then, he quickly closed in on the creature. One blade slashed. The blade that slashed across the opponent's body. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, it was extraordinarily fast. Even the Lightning Devil King was shocked. Even he himself wouldn't be able to do such a thing. It was simply too ferocious. After this slash, the Nirvana creature kept struggling and roaring. The second slash came. The blade pierced through the Nirvana creature. The third slash. After 3 slashes, the octopus-like creature finally turned into a puff of green smoke. After turning into green smoke, an item fell down. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed it. It landed on his hand. It was actually a small section of a broken blade. The broken blade was very ordinary, like a piece of iron. However, when it landed on Lin Fei's hand, it felt extraordinary. It gave off a dangerous aura. Before Lin Fei could take a closer look, his immemorial tyrant saber sucked the broken blade into his saber. This caused Lin Fei to be a little surprised. Could it be that the immemorial tyrant saber could refine and absorb the fragments of these nirvana creatures? No matter what, it was absorbed. The immemorial tyrant saber entered a refining state and didn't move at all. He casually put away. The lightning devil king chased after him. After a few swishing sounds, he took out many rings, more than he had expected. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin, for killing the nirvana creature. Many high gods are jealous of you. No one can do this. The lightning devil king knew the difference between him and this fellow. Thus, he became even more enthusiastic. After taking the rings, he handed them to Lin Fei. Lin Fei only took half of them and gave the other half to the lightning devil king. We are partners. These rings were left behind by them. We can split them evenly. To the lightning devil king, this was definitely a great bargain. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin. Then, I won't stand on ceremony. He collected the rings. The lightning devil king arrived in front of the door. After all, he knew that with his speed, he could sense some dangers ahead of time. The door didn't have any tricks. After all, with such a nirvana creature here, not everyone could barge in. The two of them entered one after the other. In front was the lightning devil king, and behind was Lin Fei. This passageway wasn't very long. Suddenly, it became wide. After entering, they realized that there was a giant palace. However, this palace seemed empty. There seemed to be something in the center of the altar. The lightning devil king was the fastest, directly arriving at the center of the altar. He arrived at the center of the altar and saw what it was. Fellow Taoist Lin, come over and take a look. There seems to be a God Master treasure here. Although it's just a fragment, it's definitely very strong. As soon as he said that, a black shadow appeared. A black shadow came out. After a flash of black light, the lightning devil king slammed into a wall in the distance. The black shadow disappeared in the blink of an eye, and a terrifying aura spread out on the spot. Lin Fei quickly came to the side of the lightning devil king and grabbed it. The lightning devil king's armor was directly sliced open, and blood flowed out. My speed is considered fast, but this guy is faster than me. I can't take it. He should have reached at least the 4th level of speed. I can't compare to him. The lightning devil king was shocked. After all, his speed was considered fast. However, he realized that he couldn't dodge in time. The other party's speed was much faster than his. This saber strike made him realize what despair and terror were. Even Lin Fei could see the black shadow at this time. It was indeed quite fast. Because of the other party's speed and strength, the lightning devil king naturally wasn't a match for it. It's good that you're fine. It seems that as long as you don't get close, the black shadow won't appear and attack you. When they attacked just now, even if Lin Fei wanted to stop it, he couldn't. The other party was too fast. Most importantly, he didn't know where this guy was hiding. He felt that there must be a miniature space around this treasure fragment, and this guy was hiding in it. Once someone approached, it would be triggered. It would attack. Such an item was still attractive to Lin Fei. After all, the previous one had been absorbed. Chapter 5023. The thing didn't look easy to take, but Lin Fei could see that it wasn't as dangerous as he imagined. That attack just now looked really terrifying. If he went all out, Lightning Devil King definitely wouldn't be able to take it. This could be considered as him showing mercy. However, Lin Fei was quite interested in the items on it. No matter what, he had to take a look. He placed Lightning Devil King in a safe place. Rest here for a while. I will go take a look. Lin Fei was confident in his own strength. He could even kill the Nirvana life forms outside. So even if the black shadow inside was strong, it shouldn't be that strong. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left such a method. Hua! Lin Fei's body appeared around the altar, and he saw the 2 items on it. It was really filled with a dangerous aura. It was the same aura as before. Without a doubt, this should be a fragment of the Master God's treasure. It wasn't complete. Whoosh! A black eye appeared. An array of black light surged forth just like before. It was really fast. Even if Lin Fei expected it, he was still hit by the black light. The black light was filled with terror, and the direct power crushed him. Fortunately, Lin Fei's ancient eternal body showed its might. Apart from taking a step back, he didn't do anything else. Of course, his vital energy was triggered, but it was suppressed in the blink of an eye. After the black figure attacked, it seemed to realize that Lin Fei's strength was stronger than it had imagined. So it attacked again. A ray of black light followed another ray of black light. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was in a state of shock. Lightning Devil King's heart jumped when he saw this from afar. Just now, he couldn't even take one move. This person was even stronger than him and actually took so many hits. However, he still couldn't see what that person looked like. A black shadow flickered nonstop as it unleashed a series of attacks. His speed had definitely reached the 4th level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such speed and strength. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had suffered 20 to 30 attacks. Every attack left a white mark on his body. This was the first time that Lin Fei had been at a disadvantage ever since his fleshly body had matured. It was no wonder that the Lightning Demon King was unable to withstand it. Even 10 people might not be able to withstand such a move. This guy is very strong. However, he isn't really that strong. His speed is extremely fast. Indeed, he is faster than the Lightning Devil King. However, his strength isn't even at the level of a peak high god. He is inferior to this Nirvana creature. Lin Fei kept dodging, but unfortunately he was still too slow. His opponent's speed was indeed above his. The difference in strength was a lot, so it was relatively easy for Lin Fei to carry it. If it was someone else, it would definitely not be so easy. Hua hua. Streams of light, like ripples, slid past Lin Fei's body. In the blink of an eye, the black shadow that was pouncing over was sent flying by this force. He pulled away from it. This was Lin Fei's technique. If you weren't fast, then he would make it so that you couldn't get close. Lin Fei wasn't good at anything else, but his fleshly body was really strong. In truth, this technique was quite useful for Lin Fei. After it spread out, the black shadow's technique was indeed blocked by Lin Fei's strength. Even if it wanted to get close, Lin Fei's strength was already very strong. As it swept forward, it pulled away from it. In the blink of an eye, it was next to the platform. Even if the black shadow wanted to attack, it wouldn't be that fast. The black shadow was only fast. Its strength was only average. Thus, Lin Fei was able to deal with it easily. He did not feel too much pressure. A palm landed around the altar. The altar was like a mirror, shattering. This was the existence of a special seal. He could sense it. 2 items fell into Lin Fei's hands. As expected, they were god-level treasures. But as soon as these 2 items fell into his hands, the black shadow disappeared as if it had never been there. The surroundings became quiet. If it weren't for the white marks left on Lin Fei's body, it would have been as if nothing had happened. In truth, he really had been attacked by a black shadow. Even now, Lin Fei hadn't been able to see what it looked like. It was a little embarrassing to say it out loud. His speed was indeed amazing. The Lightning Devil King was also dumbfounded. That guy had disappeared into thin air. Even he couldn't sense it. How can I waste such a good thing? I'll have to chase it out first. Was it over just like that? That couldn't be it. Lin Fei definitely couldn't do it. Whoosh, whoosh. His fleshly body began to move. The power that had been like flowing water instantly became turbulent, crashing against the air. It kept crashing against the air. He didn't believe that this thing could be hidden. Bang, 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 bang. The power of flowing water kept crashing against the air. The first time, the second time, the third time. Lin Fei was already very strong, and his fleshly body was even stronger. As he rammed against the air, even some of the techniques in the air were destroyed by this technique. Whoosh! A figure fell from the sky. This time, Lin Fei finally saw what this person looked like. He finally knew that this guy was hiding in a pocket dimension. Just at that moment, Lin Fei's power broke through the pocket dimension. After all, no one could withstand Lin Fei's attacks. As soon as he appeared, he didn't attack at all. He just stood there quietly. This was a faceless, masked black shadow. His speed was quite fast. Even the Lightning Devil King couldn't compare to him when it came to holding people back. It could be said that he was a fairly high-level high god. Given his speed, even peak stage high gods might not be able to withstand it. It was definitely a headache. Seeing this thing not move at all, Lin Fei understood. This guy had definitely received orders. He would only deal with it after taking it. He stretched out his hand. Rays of cold light shot into the black shadow. He continued to search. Indeed, deep within this guy, there was an illusory figure. This illusory figure was very faint. He couldn't see its face clearly, but he could sense how powerful it was. F***CK off. The illusory figure moved. With a rumbling sound, it came crashing back. Lin Fei's thoughts were destroyed. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Fei's figure once more entered. This was a thought of his, but it wasn't a simple thought. It attacked as soon as it entered. The illusory figure resisted to a certain extent, but how could it block Lin Fei's non-stop attacks? In just a few breaths of time, the illusory figure was beaten back. A puny little illusory figure like you dares to sit here and not leave? Chapter 5024. How could this tiny, illusory figure possibly withstand Lin Fei's attacks? Under Lin Fei's attacks, it was directly smashed apart. And then, Lin Fei's illusory figure landed within it, replacing it. The Lightning Fiend King didn't know what had happened, but he could clearly sense that this black figure seemed to be different from before. This feeling was quite obvious. Don't forget that he was also a high god expert. It was just that his strength wasn't as strong as that of the others. His senses weren't that different, and he immediately understood that fellow Taoist Lin had definitely subdued this black-clothed man. This black-clothed man truly was a qualified hired thug. His speed was quite a bit faster than even his own. If you're to fight against him, he wouldn't have any chance of winning. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Lin. You've acquired yet another good item. This is far better than a single treasure. The Lightning Fiend King laughed, then began to congratulate him. This black-clothed man really is quite good. He's quite skilled in speed and can be used to tie down enemies. Don't you think so? Just like you. In the future, when your power increases, you'll be able to match him. Keep up the good work. I'm quite optimistic about you. Lin Fei really was quite optimistic about this Lightning Fiend King. This was because this Lightning Fiend King was different from the others. Once he broke through, he would definitely have an enormous advantage in speed. Just like in the beginning, Lin Fei, when faced with this fellow who had an advantage in speed, really couldn't think of a way to deal with him. In the end, he used his own strength to transform into flowing water, forcing the Lightning Devil King out. However, the Lightning Devil King had lost his instincts, so his methods were more or less different. But if it was the Lightning Devil King, then it would be completely different. Speed could be controlled, and when the time came, he would be able to improve quite a bit. Thus, there was no way to compare them at all. But of course, to the current Lin Fei, this black-clothed man was still of some use. Ordinary high gods really weren't a match for this black-clothed man. Just look at the Lightning Fiend King. There was a huge difference between the two. The Lightning Fiend King took a deep breath. Thank you, fellow Taoist Lin, for your praise. I will definitely keep up the good work. There was nothing else in this place, and the two left the secret realm. As soon as he came out, he could feel some fluctuations in some places. Fellow Taoist Lin, other than these secret realms, there's another special place in this everlasting mountain. I don't know if you want to go there as well, but I'm preparing to go there next. The Lightning Fiend King suddenly asked, what was so special about this everlasting mountain? Lin Fei wasn't very sure. Although he had read some information, it was obviously incomplete. The information that Bai Lai took down didn't have any special markings. I'm really not too sure about that. I only know a few secret realms about this everlasting mountain, but I really don't know where the most famous part of this everlasting mountain is. Lin Fei shook his head. The Lightning Fiend King laughed. He knew he was right. Actually, the most special part of the everlasting mountain should be the eternal world. The Lightning Fiend King spoke unhurriedly. In an instant, Lin Fei's attention was drawn to the eternal world. I heard that this eternal world is the most special place in the entire everlasting mountain. Those who go to the eternal world are all powerful geniuses, and, of course, there are also some powerful rankers. I heard that in this eternal world, there is a series of treasures left behind by the top ranker, Gu Tianxia. Lin Fei had never heard of this before. If he dared to use the words eternal world as a secret realm, it would indeed be different. Furthermore, it seemed that the strongest person was called Gu Tianxia. Lin Fei had never heard of it before. Is this Gu Tianxia very powerful? Lin Fei was not afraid of losing face and directly asked. The Lightning Fiend King was very curious. The other party was so strong. Could it be that he had never heard of Gu Tianxia? However, he didn't think too much about it. He explained again. This Gu Tianxia is the #1 expert in our star field. Do you think he's powerful or not? I heard that this is a top-notch expert who has dominated an era. A top-notch expert of an era. This made Lin Fei a little surprised. He had thought that this Gu Tianxia would be a very strong, top-notch expert. He never thought that it would be the top expert. This top-notch expert is publicly acknowledged by all the powers. No one dares to say that his strength is insufficient to sit in this position. The Lightning Fiend King continued to speak. Every time the Everlasting Mountain appears, the people who come in are actually aiming for the eternal world. Of course, people with ordinary strength are here for these secret realms. I heard that these secret realms were all gathered from various places by this senior Gu Tianxia and then specially integrated into this Everlasting Mountain, which is why they are like this now. Not to mention the eternal world, Lin Fei was really interested in this. This was the most special place in the entire Everlasting Mountain. Since it's the most interesting place, I must take a look. I don't know the way, so I'll have to trouble you to be my guide. The Lightning Fiend King laughed out loud. With fellow Taoist Lin with me, I can be at ease along the way. I heard that the closer I am to the eternal world, the more dangers I will encounter. Although my speed is fast, it is hard to avoid encountering a loss when I am alone. With fellow Taoist Lin, it will be different. I can really reach the eternal world happily. The Lightning Fiend King was also incomparably direct. He knew in his heart that although everyone wanted to go to the eternal world, without a certain amount of strength, they could only stare blankly. The two of them headed towards the eternal world one after the other. With the Lightning Fiend King leading the way, it was completely different. The two of them pushed their speed to the limit, and gradually, Lin Fei discovered some mysteries because the closer they got to this place, it was as if there was a force pulling them. This was a very mysterious feeling, and Lin Fei could clearly feel it. Especially since his physical body was so strong, he naturally would not miss out on this slight feeling. Fellow Taoist Lin, do you feel a trace of pulling power? This is the recognition released by the eternal world, and only by obtaining a certain amount of recognition can one have the chance to head to the eternal world. As long as I follow this guiding force, I will be able to gradually approach the eternal world. Without this guiding force, I will encounter those secret realms. The Lightning Fiend King understood this place quite well. Very quickly, Lin Fei understood the use of this guiding force. And just like that, a secret realm appeared in front of him. There was such a small path in these secret realms. Without this guiding force, even though there was nothing going on in front of him, in reality, it was just a combination of secret realms. It was extremely likely that he would fall in if he wasn't careful. It would be difficult to get out. He was afraid that he would enter this secret realm and go to that one. A series of secret realm pits. Chapter 5025. The pulling force wasn't very fast, it was slow. Just like that, he followed a line and headed towards a certain place. During this time, Lin Fei also felt a lot of voices heading in this direction. It could be imagined that there were quite a few people who had reached this level of strength. After all, the people who were able to come here were definitely here for this Everlasting Mountain. It was fine if they didn't know about it, but if they did, they definitely wouldn't miss it. For example, Lin Fei almost missed the opportunity. If it wasn't for the Lightning Devil King saying it, Lin Fei would never have thought that there was such an important place called the Eternal World. Look, the Eternal World is right in front of us. Doesn't it look like a towering pyramid? If you want to go to the top, you can only know the scenery above. I heard that the Eternal World has been open for a long time, and so far, only one person has reached the top level. There are a total of 9 levels in the eternal world, and there are unfathomable existences on the 9th level. I heard that the person who made it to the 9th level has already become a top-notch expert in the star domain. The Lightning Devil King's face was filled with worship as he looked at the faintly discernible eternal world in the distance. Lin Fei also looked over, and indeed he saw that the eternal world was like a pyramid, but this pyramid gave off a vast and boundless aura. No matter how strong Lin Fei was, he still felt that there was a huge difference in front of the eternal world. He was afraid that this pyramid was a super treasure. With just one move, I can let you experience what is called the aura of death. Not long after, Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King were getting closer and closer to the eternal world pyramid. The number of people around them gradually increased. They were also being led. They looked at each other, but did not make a move. Instead, their gazes landed on the eternal world pyramid. No one left. No one knew better than them that in front of them was the famous eternal world. Those who knew about this place naturally had some tricks up their sleeves. They wouldn't make a move at this time, as that would be asking for trouble. If they couldn't enter the eternal world, it would be the biggest problem. In the blink of an eye, everyone sat in the eternal world. In front of them, there was a large open space, and on this open space, there were many round tables. These round platforms were like footholds. Everyone landed on these round platforms one after another. There was a certain distance between them. The Lightning Demon King landed on a nearby, circular platform. It was not too far away from Lin Fei. At the same time, it sent a voice transmission to Lin Fei. This is a temporary place to stay. I heard that once you reach this round platform, you will have to accept the test of the eternal world. It is also considered an entrance test. I heard that only by passing the test will you be qualified to enter the first level. Otherwise, no one else is qualified to enter. The eternal world is filled with all sorts of tricks, big and small. Only those who abide by the rules can enter. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. This was quite a good method. No wonder there were so many round tables here. Anyone who landed on this round platform could sit cross-legged. There was no more movement. He didn't know how many round tables there were around. At the very least, Lin Fei didn't think there were too many, but it wasn't too few either. Now, almost half of them were sitting down. Some of them closed their eyes to rest, while others were sizing them up. There were all kinds of expressions on their faces. Without exception, they were all looking at the pyramid. The pyramid looked very ordinary, but there seemed to be runes embedded on the outside. It made people feel majestic, powerful, and terrifying. They didn't even doubt that if they attacked the pyramid, they would be counterattacked by the empty pyramid and killed on the spot. Lin Fei sat quietly nearby. He could feel the power of the pyramid. With such an existence, it was no wonder everyone came. The first round of the test wouldn't be simple. Although the pyramid didn't look big, Lin Fei knew that it was definitely a powerful spatial treasure. It was definitely very powerful inside. It wouldn't be easy to make it to the 9th level. So far, there was only one person who made it to the 9th level. One could imagine how strong this person was. His potential was probably even stronger. Lin Fei waited for more than a day. The round platform outside was finally filled with people. However, the moment everyone was seated, a brilliant light instantly enveloped everyone. In front of this bright light, everyone felt like a mountain had fallen on their bodies. It was a very different feeling. At the same time, a figure walked out of the bright light. This figure could only be vaguely seen, but one couldn't clearly see what it looked like. It was very blurry, but it was this blurry figure that was able to let you know what great terror was. Even a glance or movement from the other party could make one feel it. Welcome to the Eternal Pyramid, to the place of the Old Master. Those who can come here are the proud sons of heaven in the star area. You may be disciples of big families or sects, but it's your fate to come here. Everyone's heart was slightly startled. They originally thought that this figure was the top powerhouse, but they didn't expect that it wasn't a powerhouse. It was just a subordinate, which made them feel even more afraid. Everyone became well-behaved. Lin Fei also saw this figure. This figure looked very simple, but Lin Fei knew that such a figure could erupt with terrifying power. Even if he went all out, he might not be able to withstand it. This kind of feeling was very rare, but Lin Fei was very sure that this was the case. This was definitely an existence equivalent to a tool spirit responsible for the eternal pyramid. Since you can come here, this is the place for your opportunity. Now, whether you can take a step closer to the opportunity depends on your own strength. Later on, I will activate the treasure left by the old master. The treasure will release a certain amount of power. Whoever can withstand it for a long time will have a higher chance of entering. Actually, when everyone sat on the round table, they already knew what was going on. Without a certain amount of strength, it was impossible to enter this place. Now, it seemed like this was really the case. The figure suddenly reached out and grabbed, and a treasure flew out of the eternal pyramid. This treasure fell into the palm of the figure like a ball. Then, with a push, a surge of energy rushed over like flowing water. There was a proud son of heaven with the strength of a middle god at the front, but he was instantly blown away by this flowing water force. Then his whole body disappeared like a star in the blink of an eye. No one knew where this guy went, but at least it was certain that this guy had lost his qualification. Chapter 5026. This power was very strong. It swept across everyone's body like a stream of light. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Those who were weak couldn't withstand it on the spot and were immediately disqualified. After this stream of light, a second stream of light appeared. Then, a third stream of light appeared. The power of each stream of light was getting stronger and stronger. Lin Fei felt quite relaxed. When these streams of light landed on his body, they were indeed powerful. However, they weren't as terrifying as he imagined. Therefore, it was very easy for him to withstand it. There were a total of 10 rounds of such power. After 10 rounds, there weren't many people left. It seemed like the 10 platforms were quite empty. They weren't as full as before. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Then, the figure appeared once again. Congratulations to everyone for obtaining the qualifications to enter the primordial pyramid. After entering, everyone can search for their own good fortune. Let's see who will be able to reach the 9th floor this time. There are big and small fortunes on each floor. Of course, there are also some that are at risk of losing your life. These words were spoken unhurriedly. In the distance, a door appeared. The door was connected to the eternal pyramid. Just as the lightning devil king had said, if one didn't pass the test, they wouldn't be able to enter. This figure knew the way to enter. The people present didn't hesitate too much. One by one, they turned into streams of light and rushed towards the door. Lin Fei was considered one of the slower ones. Even the lightning devil king was the same. Of course, the lightning devil king knew that if he was the first to enter, he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of these geniuses. If he followed Taoist Lin, it would be completely different. He would definitely be able to gain a lot of advantages. I thought you would be the first to enter. With your speed, you would definitely be ahead. Lin Fei and the Lightning Devil King entered just like that. After knowing that there was a 9th level, Lin Fei was even less anxious. After such a long time, only one person had reached the 9th level. One could imagine how dangerous each level was. Therefore, Lin Fei was even less anxious. It'll be easier if I follow you. After all, my strength is only SOSO. If I were to encounter any one of them, it would be troublesome. The Lightning Devil King was also very straightforward. He knew how much strength he had. It wouldn't be so good if he were to fight alone. After entering the primordial pyramid, he felt that this place was a little different. This floor was very quiet, so quiet that it was a little surprising. This was a pitch-black place, and even the perception of the surroundings was infinitely suppressed. He couldn't figure out where the cave was in such a short amount of time. I knew that it wouldn't be easy to enter the supreme, ancient, immortal realms. Seems like this is really the case. I wonder how I can reach the 2nd level from this level. The Lightning Devil King wasn't very clear about what was going on. All he knew was some news from the outside. One by one, the figures disappeared, making this place seem even stranger and more mysterious. This place is very different. I wonder how he made it to the 2nd floor. The Lightning Devil King's figure kept moving as soon as it entered. He didn't feel anything different when he moved. Anyway, it was like an endless place. In fact, Lin Fei could feel it too. After entering this place, it seemed to be boundless. It was impossible to see clearly what kind of entrance there was. It was very strange. It seems like this first floor is for us to find the way to the next floor by ourselves. Lin Fei observed for a while and felt that this floor was very different. The Lightning Devil King frowned immediately. He couldn't sense the existence of any route in this place. Just follow behind me. Wherever I go, you will follow. Basically, we will be able to make it through. This first floor might seem endless, but there is actually a route that leads to the middle. After all, Lin Fei's strength was much higher than the Lightning Devil King's. Therefore, he could feel it the moment he entered. There was a special existence that was faintly discernible on this floor. Others might not be able to sense it because they weren't strong enough. Lin Fei, on the other hand, was different. He could even sense the existence of these guiding forces. However, it didn't seem to be activated. Suddenly, he headed toward the place. The Lightning Devil King followed behind unhurriedly. Walking through the night, there was no danger in this place. However, it was terrifyingly quiet. There was once when the Lightning Devil King wasn't careful and nearly lost him. It scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. That was close. I was almost gone. This place is definitely a huge maze. No, it should be a huge illusion. Only an illusion can be like this. My strength is still too weak. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to find the end. Chun Feng sighed. What a close shave. The Lightning Devil King cursed, and his expression turned a little ugly. Although he didn't show much along the way, he knew that if he came in alone, he wouldn't be able to pass this level. Just thinking about it made him feel a little sad. Lin Fei's speed wasn't that fast. He could feel the threads of guiding force. Although it wasn't very strong, at the same time, he agreed with the Lightning Devil King's words. This floor did have a certain amount of illusion power. The power of these illusions was quite terrifying. Voila! Lin Fei brought the Lightning Devil King and finally passed through this floor. Even the Lightning Devil King was confused. He didn't expect to pass through just like that. It was like a dream. It seems like this ancient pyramid is quite terrifying. I can't even pass through the first level. If it's the second level, I will be even more dumbfounded. Thank you, Dao Friend Lin, for bringing me to the second level. This made the Lightning Devil King feel even more grateful towards Lin Fei. Without Lin Fei, he wouldn't have been able to pass through. Just thinking about it was a little scary. There was a huge difference between the first and second level. The first level gave off a feeling of boundless vastness. In reality, there was a trace of the power of illusion. However, the second level was a little different. This side was also empty, but in front of them, a group of soldiers appeared. These warriors were all standing quietly. Every now and then, there would be a warrior standing at a fixed distance. Lin Fei saw that there were people in the distance. Every certain distance, there would be a warrior. These warriors seemed to be exceptionally strong. Their first move was a close combat technique. It seemed like if he didn't defeat these warriors, he wouldn't be able to pass through the next level. Chapter 5027. These warriors were all very fierce in close combat, and they all held a scimitar in their hands. The scimitar was like a flowing moon, and every strike was almost exactly the same. He didn't know what kind of big shot had created it, but if it was used to guard this place, it would create a certain amount of pressure. If he wanted to pass through this place, he would have to pass through the attacks of the black-armored people. Lin Fei was very sure after watching for a while. He even knew that these black-armored people would only attack one person and not more than one person. However, if he wanted more people to attack him, one of the black-armored people would catch up and directly isolate you. Therefore, the scene was very chaotic, but it was also very different. You'll have to rely on your own strength in this place. I'm afraid it'll be very difficult for others to participate. Do you see those golden-armored people? They should be guarding this place. If you don't have some ability, you won't be able to stop them. Lin Fei had long since noticed that there were a few golden-armored people not far away. These golden-armored people just stood there quietly, without moving. If there were any people who seemed to bully them with numbers, they would instantly arrive beside the black-armored people. The moment they made their move, everyone could feel that they were using spatial techniques. They were indeed using spatial techniques. They could move within such a short distance in an instant. If they wanted to deal with them, it would be difficult unless their spatial techniques were stronger than theirs or they were stronger. It was a pity that these people were not as strong as these golden-armored people, so they could only leave in a sorry state. Then it seems like I can only risk my life on this floor. However, it seems like their strength is quite slow, and their speed is a bit slow. If I rely on my speed, I should be able to break through. In the first stage, the Lightning Devil King followed Lin Fei over. He had thought that he would be able to pass through a few levels. The current situation was truly unexpected. The Lightning Devil King still had a certain level of confidence. After all, these black-armored people could still be dealt with. Although he wasn't as fast as fellow Taoist Lin, he still had his own strength. As long as he was careful, he would still be able to pass. With a whoosh, the Lightning Devil King flew forward. As soon as he flew, a black-armored person came over. A crescent moon directly attacked, and the Lightning Devil King directly dodged it. After all, his speed was still very fast. Speed gave him a certain advantage. Lin Fei watched quietly for a while and decided to move forward. He didn't know how long this path was or how many black-armored people there were, but they were definitely not easy to deal with. The further they went, the stronger they would become. The second level clearly gave off a sense of pressure. Voila! One of the black-armored men in the distance was instantly blasted to pieces, and a treasure fell out. The black-armored man instantly grew excited. Unexpectedly, my luck is quite good. I actually obtained a low-grade god artifact. Not to mention, it is a defensive one. That person was extremely happy as well. Although it was only a low-grade god artifact, it was definitely something good for it to be here. At the same time, everyone finally understood that this was the so-called serendipity. In the distance, another black-armored man was killed and a weapon dropped down. It was a long spear. The long spear landed in the man's hand, and with a wave of his hand, it glowed brightly. He was wild with joy. Such words really made many people feel envious. Initially, he thought that this battle would be very dangerous. But now, it seemed that these black-armored people were quite capable. Most importantly, after killing them, there was a certain chance that they would drop something good. At the same time, they admired those big shots for actually leaving such treasures in the bodies of these black-armored people. This time, Lin Fei also noticed it. He also knew that these black-armored people not only had the ability to defend against them, but more importantly, they could also drop items. Of course, this depended on luck. Some people didn't even drop anything after killing the black-armored people. Some people did, so the scene fell into a short period of celebration. You drop one, I drop one. It seemed like the drop rate was quite high. Lin Fei's side seemed to be more unlucky, and he killed a few black-armored people. He didn't gain anything, even the Lightning Devil King. At this moment, he gradually felt some pressure because it was really not easy to resist these black-armored people. Although they were slow, they were strong, so they were very careful. They were really careful along the way, afraid that they would suffer a loss if they were not careful. If they suffered a loss, all their previous efforts would be wasted and they would lose their spot here. Take your time. I'll take a look at the end first. When the time comes, I'll wait for you there for a while. I hope you can do your best. Lin Fei said to the Lightning Devil King. Then he sped up. How'd he speed up? Of course, it was by increasing the strength of his hands. When these black-armored people came up, Lin Fei directly punched them, and they instantly exploded. This was the use of a strong physical body. One black-armored person, two black-armored people, three black-armored people. Along the way, these black-armored people couldn't stop Lin Fei at all, which shocked many people. They didn't know where this expert came from. It was too easy and too simple. It was like drinking water. This also made many people feel helpless. They were still bitterly holding on, but this person had already gone all the way. In the blink of an eye, there was no trace of him because there was a black mass in front, which meant that this young man had already reached the front. He was faster than them. Lin Fei's speed was really fast, and he directly pulled away from the most basic group of people. He reached the front. Fewer and fewer people came. Of course, there were still some people who came to this area. Their strength was obviously stronger than the others, and many people also noticed this side. This was because as everyone moved forward, there was naturally a line that appeared. There were people in front, and there were people at the back. Everyone wanted to reach the third level. Although killing black-armored people on this level would result in items dropping, it depended on one's luck. If one didn't have a luck, they could only watch helplessly. Who is it? He's so fast, and he can even fight with these black-armored people head-on. His strength is amazing. It seems that this person has quite a bit of potential. We have to work harder. The strength he displayed was indeed quite strong. Killing these black-armored people was really too easy. With a whoosh, the black-armored people finally revealed an item. When this item dropped, Lin Fei was a little surprised. It was actually a secret technique. This secret technique was a divine ability. It was called Heaven's Collapse. Just hearing the name, it felt especially domineering. Even Lin Fei felt that it was a little interesting. How many good things were hidden in the black-armored people? Chapter 5028. Finally, there was something that Lin Fei was satisfied with. This was a secret attack, and it was quite strong, especially the power that exploded in an instant. The power of this move was quite strong. Of course, it consumed a lot of energy. Not everyone could withstand it. For Lin Fei, this move was quite useful. After a few thoughts, he grasped this move. This move condensed the energy into a point of essence and instantly launched a certain attack, leaving the opponent with no reason to resist. This Heaven's Bane had a certain probability of ignoring the opponent's defense. Such a method really surprised Lin Fei. This kind of method was really rare. No wonder it was named Heaven's Bane. Sometimes, when one move was used, it would turn into a huge attack. Coincidentally, Lin Fei came in front of a man in black armor. That man in black armor launched an attack. Lin Fei threw Heaven's Bane over. There was a loud bang. A ball of lightning instantly fell on the opponent's body. At this moment, the huge power of the lightning blasted out. Some people who were originally challenging the levels also noticed this. The man in black armor was instantly blasted away by this move and split into pieces. Originally, everyone thought that this young man was quite strong. But now, they took a deep breath. This was much stronger than they had imagined. How could there be such a strong guy? He was really different from before. Many people looked over and remembered this guy. He seemed to have moved quite quickly and pulled a certain distance. They didn't expect him to have such a secret technique. He blasted the men in black armor away with one move. This move made them feel even more terrified as it broke the men in black armor. They all knew that the men in black armor were quite strong, and it wouldn't be easy for them to break through. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Suddenly, he understood one thing. In other words, after these men in black armor went berserk, some secret techniques were most suitable for this place to deal with these men in black armor. Lin Fei was originally very strong. When he used Heaven's Bane, it was really flexible. There was a loud rumbling sound. One after another, the thunderballs were hurled forward. Everything was just as Lin Fei had imagined. The skyfall had caused great damage to the black-armored man. With a single move, the black-armored man was blasted away. It also consumed a lot of energy. Not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei didn't change much. His speed increased, and in an instant, there was a certain distance between them. The second batch of people were also pulled apart. There was a loud rumbling sound. In this area, the black-armored men were basically unable to stop them. When Lin Fei made his move, there was a certain drop rate. The number of items increased as well. However, there were all kinds of items. Lin Fei didn't look at them too much and kept them all. Along the way, there were fewer and fewer people around. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. He did not expect that a secret attack would be targeted. In other words, some of the divine abilities here were targeted at these black-armored people. Whether or not one could use their full power depended on luck. At least, Lin Fei was quite lucky. Hua hua hua. A wave of frost swept across the area in front of him. The black-armored men were instantly split apart, and then many pieces fell out. It turned out that there was a woman in white who kept attacking. Every attack froze the void. Even the black-armored men had no chance as they were frozen. Her attacks became very strong. No wonder she was so fast. At the front, there weren't many people. There were only 4 or 5 of them. These people were all in a certain area, and it seemed like they weren't fighting with each other. Of course, there was competition. Everyone wanted to get to the second level as soon as possible. The black-armored men on the second level were indeed quite different. It was quite stressful to deal with them. Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane continued to bombard them. It did not take long for him to discover that there was a change to the black-armored men. When he used Heaven's Bane, he noticed that those people were looking over. There weren't many of them. After taking a look at Lin Fei, they retracted their gazes and used their own techniques. Lin Fei observed for a while and could tell that these people were actually using secret techniques. It was highly likely that these secret techniques had all been dropped, because they were targeted. Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane was straightforward and explosive. It wasn't something that anyone could activate. Their techniques were more or less targeted. For example, the frost that the woman in white used. It turned into a cold light that shrouded over and froze them. It seeped in and froze the black-armored men from the minute details. Then, the icicles flew over and killed the black-armored men. It complemented each other and was definitely a secret technique. This woman was very cold, terrifyingly cold. It was as if there was a cold current flowing around her. In other words, there wasn't any power around her at all. In particular, if he wanted to fight in close combat, he would probably be attacked by the frost around him before he could even reach him. Instead, they would become a frozen statue. This woman's strength was pretty good. When Lin Fei looked at her, he could tell that she was at least a peak mid-god. Although she wasn't a high god, by relying on secret techniques, she was able to compete with high god experts. Just by looking at his current position, one could tell that he was much faster than the others. Ordinary people really didn't have this ability. After observing for a while, he retracted his gaze and began to attack the black-armored men. He wanted to see if the defense of these black-armored men had improved. However, Lin Fei's Heaven's Bane wasn't just for show. After using Heaven's Bane, Lin Fei arrived in front of the black-armored man. Lin Fei's fist smashed over, forcing the black-armored man to retreat. Then, Lin Fei's second punch arrived. Then, the black-armored man was pushed back again. Lin Fei's third punch smashed the black-armored man into pieces. This technique once again drew the attention of those people. It turned out that Lin Fei was an expert in close combat. He was able to destroy a black-armored man with 3 punches. This technique was quite ferocious. Not everyone could do this. At the very least, they weren't experts in close combat. They realized that this person was also a formidable competitor. They weren't afraid of anything else, but close combat would be somewhat stressful. People like this were not easy to deal with. If his body became exceptionally strong, they could only watch helplessly. Fortunately, this person was quite unfamiliar. They knew that they should mind their own business. After all, they were all here to explore the Eternal Pyramid. Naturally, they wanted to obtain their own opportunities. Chapter 5029. Lin Fei's actions attracted the attention of many people. The method just now was indeed quite ferocious. It wasn't something that just anyone could use, especially the method of Heaven's Collapse. Coupled with the close combat method, he was definitely a body refining expert. The number of body refining experts they knew could be counted on one hand, so they naturally paid attention. They didn't guess wrong. This person's close combat method was extremely strong. He kept rushing all the way, and few of these black-armored warriors could stop him at all. They were either killed or blasted away. Then, with a series of critical strikes, these black-armored warriors were directly killed. In a place not far away, there were 2 people. One on the left and one on the right. There's a lot of distance between them, but vaguely, they seemed to complement each other. At this moment, the 2 of them were also transmitting their voices. That guy over there seems to be quite strong, and he is also a body refining expert. Why don't we pull him over to form a team? Otherwise, the later levels will be more and more difficult to pass. The 2 of us can at most reach the 3rd or 4th level, and the 5th level is the most we can reach. If we can pull him over, the 5th level shouldn't be a problem. Maybe we can even reach the 6th level. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man who didn't look young. At this moment, his eyes lit up, and he noticed the situation over here from time to time. He used water attack methods. and the power of water ripples kept attacking these black-armored warriors. It was more of a kind of restraint, so that they couldn't get close at all. After a certain distance, he used water methods to kill these black-armored warriors. On the other side, this person used spear techniques. The spear was like a dragon. Every strike could leave a little crack on the black-armored warrior's body, and his strength was stronger than this person's. At this moment, he also noticed that the body refining expert over there had also heard this voice transmission. He also transmitted his voice over. It is indeed worth roping him in, but he has to enter the 3rd level, otherwise he won't be qualified. It was time to speak. The black spear in the other party's hand pierced through the black-armored warrior. Like a ball of fire, the power quickly spread out. A ball of fire rose in the black-armored warrior's body, blasting it into pieces. Nothing dropped, but this person wasn't surprised and rushed to the second black-armored warrior. At first glance, this young man seemed to be a mess. He blasted away a few more black-armored men, vaguely ahead of them. They couldn't help but feel envious. This kind of strength was indeed quite strong, especially when he was a body cultivator. He was said to be invincible in close combat, and even the black-armored man seemed to be somewhat unable to defeat him. Lin Fei also noticed that they were observing him, but he didn't think too much about it. He just kept rushing forward. He didn't know how many black-armored people he had killed and how many items he had picked up. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the end. At the end of the tunnel, there was an existence that was similar to a dimensional rift. There were no black-armored people here, only golden-armored people. At this moment, there really was someone here before Lin Fei. He fought with the golden-armored man. The golden-armored man used a blade. Every slash was traceless and extremely domineering. Moreover, this person was also using a saber, so he really couldn't win in a short time. This person also saw Lin Fei rushing over, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, he was targeted by a golden-armored man. The golden-armored man said. His voice was cold and emotionless. "Kill me. If you obtain the pass, you will have a chance to pass through this spatial gate." The golden-armored man instantly shot over like a cannonball. Ignoring the void, he punched in front of Lin Fei. The power of this punch was very strong. Lin Fei raised his hand to block. A wave of power seeped down. It was like a broken bamboo. How could Lin Fei's body be so weak? Once it was activated, a wave of power directly came up, and with a loud bang, the two of them retreated. The golden-armored man was also sent flying, and the young man who was still fighting was shocked, and his eyes lit up. He was actually a body cultivator, and he was actually able to withstand the golden-armored man's attack head-on. So. The golden-armored man instantly unleashed a fierce attack, and many figures appeared around him. These figures seemed to be real, and they instantly exploded. Every strike wasn't easy to withstand. Lin Fei was not easy to deal with either. Similarly, waves of attacks exploded out, and these attacks instantly destroyed the phantoms. It was the same even if he had some tricks up his sleeve. It struck the golden-armored man's body. It was a loud bang. The golden-armored man smashed into the wall in the distance. It was unknown what the wall was made of, but it was very sturdy. There was no problem at all. "Friend, you have a good technique. The golden-armored man's defense is very strong. It won't be easy to kill him. Your fist technique is quite tyrannical." The young man also laughed. Right now, he was being attacked by the golden-armored man. He felt a lot of pressure, but he didn't feel any despair. Instead, he had an unlimited fighting spirit. You have to be careful of this golden-armored man. These guys can easily recover from their injuries, and their strength is also very strong. Basically, every golden-armored man is around the superior god realm, so it won't be easy to kill him. The only way is to exhaust him, and once his strength is exhausted, you will naturally be able to enter the next stage. Lin Fei didn't know why this young man said such a thing. It didn't prevent Lin Fei from knowing some information. The golden-armored man was really quite strong. If he really killed most of these black-armored men and came here to meet the golden-armored man, he would only be able to stare at him. You won't be able to break through. "Thank you for your reminder," Lin Fei said gratefully. He rushed towards the golden armored man. The golden armored man instantly left his original position. In the blink of an eye, he was behind Lin Fei. There were also spatial techniques. A punch came crashing down. After this punch came crashing down, a series of fist shadows exploded out. It was another big killing move. The power of this move was extremely powerful. However, Lin Fei smiled coldly and suddenly punched forward. After passing through these attacks, the punch instantly landed on the golden armored man's body. An endless amount of power came crashing down like mountains and overturning seas. The power of the immemorial eternal body instantly exploded out. He really didn't believe that this guy's physical body could be that strong. Even if it was made of special materials, it wouldn't be that strong. This was the second stage. If it was really that strong, then there was no need for everyone to continue. They would just obediently accept their fate. There was a loud boom. The golden armored man's body was covered in cracks, and these cracks expanded endlessly. In the blink of an eye, the golden armored man couldn't withstand the power of Lin Fei's punch and turned into pieces. It was as swift as lightning. This punch used up almost 40% of Lin Fei's strength. The effect was quite obvious. It directly destroyed the golden armored man. The young man was shocked once again. What a powerful body refiner. He killed the golden armored man with a single punch. It was a pity that the golden armored man didn't drop anything, which was the so-called pass. Chapter 50-30. The golden armored man's resistance was indeed quite strong, but when Lin Fei killed the golden armored man, there was no drop of anything. It had to be said that he had really been busy for nothing. It was not easy to obtain this pass. The young man on the other side also laughed. This golden armored man is indeed not easy to deal with. Even if we kill him, we might not be able to obtain the pass. Sometimes we have to kill 2 or 3 golden armored men, or even 4 or 5 or 7 or 8. It all depends on our luck. Lin Fei had thought that he would be able to kill the golden armored man with a single move and obtain the pass. Now it seemed that he would need time to face the golden armored man. If he wanted to get the pass, he would need luck. Countless Jingguang gathered in front of him, and a golden armored man appeared. The aura of the golden armored man was not much different from before. In other words, there was another golden armored man. Your golden armored man is different from the ones you usually see. After you kill him, the second golden armored man that comes out is sometimes not a melee type, and sometimes it's a different type. It can be said that there are many types, just like me. It's just that the one in front uses a sword, and now the one in front uses a saber. It's even more ferocious than the one in front. In the time it took for them to speak, the saber technique in the young man's hand changed and became a lot stranger. He grasped the opponent's whereabouts and slashed at the opponent's body. The power of this saber was not ordinary. It was incomparably sharp and instantly cut the golden armored man into 2. Lin Fei could also tell that the slash just now was not ordinary. It had struck at the golden armored man's weakest point. I am Zhao Wuji from the Zhao family. The young man cupped his hands and said to Lin Fei. Lin Fei also replied, a nobody Lin Fei. This was also Lin Fei's best excuse. He was indeed a nobody. In the star domain, there were not many people who knew of an existence like him. Just like this time, many of them were experts from the star domain. The experts inside were naturally different. Don't look at the proud sons of heaven they had met now. When the time came, they would probably meet some old seniors. They had probably already reached the 3rd level, or maybe the 4th. They were just at the beginning. Zhao Wuji had never heard of this name before. He felt that this person in front of him was very unfamiliar, but he was extremely strong. Especially this close combat ability, it was truly unimaginable. Even the golden armored man could not withstand this tyrannical punch. Just how strong was this guy's physical strength? The 2nd level is indeed quite difficult. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels are even more difficult. You have to be careful. It's best if you don't go all out. If you consume too much energy, you won't be able to keep up in the next level. Seeing that the other party was so strong, Zhao Wuji naturally had some thoughts. It would be best if they could cooperate. Lin Fei suddenly attacked the golden armored man in the distance. Even Zhao Wuji was surprised. It was another punch. It was the same move, the same method, but it seemed to be more powerful than before. There was a loud bang. The golden armored man exploded. He didn't have the ability to endure it, and he hadn't even made a move yet. Isn't this too fierce? He actually killed another golden armored man, just like that. I only killed 4 golden armored men in total, but he killed 2 in the blink of an eye. He's trying to catch up to my rhythm. Zhao Wuji muttered in his heart. Following that, he saw an incomparably shocking scene. Those golden armored men were all killed by him. They fell to the ground. After killing 10 golden armored men, Lin Fei finally obtained pass. The drop rate was extremely low. He deliberately wanted to stop everyone. Fellow Taoist Zhao Wuji, I'll be going first. If you can come in, we can have a good chat. Lin Fei pushed the pass in his hand and entered the spatial door. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared. Zhao Wuji looked at Lin Fei's disappearing eyes and couldn't help but blink. It was as if he was dreaming. I really can't believe that this guy's close combat skills are so strong. In the blink of an eye, he went in. I'm far inferior to him. This also made Zhao Wuji remember this person. Originally, he thought that his strength was about the same as his, but now, it seemed that he was definitely stronger than him. He couldn't even block a single punch from the golden armored man. His physical strength was probably extremely strong. Even if you were to deal with him, once he got close, he would still feel a great sense of danger. This person was definitely a proud son of heaven. However, he seemed to be unknown in the star field. This time, many people would probably remember this Lin Fei. Such a powerful body refinement power was truly terrifying to anyone who saw it. He didn't seem to have any sort of aura on him, which was the most incredible thing about him. How could there be such a guy? Sure enough, there is always someone better than you. It's not that you don't have an opponent, it's just that you haven't met one yet. If this Lin Fei became an enemy, he would become a terrifying nightmare for all the proud sons of heaven. On this side, with a whoosh, Lin Fei entered the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor was indeed very different from the 2nd floor. This was a place filled with birds and flowers. It was like a garden, but it was such a place that made Lin Fei feel surprised, because he didn't feel any dangerous aura here. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Logically speaking, this floor should be dangerous. How could there be no danger? Lin Fei walked around. He was prepared to take a good look and understand what was so mysterious about this floor. As he walked, Lin Fei found a palace on this floor. At the entrance of the palace, Hundreds of Flowers Palace. Lin Fei had seen this name quite a few times, but it was indeed quite different when it appeared on the 3rd floor. Since he was here, Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and pushed open the door to enter. After entering, fresh flowers floated down like a rain of fresh flowers. However, these fresh flowers instantly erupted with a terrifying and sharp aura. Every single petal exploded with power, smashing against Lin Fei's body. With this explosion, there were hundreds or even thousands of attacks. They truly were as dense as the waves of a tsunami. This allowed Lin Fei to experience the terror of this floor. With a hua sound, Lin Fei's energy transformed into a protective barrier around his body. It formed a line of defense. Then, crackling sounds rang out incessantly. In this short period of time, it was unknown just how many flowers attacked Lin Fei. However, all of them were blocked by Lin Fei's defensive power. This was a barrier formed from physical strength. It wasn't something that just any technique could block. In this short period of time, although they were all god-level attacks, when there were so many of them, it was different.